I ran from my own wedding with my veil half on and a bruise hidden under lace, and I almost made it to the parking lot. Almost. This is my story. Let's begin. I slammed through the chapel's side door, like the building itself had rejected me. Cold air knifed under the lace at my throat. The veil hung half attached, pins ripped loose, comb crooked, dragging against my shoulder as I ran. Somewhere inside, the organ kept playing. A steady, holy sound, pretending nothing had just shattered. My phone vibrated so hard it felt alive in my palm. Dad, Mama, Vincenzo. Unknown. Each buzz tightened the bruise under my sleeve. The lace was thick enough to hide the purple bloom on my inner arm, but it couldn't hide the way my skin stung where fingers had gripped too hard. I didn't look back. If I looked back, I might turn into the obedient daughter again, the one who smiled for cameras, lifted her chin for vows, let men in suits decide what her mouth would say and who it would say it to. Not today. My heels clicked across the service corridor, and then the world opened. Church parking lot. Evening sky bruised with storm clouds, rows of black cars, security clustered at the far end like a wall. For one insane second, relief almost buckled my knees. My father's men, they'd found me. They'd pull me out, shove me into a car, call the priest back to the altar, and tell me to stop being dramatic. Then the first man stepped forward, and I saw the tattoo on his throat. A small crown of thorns inked in black. Not Russo. The air left my lungs. I slowed, one step, then another, because my body knew what my brain didn't want to accept. This wasn't rescue. This was collection. 2 men fanned out to either side, casual as ushers, blocking the line back to the door. Another moved behind me. No hands on me yet, no shouting, no chaos. The most dangerous kind of control. I turned, scanning for my father's security detail, for familiar faces, for anyone who belonged to the world I'd been trained to survive. All I saw were strangers dressed like shadows. A car door opened, not a slam, not a dramatic flourish, just a quiet click, like a lock turning. My pulse started to pound against the inside of my veil, and then he stepped into the space between the cars like he owned the asphalt. Nico Moretti. He didn't rush, didn't need to. He moved with the calm of a man who had never once in his life been forced to explain himself. Tailored black suit. No tie. White shirt open at the throat, as if he couldn't be bothered to pretend he was civilized tonight. Dark hair combed back, sharp jaw, eyes the color of a storm that never breaks. I'd seen photos. Everyone had. He was the enemy. Don the commission whispered about like a plague. The man who made disappearances look like bad luck and wars look like business. But photos didn't capture the weight of him. In person, he didn't just stand. He occupied. His gaze slid over me with clinical precision. The gown, the veil, the trembling hand clutching my phone, the lace sleeves hiding what I didn't want anyone to see. Then his eyes lifted to mine. The corner of his mouth moved, not quite a smile. "You're running," he said, like it amused him. My throat tightened. I forced my voice through it. "Move." One of his men shifted, like my command had brushed him, nothing more. Nico didn't move. He tilted his head, studying me like a problem he'd already solved. "Is this how you plan to begin your marriage?" The word marriage hit like a slap. I bared my teeth. "You don't get to say that." His eyes flicked to the chapel doors. "You're right, that honor belongs to the man waiting at the altar." A flash of my fiancé's face, handsome, polished, hungry in that way men got when they thought they were about to own something, made bile climb my throat. I steadied myself. "Why are you here?" Nico's gaze didn't leave mine. "To end it." The wind rose, tugging at my veil like fingers. I tightened my grip on the phone until my knuckles hurt. "This isn't your territory." He looked around the parking lot as if seeing it for the first time. "It is tonight." My pulse was loud enough to drown out the distant organ music now. "My father?" "Your father," Nico interrupted, soft, almost gentle, "is about to sign a ceasefire on your mouth." My skin went cold. He knew. Of course he knew. The whole wedding was a treaty wrapped in ivory lace, a Russo alliance dressed up as love. He watched my expression shift, watched understanding claw its way onto my face, and his eyes darkened like he approved of my intelligence. "Your wedding ends tonight," he said. "Your family's alliance dies with it." I lifted my chin, even as my stomach flipped. "I'd rather die than get in your car." Something flickered, so quick it might have been imagination, in his gaze. Not surprise. Recognition, as if he'd heard those words from me before. Then his voice dropped, colder. No, you'd rather live. I laughed, the sound sharp and wrong. You don't know what I'd rather. He took one step closer. Not close enough to touch. Close enough that I could smell his cologne, dark, expensive, bitter at the edge like smoke. I know, he said quietly, exactly what you'd rather. My fingers slid under my veil toward my ear. The tiny stud I wore wasn't a jewel. It was a panic button, wired into Russo security, set to send location, trigger an extraction, alert every man my father paid to keep me breathing. My thumb found the edge. Nico's gaze followed the motion. Don't, he said. I pressed it anyway. Nothing happened. My blood turned to ice. I stared at the stud like it had betrayed me. Nico's mouth curved, faint and cruel. Your family loves control, so do I. My heart hammered hard enough to hurt. What did you do? I cut the line, he said, like discussing weather. Your signal, your calls, your help. My phone vibrated again, an incoming call from Mama, and then the screen went black. Dead. I swallowed. You're insane. Nico's eyes stayed on my face. No, I'm Scott. Careful. One of his men opened the back door of the car wider. The invitation felt like a threat. I took a step back, and a hand closed around my elbow. Not tight, not bruising, controlled. I twisted violently, anger detonating in my chest. Don't touch. The man didn't flinch, didn't squeeze harder, just held. Nico watched, expression unreadable. Heat flooded my cheeks. Humiliation, fury, fear, all of it braiding into something sharp. I spat his name like it could cut him. Moretti. His gaze sharpened. Say it again. My stomach dropped at the command in his tone. Dawn, power presence, the kind of voice that made rooms obey without raising volume. I forced my mouth into a sneer. Nico? His eyes held mine like a blade held to skin. Good. I jerked my elbow again, trying to break the grip. Nico's hand lifted, and the man released me instantly. He didn't need to be rough. Nico stepped forward until the front of his suit was inches from my wedding dress. He looked down at me like he'd already decided the ending. You can walk into the car, he said, voice low, or you can be carried. My breath came too fast. I hated him. I hated that he was calm. I hated that my body, traitor, reacted to the danger with the same adrenaline it should have saved for the man who was supposed to be my enemy. I'll scream, I whispered. He leaned closer, mouth near my ear, voice so quiet it felt like it belonged inside my skull. You already did. No one listened. My throat burned. He pulled back just enough to meet my eyes again. Livia Russo. Hearing my name from his mouth was like a hand closing around my spine. How do you... He didn't answer. He didn't have to. The way he said it told me he'd known it for a long time. The bruise under my lace throbbed. I looked past him, toward the chapel doors, half expecting my father's men to burst out. For the world to correct itself. Instead, the doors stayed closed. The organ music continued, and the parking lot belonged to Nico Moretti. I realized then that the wedding hadn't been a cage. It had been a stage, and I just stepped off it, straight into another man's hands. My jaw clenched. If you think you can drag me out of here and make me yours... Nico's eyes went dark, not with lust, something more dangerous. Possession without tenderness. He straightened and spoke like a verdict. Get in the car. The wind snapped my veil against my cheek. I could fight, I could scratch, I could kick. And I could die in a church parking lot in a gown my mother had picked for a treaty. Or I could live long enough to burn everyone who thought they could write my fate. I lifted my chin and stepped toward the open door. Nico didn't touch me. He didn't have to. As I slid onto the leather seat, the scent of him surrounded me. Cold leather, gun oil somewhere faint, that dark cologne like a warning. The door shut. The lock clicked. The sound was final. Nico got in beside me, unhurried. He didn't crowd me, but the space was suddenly too small for oxygen. Where are you taking me? My voice came out steadier than I felt. He looked ahead through the windshield, posture relaxed, like this was a business meeting. Somewhere your family can't reach, he said. Somewhere your groom can't touch. I turned toward him, fury rising. You think you're saving me? His gaze slid to mine. Slow, heavy, he said. I'm taking what your family tried to sell. My stomach dropped. Before I could throw another word at him, the driver pulled out. Tires crunched over gravel. The chapel disappeared behind us. And then... a camera flash exploded outside the window, then another. Bright, violent bursts of light in the dark. I jerked, twisting to see through the tinted glass. Paparazzi, not one. A cluster, Lenses aimed like weapons, faces hungry, hands reaching to capture the moment. They'd been waiting or they'd been tipped. I saw my own reflection in the window, veil askew, eyes wide, mouth set in a hard line, and then I saw what they were seeing. A bride in that white, trapped in Nico Moretti's car. Nico didn't even glance at them. He didn't flinch at the flashes, didn't shield his face, didn't hide me. He wanted the world to see. My phone, dead in my hand, felt like a corpse. Outside, the cameras kept firing. The world's eyes were turning toward this moment, toward this scandal, toward the war that would ignite from a single photograph. I swallowed, tasting metal. "Nico," I said, voice tight, "this will go viral." He finally looked at me then, and something in his expression turned razor cold. "Let it," he said. "Now everyone will know your wedding is over." Another flash lit the interior for a heartbeat, white hot, blinding. And in that brief glare I saw the truth in his eyes. He hadn't kidnapped me in secret. He'd hijacked me in public. A bride taken like a trophy. A treaty burned on camera. A message to every man who thought he could claim me. The car surged forward, leaving the church behind like a memory. And somewhere out there the photo was already uploading, already spreading, already turning my life into a headline. I pressed my palm against the window, watching the flashes fade in the distance. My breath fogged the glass. Nico's voice came soft beside me, almost intimate. "Welcome to my war, cara mia." And in the dark between flashes, I realized my father would see that photo. My groom would see that photo. The commission would see that photo. And every enemy Nico Moretti had ever made would know exactly where to aim next. At me. Chapter 2. The first time I realize I'm not going back is when the car stops and the doors don't unlock. Not a dramatic slam of brakes, not a screech, just a smooth glide into stillness, like we've arrived somewhere that's already been decided. Outside the tinted window, a private garage washed in white LED light. Concrete, steel, a place built to keep secrets and bodies. My palms are damp against my skirt. The lace sleeves itch over the bruise like a reminder that I can't afford to break. Nico doesn't look at me when he speaks. "Get out." I hold his profile in my stare, the hard line of his jaw, the calm of his hands resting on his thigh, like he's not the reason my world is burning in the rearview mirror. "You think you can drag me here," I say, voice thin but sharp, "and I'll just, what, sit down politely?" His gaze shifts to me. Slow, patient, dangerous. "I think," he says, "you'll do what you need to do to survive." Something in the way he says it twists under my ribs like he's not guessing, like he's seen me in survival mode before. The door unlocks with a click. I don't move. The silence stretches. Somewhere in the garage a fan hums, a distant footstep. Men doing their jobs without speaking. Nico's eyes hold mine. "Livia." Hearing my name again does something ugly inside me. Like a hand at the back of my neck. "Don't say it like you own it." His mouth barely moves. "I don't have to say it. You're here." My breath catches. I force my fingers to unclench from the dead phone in my lap, and I push the door open. Cold air hits my face. Not outside cold. Controlled cold. Climate controlled. He steps out too, and immediately the space changes. Two men appear, not close enough to feel like bodyguards, but close enough to make the point. One takes my phone without asking. I jerk back, but his grip is unbreakable and polite. I glare at Nico. "Give it back." Nico doesn't even look at the man. "It's useless to you. It's mine." His gaze slides to me. "So were you, until tonight." The words cut. Not because they're true, because they've been true my entire life, and I've never been allowed to say it out loud. My throat tightens around rage. He walks toward an elevator at the far end of the garage. Black glass doors. No buttons. One of his men scans a keycard, and the doors open like we're entering a vault. I hesitate. Nico pauses just long enough to glance over his shoulder. "You're choosing to walk again, cara mia. Don't pretend you don't know the difference." That pet name, sweet on the tongue, deadly in his mouth, makes my skin prickle. I follow. The elevator rises in silence, no music, no chatter, just the sound of my breathing and the faint shift of Nico's suit as he adjusts his stance. My veil is still half pinned, the comb catching on my hair every time I turn my head. The dress feels heavier the longer I wear it, like the fabric knows it was meant to chain me to an altar. The doors open onto a hallway that looks like money and violence had a child. Dark marble floors, soft lighting, a faint scent of cedar and something metallic, gun oil or blood my mind supplies because my mind is cruel. He leads me into a suite, not a cell. Of course not. Nico Moretti doesn't lock you in a dungeon. He locks you in luxury and dares you to call it captivity. A sitting room with a low black couch, a bar cart stocked like a king's. Floor-to-ceiling windows showing the city at night, lights glittering like jewelry, and on a sleek table near the couch, a folder, white paper, black ink, a contract. My stomach drops. Nico shrugs out of his jacket with the kind of unhurried control that feels like a threat. He tosses it over the back of a chair and rolls his cuffs once, exposing his forearms. No tattoos, no flashy rings. Just a watch and the kind of hands that look like they've done things the world doesn't forgive. He gestures to the couch. Sit. I don't. He doesn't repeat himself. He simply takes the folder and slides it closer to the edge of the table, like he's laying out dinner. I'm not signing anything, I say. You will. I laugh, one sharp broken sound. You're delusional. His eyes flick to my dress. You signed your life away the moment you stepped into that gown. I didn't. You did, he says, calm as stone. You just didn't hold the pen. I hate that he's right. I step toward the table anyway, because I need to see what kind of monster thinks paper can change what he did tonight. The folder is heavier than it looks. When I open it, the first page is clean and clinical, legal language, clauses, exhibits, but the heading is bold. Marriage agreement. My vision narrows. I look up at him, slow. You're insane. Nico pours himself a drink without asking if I want one. The amber liquid glints under the light. No, he says, I'm practical. This is kidnapping. This is strategy. I was getting married. He takes a sip, eyes never leaving mine. You were being traded. The words hit the bruise under my lace like a thumb pressing hard. I force my voice steady. What do you want? His gaze drifts to the contract in my hands. To end your family's alliance with the Ferraro. The rival groom's last name tastes like rot. My fingers tighten on the papers. You could have killed him. You could have blown up the church. Nico's mouth turns slightly, like the idea bores him. And create a martyr? No. I don't want your groom dead. He sets his glass down with a soft clink. I want him irrelevant. My pulse spikes. How? Nico steps closer, and the air thickens, as if my body recognizes danger before my brain finishes the thought. I'm marrying you, he says. The room tilts. For half a heartbeat, all I can hear is my own blood roaring in my ears. The word marrying collides with the last hour of my life. White lace, altar, cameras, vow music, and twists into something obscene. My mouth goes dry. That's not possible. It is, he says, and it's already in motion. I stare at him. You can't marry me without my consent. His gaze doesn't flinch. Watch me. Rage surges up so fast it makes me lightheaded. You think a forced marriage is gonna, save you from war? I'm not saving myself from war. He steps closer until I can smell him again. I'm using you to win it. The honesty is worse than lies. Lies can be fought. Honesty like this is a blade you can't dodge. I force myself to breathe. Why me? I snap. Why not just attack my father directly? Nico's eyes narrow slightly, like I finally asked the question he wanted. Because your father's assets, he says, are protected by treaty clauses. They can't be seized without commission sanction. I swallow. He continues, voice low and ruthless. But marital transfer is legal. Old law, Catholic law, commission law, the kind that gets used when men want to steal without firing a gun. My stomach churns. You marry Ferraro, he says, and your family's assets move under his protection. He becomes untouchable. The ceasefire holds. He leans in just enough that his words feel like they're being pressed into my skin. You marry me, and the assets shift to me. The ceasefire dies. Ferraro loses his shield. My hands tremble on the contract. So I'm a key. His gaze doesn't soften. Your leverage. The word slams into me. My chin lifts. You're going to start a bloodbath. He looks at me like I'm naive. It started long before your wedding. I shake my head, trying to find a grip on the room again. And what do I get for being your leverage? Nico's eyes sweep over me, over the veil, the dress, the way my posture pretends I'm not shaking. You get to live, he says simply. Something snaps inside me. I slam the contract down on the table. Don't talk to me like I'm some animal you pulled out of a trap. His expression doesn't change, but the air does. Subtle, like a door closing. I pulled you out of an altar, he says. Different trap, same teeth. I swallow hard, forcing my mind to work, bargaining. That's what I was trained to do. Smile, negotiate, trade. Okay, I say, voice smoothing like silk over a knife. You want my father's assets. Fine. I I can give you something better. Nico's gaze sharpens. Try. I step closer, leaning my hands on the table like I'm about to negotiate a merger instead of my own life. I know where the Russo offshore accounts are, I say. The ones not even the commission sees. I know the shell companies, the names on the deeds, the safe deposit boxes. Nico watches me without blinking. I can give you access. I push. I can make the transfer clean without dragging me into a marriage. A beat of silence. Then Nico smiles. Not kindly, not warmly, like a man watching a butterfly throw itself against glass. That's adorable, he says. Heat crawls up my neck. Don't patronize me. He steps closer, close enough that the edge of my veil brushes his shoulder. His eyes drop to my mouth for a fraction of a second, and my stomach flips in a way that makes me furious with myself. You think you're the only one with secrets, he murmurs. My heart stutters. He reaches past me, plucks the contract off the table, and flips it open with casual precision. His finger taps a section like he's pointing out a menu item. I don't need your help finding Russo money, he says. I need your signature so the money becomes mine without a single bullet. He holds the paper up. My eyes follow his finger, and then my blood goes cold. Clause 9.1, Issue of Marriage. The wife agrees to provide a legitimate heir within 12 months of marriage solemnization. Failure to comply will result in... I can't read the rest because the words legitimate heir are screaming in my skull. My vision blurs at the edges. An heir, a baby, a body requirement. Something inside me goes very still, like an animal freezing because the predator is too close. I look up at Nico, slowly. No. His gaze is unwavering. Yes, you can't. I can, he cuts in, and I will. My hands curl into fists at my sides. You're disgusting. His jaw tightens. You think I want to put a child in you because I'm sentimental? I flinch at the bluntness, at the image his words drag into my mind against my will. He steps closer. The commission respects bloodlines, heirs, legitimacy. If you carry my name in your body, your father can't touch you without breaking every rule he lives by. My voice shakes with rage, so I'm a shield and a womb. Nico's eyes darken. Your power? No, I hiss. I'm a person. Silence. For a fraction of a second, something flickers in his face. So quick, I almost miss it. Not softness. Something like recognition. Then it's gone, replaced by cold control. You're in my house, he says, with my contract, and your family is already calling every contact they have. This is how you stay alive. I shake my head hard. I will not give you an heir. His gaze pins me. You will. No. He lets the word sit between us like a thrown knife. Then he says quieter, more lethal. Do you know what Ferraro would have demanded once he had you? The rival groom's name hits like a slap. Don't talk about him. Nico's mouth twists with disgust. He doesn't deserve to breathe your air. My hands shake with fury. You don't get to be jealous. This isn't... His eyes flash. Jealous? He laughs, low. Cara mia, jealousy is for men who fear losing something that belongs to them. My pulse spikes. He steps closer until my back brushes the table edge, my dress rustling like a warning. This, he says, voice dangerously soft, is about men who think they can touch what they haven't earned. I glare up at him. I'm not yours. His gaze drops to my throat, to the lace hiding the bruise. Not yet. The words crawl over my skin. I shove past him, needing space, needing air. I pace toward the windows, staring out at the city lights like they can remind me the world still exists beyond this room. My reflection stares back, bride in a hijacked dress, eyes too bright, mouth set in a line that's one breath away from breaking. I press my palm to the glass. Why do you hate my family so much? I whisper, not because I care, but because knowing the enemy's motive keeps you alive. Behind me, Nico's voice is a calm blade. Because your father smiled at my mother's funeral. My chest tightens. I turn slowly. What? Nico's eyes are dark, distant. Because he sat in the front row, hands folded, pretending he didn't sign the order. The air turns heavy. I've heard rumors, whispers about Nico Moretti's father, about a death that started a war nobody ever admitted to. But my father signing an order, my stomach flips. I force my voice steady. That doesn't mean you get to use me. Nico's gaze snaps back to me, present again. I'm not using you, Livia. I laugh bitterly. You literally just called me leverage. He walks toward me, slow, deliberate. I'm making you untouchable. My throat tightens. By forcing me to carry your child? His jaw hardens. By tying you to me so publicly, your father can't hide what he did behind lace and vows. I swallow. He stops a few feet away, hands loose at his sides, posture relaxed like a predator at rest. You can hate me, he says. You can fight me, but you're going to understand something tonight. My nails dig crescents into my palms. What? Nico's gaze slides over my face, then down, briefly, deliberately, to the place where my ribcage rises and falls too fast. You weren't safe with Ferraro, he says softly. You were being handed over. I jerk my chin up. And you're not handing me over. You're taking me. His gaze holds mine. Yes. Honest again. Brutal. It shouldn't make me respect him. It does, and I hate myself for it. My mind scrambles for another angle, another weapon. Fine, I say, voice turning sharp. You want the contract? Then let's talk terms. Nico's brow lifts slightly like he's amused. I'll sign, I lie. But you remove the heir clause. His expression doesn't change. No, I inhale, controlled. Then, you don't get my signature. He takes a slow step closer. I'll get it. My heart pounds. Not from me, his eyes narrow. You'd rather let Ferraro have you? The disgust in his voice is a physical thing, like the name tastes foul. You keep saying his name, I snap. Like you've been watching. A beat. Nico's stare doesn't flicker, but something tightens in his jaw. Then he says, almost lazily, I have. My stomach drops. What? His gaze holds mine like a confession he doesn't regret. For years. The air leaves my lungs. You're lying. He tilts his head. Do you want to know what I saw? I can't stop myself. No. He speaks anyway. I saw you at commission dinners, he says, voice low. Sitting straight, smiling with your mouth and not your eyes. I saw the way your father touched the back of your neck when you spoke too freely. I saw you swallow your anger like it was poison you'd been trained to drink. My skin prickles. He takes another step. I saw Ferraro look at you like you were already his. My throat tightens. Stop. Nico's eyes darken. I saw you flinch when a man laughed too close to your ear. My hand rises instinctively to my throat as if to shield it. His gaze drops to the movement, lingers, then lifts back to my eyes. I saw you, he says, and I knew one day someone would try to put a ring on you and call it peace. My voice is raw. You don't know me. His mouth curves faintly. I know enough. The room feels too small, the windows too high, the air too thick with him. I force myself to breathe through my nose. I need something physical. A weapon. An exit. Anything. My gaze flicks to the bar cart, to the decanters, to the gleam of glass, to the drawer beneath. Most men with a bar cart like that have a gun nearby. It's practically a rule in our world. Liquor on top, violence underneath. I keep my face neutral. I shift my weight like I'm just pacing, like I'm just furious and trapped. Nico watches me without moving. I take one step toward the bar. Another. My pulse pounds in my fingertips. Nico's voice is quiet. Don't. I ignore him. I reach the cart and slide open the drawer. There it is. A handgun, matte black, nestled in velvet like jewelry. My fingers close around it. For one glorious second, power floods my veins. I spin, raising it toward him, and Nico is already moving. Not a lunge, not panic. A clean, controlled step into my space, his hand catching my wrist before I can fully align the barrel. The gun points harmlessly toward the ceiling as he twists. Pain flashes bright and sharp up my arm. I gasp. The weapon slips from my fingers. He catches it mid-fall with his other hand like he's done it 1,000 times. He doesn't strike me, doesn't shove me, doesn't even tighten his grip enough to bruise. He simply holds my wrist in place, immovable, until my breath stutters and my body stills. His eyes lock on mine, dark and furious in a way that's quieter than shouting. You don't get to die tonight, he says. I tremble with rage, with humiliation, with the sickening awareness of how easily he disarmed me without violence. Let go, I spit. He doesn't. His thumb presses once against the inside of my wrist, right where my pulse hammers. It feels like a claim. My breath catches, traitorous. His gaze drops to my mouth for a fraction of a second. Then he releases me. I stumble back, heart racing, wrist aching. Nico sets the gun on the table beside the contract, like he's putting a pen back in its holder. He looks at me as if I'm something fragile he refuses to break. It's the most infuriating kind of threat. Try again, he says softly, and I'll take away the illusion that you can. My voice shakes. You're a monster. His eyes don't blink. Yes. At least he doesn't pretend otherwise. He gestures to the contract. Read the rest. I glare at him. No. Read it, he repeats, still calm, and that calm is worse than a slap. I snatch the papers up again and skim, eyes burning. Clauses about property, transfer, about public appearances, about legal protections, and then more of Clause 9.1, penalties for non-compliance. My stomach twists. I toss it back down. You're forcing me to breed. Nico's jaw tightens. I'm forcing your father to come to the table. I lift my chin, with my body. His eyes flash. With your name, with your bloodline, with the thing they've used as currency since you were born. Silence. He steps closer again, and his voice drops lower, almost intimate. You want a bargain? Fine. My heart beats hard. He reaches into the folder and pulls out a second page, handwritten note attached with a paperclip. He slides it toward me. My eyes catch the name at the top. Father Antonio Bellini. My throat tightens. The priest? I whisper, stunned. Nico watches me. Your priest. What about him? Nico's gaze is cold. He answers to the commission. He'll officiate. My stomach drops. You can't just... I can, he says like he's bored. I already paid for his obedience. I stare at the note, throat tight. My wedding priest. Bought, like everything else. And if I refuse? I ask, voice small despite myself. Nico's eyes hold mine. Then your father will refuse to call off his men. Ferraro will mobilize his extraction team. The commission will demand your return, and you'll be dead by the end of the week. My lips part, but no sound comes. He steps closer until the space between us feels like a loaded gun. You think you have choices, he murmurs. You do. Just not the ones you want. My nails dig into my palms again. I hate him. I hate that my body is reacting to him like danger and desire are the same language. I force my voice steady. If you're doing this for revenge, you're going to burn everything. His gaze hardens. Good. A beat. Then he says, quieter, and it hits me harder than the rage. Do you know what I'll do to Ferraro if he tries to touch you again? My spine goes rigid. He won't, I snap, because the thought makes my skin crawl. Nico's mouth twists with disgust. He will. Men like him always think they're entitled. He steps closer and his voice goes cold enough to frost glass. I'll cut the hands off his body, he says, and send them back to his mother in a silk box. My stomach flips. I should be horrified. I am. And I'm also, God help me, relieved, because he said if he tries to touch you, not if he tries to take the assets, not if he breaks the treaty. Me, my body, my skin. My mouth goes dry. Nico watches my reaction with something like satisfaction and something sharper beneath it, like he hates that I'm affected. He turns away abruptly, as if disgusted with himself, and pours another drink. I'm not your savior, he says, voice rougher now. I'm your enemy. Remember that. I swallow. You don't sound like an enemy. He laughs once, humorless. That's because you've never met a real one. My breath comes shallow. I stare at the contract again and my mind racing through outcomes like a chessboard. If I sign, I become his wife, his property, his shield, his target. If I don't, I become a prize everyone will fight over, and my father will still own the story of my life. My throat burns. I lift my gaze to Nico. And this heir clause, I say carefully, is non-negotiable. His eyes meet mine. Non-negotiable. I swallow hard. So you plan to, what, force me into a bed? His jaw ticks once. No. The word surprises me. No? He steps closer, and for the first time tonight, his control feels strained, like something inside him is chained and angry. I don't touch what doesn't choose me, he says, voice low. I stare at him. That's rich, coming from a man who kidnapped me. His eyes go dark. Kidnapping is violence between families. His gaze drops to my face, my mouth, my throat again, like he's fighting the urge to do something and refusing himself. Touching you, he says softly, is personal. My breath catches. The room goes very still. My heart pounds against my ribs like it wants out. I hate him. I hate that his restraint feels like another cage. I force my voice to work. So how do you expect an heir? His mouth curves faintly, dangerous. You'll decide. I laugh, brittle. And if I never decide, his eyes hold mine with chilling certainty, then your father will watch his empire bleed out in court while the commission laughs. My stomach twists. This is what he's offering. A world where everyone loses unless I comply. I step back, shaking my head. You're not just ending my wedding, you're ending me. Nico's gaze doesn't soften, but his voice drops, almost too quiet. No, he says. I'm ending the version of you they built. The words hit like a punch because they land too close to truth. I stare at him, breath shallow, and something inside me, something trained to obey, wants to fold. I don't let it. I lift my chin. If you marry me, I say, voice steady with pure spite, I will ruin you. Nico's eyes flicker, amused now, like he's finally looking at something worthy. Good, he murmurs. I didn't take you for your obedience. He reaches for the contract, taps the signature line with one finger. Tomorrow, he says, we sign. We make it official. My throat tightens. And tonight? Nico's gaze drifts over me one more time. Not hungry, assessing, possessive in a way that makes my skin prickle. Tonight, he says, you sleep. I scoff. I won't. He steps closer, and his voice drops like a lock clicking into place. You will, he says, because I need you alive. I swallow. And if I try to run? Nico's expression turns calm again, lethal in its simplicity. Then I'll catch you, he says, and next time I won't do it in a parking lot where cameras can pretend they didn't see. A chill skates down my spine. He moves past me toward the door of an adjoining room. Before he disappears, he glances back over his shoulder. And Livia? My breath catches. Yes? His eyes are dark, disgust curling his mouth as he says the rival groom's name like it's filth. If Ferraro calls you, he says, don't answer. My pulse spikes. Why? Nico's gaze holds mine with a cold promise. Because I've been watching him, he says, and I know exactly what he thinks you are. Then he adds quieter, like a confession he hates. And I won't let him hear your voice again. The door closes behind him. The lock clicks. Not on my room, on his, as if he's the one putting himself behind a line. I stand frozen in the middle of the suite, wedding dress heavy, veil slipping, a contract on the table like a death sentence written in legal language. Outside the window, the city glitters like nothing happened. My world is already on fire online. And somewhere I can feel it in my bones. Ferraro will come. My father will retaliate. The commission will circle like vultures. And Nico Moretti just put an air clause on my body like a brand. I press my fingers to the lace over my bruise and let the pain sharpen me into something colder. If I'm going to be a weapon in his war, then I'll be the blade that cuts back. Chapter 3. The first thing Nico takes from me isn't my phone. It's the sky. Morning doesn't arrive in the suite like it's supposed to. Soft through curtains, a gradual brightening that lets you pretend you're still in control of your own day. It arrives as a jolt of light when the blackout shades retract by themselves, mechanical and silent, turning the windows into a slab of pale gray. A storm has moved in overnight. The city outside looks washed, blurred, anonymous. I blink against the brightness, lying stiff on the bed I never really slept in. I didn't undress. I couldn't. The gown is still on my body like a punishment. The corset bites my ribs every time I breathe. The veil lies crumpled on the floor beside the bed like shed skin. My wrist aches where Nico twisted it. The bruise under my lace throbs in time with my pulse. I sit up slowly, muscles screaming, and reach for the bedside clock. No clock. Of course not. No time in a cage. The door clicks. Not my bedroom door. There isn't one. Not really. Just a wide opening into the suite, like a reminder that privacy is a privilege someone else grants you. The outer door. The entrance. Footsteps. Men. I slide off the bed, bare feet sinking into thick carpet, and move toward the sitting room like a soldier going to meet an enemy. Nico is already there. He's dressed like yesterday never happened. Black trousers, white shirt, sleeves rolled to his forearms, collar open. He stands by the windows with a coffee cup in one hand, looking out at the rain like he's watching a kingdom he already owns. Two men flank him. One carries a garment bag. The other holds a slim black case. Medical, maybe, or weapons. In Nico's world, those are sometimes the same thing. His gaze flicks to me and pauses. I'm sure I look insane. Hair half fallen from pins, dress wrinkled at the skirt from sleeping in it, mascara smudged under my eyes from the tears I refused to let fall until the lights were off. He doesn't comment. He just says, "We're leaving." My throat is dry. Where? He takes a sip of coffee like my question is boring. The mountains. I laugh once, sharp. What is this, a fairy tale? You lock the bride in a tower? Nico's eyes slide to mine. It's a clinic. The word lands wrong. Clinic, not safe house, not villa, not compound. Clinic. My stomach tightens. Why would you take me to a... He sets the cup down. Because you're not going to be useful to me if you collapse. The room goes very still. I'm aware suddenly of my heartbeat, of the faint dizziness that's been hovering at the edges since last night, like my body is a step behind the panic. I swallow. I'm fine. Nico watches me like he's watching a lie walk across the room in a white dress. You're not. Heat crawls up my neck, equal parts anger and a flare of fear I don't want to name. You don't get to talk about my health. I do now. His voice stays calm. Get changed. One of his men steps forward and offers the garment bag. Best. I don't take it. I keep my stare locked on Nico. You've known? It isn't a question. It's an accusation. Nico's jaw tightens. Change, Livia. The way he says my name has shifted. Less amusement, more steel. Like he's not giving me an opening to fight over this. Answer me, I snap. You've known about my condition. A beat. His gaze doesn't leave mine. Yes, my blood runs cold. How? His mouth doesn't move much when he says, get changed. I take the garment bag from the man with hands that feel like they don't belong to me. The fabric inside is black. Of course it is. A fitted dress, long sleeves, high throat, elegant and funereal. Widow's colors. I disappear into the bathroom and lock the door on instinct. It doesn't lock. The handle turns. No click. No satisfying snap of control. I stare at it, breathing hard, and then I force myself to focus on what matters. I need my hands free. I need my mind sharp. I peel the wedding dress off like I'm shedding a corpse. The bruise blooms angry along my arm in the mirror's harsh light, purple and blue beneath the lace imprint. My stomach flips. I scrub at my face, cold water against skin, trying to wake my brain from the fog of adrenaline. The dizziness hits when I bend to unhook the corset. A brief sway. The room tilts, then rights itself. I grip the counter until my knuckles whiten. Don't. Not now. Not in front of him. I dress in the black outfit with quick, practiced movements. I pin my hair back into something that looks like control. I swipe concealer over the bruise until it's only a shadow. When I step back into the suite, Nico's men are already moving. Efficient. Silent. Nico looks at me once and nods, as if I've passed an inspection. I hate that it matters. We take a private elevator down to the garage. Another black car waits. Bigger, armored, windows too dark to see through. Nico's hand lands on the small of my back. Not a shove. Not a grip. A placement. A claim. My spine goes rigid. I glance up at him. Don't touch me. His fingers don't move. I'm not hurting you. You're not listening. His hand lifts away, slowly, deliberately, as if he's proving he can remove himself anytime he wants. Then he leans close enough for his breath to graze my ear. I listen, he murmurs. I just don't obey. My throat tightens. The door opens. I get in. The car smells like leather and cold metal. The driver's eyes meet mine in the rearview mirror for half a second and then slide away. Not fear. Respect. We move. The city dissolves into highways, then into wet countryside roads, then into mountains that rise like dark shoulders under the clouds. Pine trees crowd the edges of the road. Fog hangs low, thick enough to swallow distance. Nico doesn't speak much. He reads on a tablet, thumb scrolling through something that makes his jaw set harder with each swipe. Messages. Intel. I stare out the window, watching the world become more isolated, more controlled. Every mile is a door closing behind me. I try my phone again. Dead. Of course. I swallow the panic and press my palm to my thigh until it stops trembling. After an hour, maybe more, time is slippery in a car that doesn't allow clocks. My stomach tightens with a familiar warning. Not hunger. Something else. Nausea. It creeps up like a tide. I keep my face still, but Nico notices everything. His gaze flicks to me. You're pale. I'm fine, I bite out. He watches me for a beat, then taps the glass divider between us and the driver. It lowers with a quiet whir. And just pull over, he says. My head snaps toward him. No, his eyes narrow. You want to throw up in my car? I glare. I want you to stop treating me like a... He waits, expression blank. I hate him for making me find the word. Like I'm yours, I finish. His gaze holds mine. You are. The nausea surges at the same time as rage. The car slows anyway. We stop at a quiet turnout overlooking a valley smothered in fog. Rain beads on the windows like cold sweat. Nico opens his door and steps out. The cold rushes in. He comes around to my side and opens mine too. I don't move. He offers his hand. Not to help me. He doesn't need to. It's a gesture that says, take it or prove you can stand without it. I slap his hand away and climb out on my own. The cold air bites my lungs. The wind smells like pine and wet earth. I barely make it to the edge of the turnout before I bend and retch. Nothing much comes up. Just bitter water and acid and humiliation. When I straighten, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, Nico is behind me, not touching, just there, a presence like a wall. Better? He asks. I hate that his voice sounds controlled, not mocking, not triumphant. I spit onto the wet gravel. Don't. He doesn't move. When was the last time you took your meds? My stomach drops. I turn slowly. What did you say? Nico's eyes are very steady. Answer. I laugh, shaky. You can't possibly know. Yeah, I asked when, he repeats, and the calm in his tone makes my skin prickle. I stare at him, trying to find the angle, the trick, the source. My mouth goes dry. I'm not discussing that with you. Nico steps closer, rain dotting his hair, his shirt darkening at the shoulders. Livia, he says, softer. You're going to the clinic because I need you stable. My jaw clenches. I don't need you. His gaze flicks down to my hands. They're shaking. You do today, he says. The words land like a slap because they're true in the worst way. My body is betraying me. I lift my chin. You had no right to look into my medical history. Nico's mouth tightens. Rights are for people with equal power. I inhale sharply. So you admit you've been spying. He holds my gaze. I admit I prepared. I want to hit him. I want to scream. I want to run into the fog and vanish. But the mountains are his. The road is his. The men in the car are his. I swallow rage and taste blood. Get in, he says. I do because I don't have another move. We drive again. Higher. Deeper. The road narrows, flanked by tall pines and black rock. Security cameras appear on poles, small and sleek, watching the road like eyes. Then the gates come into view. Not rustic, not quaint. A compound tucked into the mountainside, half hidden by trees, steel fencing, concrete barriers, a guard booth with men in black carrying rifles like accessories. A sign near the entrance reads, Bella Vista Medical Retreat Retreat. I feel my throat tighten. This is a prison. Nico's gaze stays forward. It's a fortress. The car rolls to a stop at the gate. A guard scans our plates, then steps out and nods once at Nico through the tinted glass. The gates slide open. We pass through. My stomach twists with the same sick awareness as last night. This is what it feels like to cross into enemy territory and realize no one is coming for you. The main building rises ahead, modern stone and glass, understated luxury, the kind of place rich people come to recover from things they don't want photographed. We stop under a covered entry. The door opens, and cold, antiseptic air rushes in, cleaner than outside, sharper, tinged with lavender to make it feel less like a hospital. A woman in a cream uniform stands waiting with 2 nurses behind her. She smiles too brightly. Mr. Moretti, she says warmly, like he's a benefactor instead of a predator. Welcome back. Back. My skin goes tight. Nico steps out first. He looks like he belongs here, like the building was built around him. His gaze slides to me. Come. I climb out. The woman's smile widens when she sees me. And this must be Miss Russo. I stop. My spine goes rigid. Nico's eyes narrow slightly. How do you know my name? I demand. The woman blinks, then recovers instantly. We were informed of your arrival. Informed, not introduced. My pulse pounds. One of the nurses, young, jittery, holds a clipboard. Her eyes flick from me to Nico to the ground like she's terrified of making the wrong contact. Nico speaks, voice calm but edged. Where's the head physician? The woman's smile doesn't falter. Dr. Vieri is expecting you. A chill crawls up my back. Vieri. The name cracks open something old inside me. A memory I've kept buried under silk and etiquette and denial. A man in a white coat, a hand on my shoulder, a voice too gentle. This is for your own good, Livia. My breath catches. My fingers curl at my sides. I take a step forward, then another, drawn by dread as much as curiosity. The lobby is quiet. Too quiet. No patients, no chatter, just soft music and the hush of money. We pass a wall of frosted glass with the clinic's logo etched into it. Beyond, corridors stretch like veins. Then he appears. A man walks toward us, smiling like this is a reunion. Silver hair at the temples, hands tucked neatly into the pockets of his coat. A face that could be kind if it weren't for the eyes. Too alert, too interested. He stops in front of us and opens his arms slightly in a welcoming gesture. Livia, he says, voice warm. My stomach drops so hard I feel it in my knees. I know that voice. I know that smile. I know the way he says my name like he has the right. Dr. Vieri, Nico says, tone neutral. The doctor's gaze flicks to Nico with professional respect, then back to me with something else entirely, something that makes my skin crawl. It's been a long time, he says to me. My mouth goes dry. The doctor smiles wider. You've grown into a beautiful young woman. The words are meant to be polite. They land like a hand sliding somewhere it shouldn't. I go ice cold. Nico's posture shifts beside me, subtle but immediate, like a weapon cocking. You know her, Nico says. Dr. Vieri's smile remains in place. Of course. I worked with the Russo family for years. My chest tightens. Worked, he chuckles softly. Treated, monitored, stabilized. The world tilts. I stare at him, and the memory hits full force now. Me at 16, sitting on a white exam table, legs swinging, trying to pretend I wasn't scared. My mother's hand on my knee, nails digging in. Dr. Vieri's voice soothing as he handed over a bottle. Just to help your nerves. Just to regulate. You don't want to embarrass your family, do you? I can taste the pill's chalk on my tongue. My breath goes shallow. Nico looks at me. Livia. I don't answer. Dr. Vieri's gaze softens theatrically. Ah. You remember, I hate him. I hate the way he says it like a shared secret. Nico steps slightly in front of me, not blocking my view but placing his body between mine and the doctor's line of sight like a statement. Explain, Nico says, voice low. Dr. Vieri spreads his hands. Miss Russo has a delicate constitution. We've ensured her stability for years. My throat burns. Stability, I whisper, voice shaking with rage. You drugged me. Dr. Vieri's smile doesn't move. We supported you. Nico's eyes go darker. What condition? I jerk my head toward Nico. No. His gaze flicks to me, sharp. I need to know what we're dealing with. I don't care what you need, I snap. You don't get my, medical history like it's a ledger. Nico's jaw tightens. This isn't about control, I laugh, bitter. Everything you do is about control. A beat of silence. Dr. Vieri watches us like he's enjoying the tension. Nico's gaze shifts to him, colder. You'll assess her. You'll tell me what she needs. And you'll do it without touching her unless I say so. The doctor blinks, smile still fixed. Mr. Moretti, I'm a physician. Nico steps closer to him, and the air changes. The warmth drains out of the lobby. You're whatever I allow you to be, Nico says softly. If you want to keep practicing medicine, you'll follow my rules. Dr. Vieri's smile tightens at the edges. Of course, Nico doesn't look away. She's guarded. Her calls are monitored. No visitors without my approval. He glances back at me, and the possessiveness in his gaze makes my skin prickle. And nobody touches her, he finishes, voice like iron, without my say-so. I should feel relieved. Instead, I feel trapped between two kinds of ownership. The doctor's smile doesn't move, but his eyes glitter faintly, like he's amused Nico thinks he's in charge. Very well, Dr. Vieri says smoothly. If you'll come with me, Livia. My body recoils on instinct. No, I say, sharp. I'm not going anywhere with you alone. A brief pause. Dr. Vieri's smile turns gentle in a way that makes my skin crawl. There's no need to be afraid. We're here to help you. Help. The word makes my throat tighten until it hurts. Nico's hand lands lightly on my back again. Not a shove. An anchor. And I hate that my body responds to it, hate that my breathing steadies with his touch. You're not alone, he says, voice low enough for only me. I turn my head, eyes burning. You don't get to say that like your comfort. His gaze holds mine, something fierce behind the control. Walk, he says, or I carry you. My jaw clenches. I walk. We move down the corridor, the floor silent under our footsteps. Nurses pretend not to watch. Security men stand at corners like statues. The clinic feels too curated to be real. Luxury with a medical sheen. A place built to make prisoners feel pampered. Dr. Vieri leads us to an examination suite with frosted glass walls and a window overlooking snow-dusted pines. Snow. It's already snowing up here. The flakes drift past the glass like ash. The doctor gestures toward the exam chair. Sit. I don't. Nico's gaze stays on the room, scanning exits, cameras, corners. A predator in a clean cage. Dr. Vieri sighs theatrically. Miss Russo, we need baseline vitals, blood pressure, heart rate, a blood draw. My stomach flips. Blood. Nico's head turns sharply. Blood draw. Yes, the doctor says, smile intact. Her levels must be monitored. Nico's eyes narrow. What levels? Dr. Vieri's smile holds. It's complicated. Nico's voice turns colder. Make it simple. The doctor hesitates for the first time. Then his gaze slides to me, and I feel the old fear rise because he knows things about my body I've been made to treat like shame. Miss Russo has been managed with medication to stabilize her symptoms, he says carefully. Nausea, dizziness, episodes of weakness. I clench my teeth. Stop. Dr. Vieri continues anyway, like he's performing. Her family was concerned about her volatility. My throat burns. Volatility. Another word for obedience problems. Nico's gaze snaps to me sharp. Your family did this. I don't answer. Because the answer is lodged in my throat like broken glass. Dr. Vieri smiles gently. They wanted the best for her. Nico's voice is lethal. They wanted her compliant. The doctor's smile tightens again. One of Nico's men enters quietly holding a phone. He leans to Nico's ear and speaks in a low murmur. Nico's expression shifts, barely, but I see it. A tightening around the eyes, a hardening of the jaw. "What?" Nico says. The man hands him the phone. Nico reads whatever is on the screen, and the air in the room turns sharper, charged. I step closer despite myself. "What is it?" Nico's eyes lift to mine. "They're mobilizing," he says. My stomach drops. "Who?" He doesn't have to say it, but he does anyway with quiet disgust. "Ferraro." The name hits like a fist. Nico's thumb scrolls. "Extraction team, 4 vehicles, 2 routes. They're asking for help from the commission." My pulse pounds. "He's coming for me." "Not for you," Nico says, voice cold. "For what you represent." I swallow hard. "And my father?" Nico's gaze flickers. "Your father's men are moving too." I feel sick. Not from the dizziness now, from the knowledge that my life is a chess piece and men are already bleeding for it. Dr. Vieri watches, interest sharpening in his eyes. "This is unfortunate timing." Nico's gaze snaps to him. "You think." The doctor spreads his hands. "Stress will exacerbate her symptoms. She needs stabilization. Immediate." My stomach twists. Immediate stabilization has a taste. Chalk. Control. Numbness. "No," I say, voice sharp. "No pills." Dr. Vieri's smile is patient. "Livia, you know you do better with them." My skin crawls. Nico's head turns slowly toward the doctor. "What pills?" Dr. Vieri hesitates. Nico steps closer and his voice drops to something quiet and terrifying. "Tell me." The doctor's smile falters for half a second, then returns. "A mild regimen, prescribed for years, approved by her family." Nico's gaze cuts to me. "Is that true?" My throat tightens. Shame and fury tangle together. "Yes," I whisper. My voice cracks. I swallow hard. "They've had me treated for years." Nico's face goes very still. Not rage. Not disbelief. Something colder, deeper. Like a man finding the exact point to put the blade. "Who controlled it?" he asks quietly. I squeeze my eyes shut for a beat because saying it out loud makes it real in a way I've avoided for years. "My mother," I whisper. When I open my eyes again, Nico is staring at Dr. Vieri like he's deciding how many parts to break him into. Dr. Vieri's smile stays fixed, but his eyes flick just once toward the door. Nico notices. His gaze slices to one of his men. "No one is alone with her," he says, voice like a verdict. "Not him. Not nurses. Nobody." He turns to Dr. Vieri. "You touch her without my permission, I'll end your career and your pulse." The doctor's smile doesn't move, but something in his eyes, something smug and knowing, stays perfectly calm. "As you wish," he says, too smooth, too unbothered. That's what chills me. He isn't afraid of Nico. Or he's very good at pretending. Nico turns to me and his voice shifts, still hard but now directed inward like he's making a promise to himself. "You don't take anything he gives you," he says. "Nothing." I swallow, throat raw. "You think I'd trust him?" Nico's gaze holds mine. "I think you've been trained to." The words hurt because they're true. Outside the window, snow keeps falling, soft and silent, covering the world in white like it's trying to hide the blood underneath. Nico's phone buzzes again. He glances at it, then back at me. "They're coming," he says. My pulse spikes. The clinic suddenly feels less like a fortress and more like a trap. Because if Ferraro is coming, if my father is moving, if the commission is circling, then this mountain compound isn't just where Nico is keeping me. It's where everyone will come to take me. And Dr. Vieri's smile, unshaken, tells me he already knows exactly how this ends. I lift my chin, forcing my fear into something sharper. "Let them come," I say, voice trembling only slightly. "I'm tired of being fought over like property." Nico's gaze darkens. He steps closer just enough that I feel the heat of him in the sterile air. "Then stop acting like it," he murmurs, "and start acting like the weapon they're terrified you could be." The words land like a spark in dry tinder, and in the quiet of the mountain clinic, with snow falling like ash and enemies gathering down the road, I realize something terrifying. Nico didn't bring me here to hide me. He brought me here to hold the line. And if the rival groom is mobilizing an extraction team, this place is going to become a battlefield, and I'm standing right at the center of it. Chapter 4. Nico doesn't call it an argument. He calls it breakfast. A tray arrives in my assigned suite an hour after Dr. Vieri's smile tries to crawl under my skin. White porcelain, silver dome lids, a carafe of coffee that smells like it cost more than my first car, toast, fruit, out, and beside the tray, like a garnish, another folder. The contract again, different cover sheet, same cage. I stare at it from the edge of the bed, arms wrapped around myself under a cashmere throw someone decided I needed. The window looks out over snow and pine and a perimeter line of security cameras that blink like bored eyes. No clocks, no phone, no way to mark time except by the sound of boots in the hallway. A knock comes, soft, polite, and then the door opens without waiting. Nico walks in like the room inhales for him. He's changed. Dark sweater under a coat, hair still damp from snow, no gun visible, which means there are at least two on him. His presence has the same effect it did last night. The air tightens. The world narrows. My body goes traitor alert. He looks at the tray like he's checking a shipment. Eat. I don't move. No. His gaze slides to my face. You threw up on the side of my road yesterday. You're eating. You don't get to decide what goes into my body. Something sharp flickers in his eyes, gone too fast to name. That, he says quietly, is exactly why you're eating. I swallow, anger and something worse rising behind it. Did you bring me here to make sure I'm healthy enough to, carry your heir? Nico's expression doesn't change, but the temperature in the room drops. I brought you here because the clinic is fortified, and you're safer here than anywhere else, he says. The heir clause stays. My throat tightens until it aches. I won't do it. He moves closer, unhurried. The carpet muffles his steps. The soundlessness is a threat in itself. I didn't ask, he says. Then you're going to force me, I spit. His gaze holds mine, steady as a gun sight. No, the word hits wrong. Not relief, confusion, suspicion. I sit up straighter. No? He stops a few feet away, hands loose at his sides. I won't touch you unless you choose. My laugh comes out ragged. You say that like it's mercy. You kidnapped me. I took you, he corrects, calm, from one cage into another. The difference is this one has a door you can open. I stare at him. And where does that door lead, Nico? Into the snow? Into your men's guns? Into my father's hands? Into Ferraro's. His jaw tightens at the rival's name. I said you can choose, he repeats, voice lower, more dangerous now. I didn't say you can leave. The honesty is a slap all its own. I force my breathing steady. So the heir clause is what? Just a threat? It's leverage, he says, as if the word doesn't make my skin crawl. It stays because it forces your father to negotiate. And my body? I demand. My uterus? My life? My voice shakes with fury. Do those stay on your contract too? For a beat, Nico's gaze drops just once to my mouth as if he's tasting the heat in my words. Then he looks back into my eyes and says, quiet and brutal, your body is yours. The clause is politics. I hate that the sentence sounds reasonable. I hate that part of me wants to believe him. My fingers dig into the throw. I don't believe you. That's fine, he says. Believe what you can afford to. He gestures to the folder. Read the amendment. I don't move. Nico waits, patient, like time belongs to him. Finally, I snatch the folder and flip it open, hands tight. A new page is clipped to the front. Amendment. Consent and non-coercion. No physical consummation shall occur without the wife's explicit verbal consent. Any attempt by any party, including physician staff, to administer medication, procedures, or substances without the wife's informed consent is prohibited. My pulse stutters. I read it again and again. My chest tightens in a way I don't trust. It's too close to relief, too close to gratitude, too close to the kind of weakness men like Nico feed on. I lift my gaze. This changes nothing. It changes everything, he says. It still says I have to provide an heir. It says you choose when, he corrects. My laugh turns sharp. That's not a choice. That's a countdown. Nico steps closer. The air thickens with him. It's a hostage negotiation. Your father set the rules when he tried to trade you. I'm just playing better. I shove the folder away. You think you're the better monster. His gaze hardens. I'm the monster who won't let them kill you quietly. My stomach drops at the word kill. The clinic, Dr. Vieri, the strange warmth in his greeting, the way the nurses looked nervous. A memory flashes, the doctor's eyes flicking to the door like he was checking who was listening. I swallow hard. You think this clinic is compromised? Nico's expression doesn't give. I think it's a tool. A tool for who? His gaze holds mine. For anyone with enough money and the right pressure points. I feel my skin tighten, and you think you're the only one with money. He doesn't answer. That's an answer. I stand abruptly, the throw falling from my shoulders. I'm not doing this. I'm not signing anything. I'm not. Nico's voice cuts through. Sit. The command lands like a hand on my throat. I freeze, heart slamming hard. I hate my body for reacting. Hate the way my spine goes straight. Hate the way my breath catches like I've been trained. Nico watches it happen, his eyes darkening with something that looks like satisfaction and disgust braided together. See, he murmurs, they taught you obedience. I didn't. My face burns. I'm not obedient, I snap. No, he says, you're controlled. The words slice too close to bone. I step closer to him instead of backing away. My anger needs somewhere to go, and if I can't swing a fist, I'll swing words. You think you're different, I say, voice low and venomous. You think because you say consent on paper, you're not the same kind of man. Nico's gaze doesn't flinch. I didn't say I'm not. I swallow, thrown off. Then why pretend? He takes one slow step closer until I can feel the heat of him, because there are rules I won't break. Why? His eyes flicker. Not softness. Something like a line drawn in blood. Because if I take what doesn't choose me, he says, voice rougher, then I'm no better than the men who owned you before I did. The words make my stomach twist. Owned you before I did. I should slap him, I should scream. Instead, my heartbeat stutters and my skin prickles in a way I hate. I lift my chin, refusing to let him see anything but fury. You still think you own me? His gaze dips to my mouth again, like he can't help it. I think everyone wants to. And you're going to stop them by putting your name on me, I whisper. By putting your baby in me. His jaw ticks. I push, because if I don't stab first, I'll bleed. And what happens when your revenge is done? I ask. When my father's empire is in your hands and Ferraro is crawling in the dirt. What then, Nico? Do you keep me as your trophy? Your broodmare? Your... Enough, he says. His voice isn't loud. It doesn't need to be. It's cold, final. I should stop. I don't. Or do you get bored, I continue, voice shaking with adrenaline, and send me back used up and ruined so you can tell yourself you won? Nico's eyes go black. In one smooth motion, he closes the distance, plants his hands on either side of me against the wall behind, caging me without touching my body. Stone and heat. I'm trapped between him and the wall, his breath brushing my cheek, his scent filling my lungs. He doesn't press against me. He doesn't pin me with his body. He pins me with proximity. You want to know what I do when I get bored? He murmurs. My pulse pounds. My mouth goes dry. I refuse to look away. Tell me. His gaze drops to my throat, to the pulse there, then lifts back to my eyes. I destroy what threatens what's mine, he says softly. The words should terrify me. They do. They also light a spark under my skin that makes me want to do something reckless. Because fear is familiar. Desire is a weapon I've never been allowed to sharpen. I inhale slowly, tasting his cologne. I'm not yours. Nico's gaze flickers again, like my defiance scratches at something in him. Not yet, he repeats, quieter now. There it is again. That promise, that inevitability. I can't run. I can't outgun him. I can't outpolitic him. But I can do one thing. I can prove he's lying, or prove he's telling the truth. And either way, I get information. I let my eyes drop to his mouth, just once. His lips are set tight, controlled, but I see the tension there, the restraint he keeps talking about. My breath catches on purpose. Then I lift my gaze back to his. Okay, I whisper. Nico stills. The silence goes sharp. What? He says, voice low. I step forward, not away, into him. My hands come up and rest lightly on his chest, his fingers splayed over the hard plane of muscle beneath the sweater. I feel his inhale, feel the way his body locks like a predator deciding whether to pounce. My heart slams, but I keep my face calm, weaponize it. I tilt my head, letting my mouth hover near his jaw without touching. If you won't touch me unless I choose. I let my voice drop, smoke and poison. Then let's see how long you can pretend you don't want to. Nico's throat works. His eyes don't blink. His hands remain braced against the wall. Not on me. Good. I slide my palms down, slow, testing the line of his torso, the hard heat under fabric. My skin sparks where it meets him like my body has been waiting for permission to be alive. He doesn't move, but I feel it. The way his breath changes, the way the air between us turns electric. You hate Ferraro, I whisper, lips close enough that my words warm his skin. Is it because he was going to marry me? His jaw tightens. I lift one hand and trace the edge of his collarbone through the shirt barely there. Or is it because he was going to touch what you've been watching for years? A muscle jumps in his cheek. His voice comes out rougher. Stop. I smile without warmth. Make me. That's the dare. The test. For one heartbeat, I think he will. I think his restraint will snap and he'll prove he's just another man who uses power as entitlement. Instead, Nico's hands leave the wall. He does not touch me. He reaches behind my waist and grabs the back of the chair sitting near the wall, an armchair I hadn't noticed, dragging it forward with one hand. The scrape against the floor is loud in the quiet room. He pulls it into place and sits down, slow and controlled, never breaking eye contact. Then, with a single motion, he hooks his arm around my waist, finally touching me, and lifts. Not roughly, not gently, efficiently. He sets me down on his lap like he's placing a crown. My breath catches. Heat floods my skin. My hands brace against his shoulders automatically because my body understands balance even when my mind is screaming. Nico's grip is firm on my waist, fingers spread, holding me in place. He looks up at me from beneath dark lashes, expression carved from restraint. "You want to test me?" he murmurs. I swallow, breath unsteady. "Yes." His thumb presses once against my waist, a deliberate point of contact that sends a sharp thrill through me. "Then look at me," he says. I already am, but the way he says it makes it feel like a command to face something I've been avoiding. His gaze holds mine, unblinking. "I could make you feel things right now," he says quietly, without leaving a bruise, without forcing anything, just persuasion. My mouth goes dry. "And I'm telling you," he continues, voice a low blade, "that I won't." My heart slams. I try to hide how affected I am, how my body is reacting, how my thighs are pressed to his, how his heat is everywhere. I tilt my head, masking my tremor with arrogance. "Afraid you'll like it?" His jaw tightens. His gaze drops to my lips. Then his eyes close for a brief moment, like he's clenching his restraint with his teeth. When he opens them again, they're darker. "Say Ferraro's name again," Nico murmurs, "and I swear I'll carve it out of your mouth." A shiver races down my spine. I should be terrified. Instead, I feel power. Because he's reacting. Because I found the nerve. I lean in until my lips hover a breath away from his. My hands slide up his shoulders to the back of his neck, fingers sinking into his hair. His inhale is sharp. His grip tightens at my waist, still controlled but harder. "Ferraro," I whisper. Nico's eyes flash. His hand slides up my spine, stopping just below my shoulder blades. Not groping, not demanding, holding, anchoring, like he's trying to keep himself from doing something worse. "Again," he says, voice rough, dangerous. I smile, slow and poisonous. I'm playing with fire. I know it, I do it anyway. "Ferraro," I whisper again, closer this time, my breath brushing his mouth. Nico's face hardens like stone. Then, finally, his mouth moves. Not a kiss. Not yet. He turns his head slightly and presses his lips to the side of my throat through the fabric of the high collar. Barely a touch, more a promise than an act. Heat detonates under my skin. My breath stutters. His lips linger for 1 second, 2. Then he pulls back, eyes blazing with something he refuses to name. "That's as far as it goes," he says, voice tight. "Unless you choose more." My chest rises and falls too fast. My body screams for more. My pride screams to yank away. I keep my face calm, even as my pulse pounds. I lift my mouth close to his ear. "If I choose," I whisper, "will you stop pretending you're not dying to own me?" Nico's hands tighten on my waist. His voice is a low confession laced with fury. "I'm not pretending." For one suspended heartbeat, the room disappears. There's only his lap beneath me. His breath against my skin. My body alive in a way it hasn't been in years. I start to lean in again, just an inch, just enough to see if he'll meet me halfway. Then, a sharp, violent sound cuts through the moment. An alarm. Not the gentle beep of a clinic monitor. A perimeter siren, deep and blaring, flooding the compound with an urgent mechanical wail. Red lights flash outside the window, washing the snow in pulses of blood. Nico goes still beneath me. The heat in his eyes snaps into something colder. His hand slides from my waist to my ribs, not to touch. To move me. He lifts me off his lap and sets me on my feet like I weigh nothing. Then he stands, already reaching for the gun holstered under his coat. His phone is in his hand in an instant. A voice barks through it, one of his men. "Perimeter breach, west fence line, motion sensors tripped." My blood turns to ice. Nico's gaze cuts to me, and the softness, if it ever existed, vanishes. "Stay here," he orders. I lift my chin, adrenaline spiking. "Like hell." His eyes narrow. "Livia." Another voice cuts in on the phone. Sharper, urgent. "Shots fired." The sound follows half a second later, distant pops like fireworks muffled by snow. My stomach drops. Nico's jaw tightens so hard I see the muscle jump. He looks at me, and for the first time since he took me, I see something raw in his eyes. Not fear for himself, fear for me. "Get behind the bed," he says, voice lethal. "Now." I don't argue this time, because the war just arrived at our doorstep. And the last image burned into my body as I stumble backward is Nico's mouth at my throat, restraint like a promise, interrupted by violence like destiny. Chapter 5. The first shot sounds like it comes from the bones of the mountain, a flat crack that echoes off stone and snow, too clean to be thunder, too sharp to be an accident. I'm halfway behind the bed when the second one hits, glass spider webbing across the window, a bloom of white fractures radiating from a tight hole. My breath seizes. Nico is already moving. He crosses the room in 3 strides, gun up, coat sweeping behind him like a shadow with purpose. He doesn't hesitate at the window, doesn't even glance at the damage. His attention is on angles, on lines of sight, on where death might be hiding. "Stay down," he snaps without looking back. I drop lower, my knees sinking into the carpet, my palms pressed to the floor like the building might tilt under me. The siren outside howls, red light pulsing through the cracks in the curtains, turning the room into a heartbeat. Another shot, closer. Nico fires back once, 2 quick, controlled pops, then ducks to the side, pressing his shoulder to the wall. His phone is in his hand again, a clipped command into it, Italian spilling out like a blade. "West line, 2 teams, cut the lights on the ridge, thermal sweep. Now." I can't see outside through the fractured glass, but I can feel the night pressing in. Snow muffling footsteps, fog swallowing distance. This is the kind of place you die quietly. My stomach twists, not nausea this time, fear. I crawl closer to the bed frame, trying to make myself smaller, trying to decide whether hiding is survival or just waiting. "Livia." Nico's voice cuts through the noise like a hand snapping a leash. I look up. He's watching me. Not the windows. Not the door. Me. His eyes are dark and sharp, and I hate the way something in my chest loosens at the fact that he's tracking my body like it matters. "Don't move unless I tell you," he says. I swallow. "I'm not your soldier." His jaw tightens, but he doesn't argue. He listens to something in his earpiece, then moves to the door. He locks it. Manual deadbolt, heavy, and then drags the dresser in front of it with a grunt, the legs scraping the floor. He's fortifying, like he expects them to get inside. My throat tightens. "Who is it?" Nico's gaze flicks to me. "Someone who wants you." My pulse slams. Before I can spit back a response, the building shakes with a dull boom, distant, like a concussion swallowed by snow. The siren changes pitch. Nico's head tilts, listening. He swears under his breath. Then another sound. Boots in the hallway. Fast. More than one set. A barked command, a door down the corridor slamming. Nico's men. Or not. I'm still deciding whether to stand when the window explodes. Not cracks. Explodes. A chunk of glass punches inward, snow and wind bursting into the room in a violent white spray. My scream gets ripped out of my throat and drowned by the roar of the mountain air. Nico moves like instinct. He launches across the space and grabs me. Not my arm, not my wrist, my waist, both hands, lifting and turning me in one fluid motion, pulling my body into his and away from the spray of shards. My cheek slams into his chest, hard. I smell him. Cedar, smoke, gun oil, and it's obscene that my brain registers that in the middle of an attack. He crouches, dragging me down behind the bed, his body shielding mine. Glass rains onto the carpet around us like glittering teeth. A bullet punches into the wall above the headboard. Another. Another. Nico's shoulder tightens, but his grip on me doesn't become painful. It's controlled, careful, like he's holding something breakable even as violence tries to rip us apart. "Breathe," he says into my hair. I realize I'm not. I force air into my lungs, shuddering. The bed frame trembles with impacts. Nico lifts his gun over the mattress edge and fires. 3 shots, measured, not panicked. Then he pauses, listening again, eyes narrowed. "South Ridge," he mutters. He shifts, still keeping me pinned against his side. Not trapped, protected. It should make me feel safe. It makes me furious. Because my body wants to relax into him. Because my body keeps mistaking protection for intimacy. "Let go," I hiss. Nico doesn't even look at me. "No?" The single syllable is a wall. Outside shouting carries through the snow, muffled, distorted. Then the heavier sound of automatic fire. Nico's men returning shots. "The clinic is a fortress," he said. "Fortresses still bleed." A loud crack to our right. Something breaking in the hallway. A flash of light under the door, then a shadow passing. Nico's gaze snaps there. His hand tightens briefly at my ribs, and I feel the smallest tremor in his control. Not fear. Anger. Stay. He says again, and this time it's not a request, it's a law. He rises in a smooth movement, barely exposing himself, and advances toward the door with his gun raised. I stay behind the bed because I'm not stupid, but I'm not obedient either. I crawl to the edge of the mattress and peer around. Nico is a silhouette against the flashing red spill from the corridor. He looks unreal, too calm, too still. Like violence is his natural element. The door shudders once, someone hitting it. Nico doesn't flinch, he waits. A second hit, harder. The dresser rattles, then the deadbolt clicks, not from our side. My blood turns to ice. Nico's head snaps slightly, eyes narrowing. Someone has keys. Someone has access. The dresser jerks, and in the split second before the door gives, Nico pivots, pointing his gun at the exact line the intruder will enter through. The door bursts inward. A man in black stumbles in, face masked, rifle up. Nico shoots him once. Not in the head, in the shoulder. The man drops with a strangled sound, rifle clattering. Nico lunges forward and kicks the weapon away, then plants a boot on the intruder's chest, pinning him. "Who sent you?" Nico growls. The man struggles, coughing, trying to reach under his jacket. Nico's gun drops to the man's forehead in a blink. The intruder freezes, he's breathing hard, blood darkens his sleeve. His eyes flick past Nico toward me behind the bed, and then he smiles. Not with his mouth, with his eyes. A cold, knowing flash that makes my skin crawl. Nico sees it. His expression goes feral. "What did you come for?" he demands, voice low and deadly. The intruder wheezes. "Peace." Nico laughs once, sharp. "Peace doesn't come with rifles." The man coughs and something metallic flashes at his finger, caught under the glove. A ring. Gold. Signet. My breath catches. I know that ring. Russo crest, our family emblem, a lion biting a dagger. My stomach drops so hard it hurts. "No," I whisper. Nico's gaze snaps to the ring too, and something dark sweeps across his face. He grabs the man's hand, yanks the glove back. The ring is there, real, or convincingly fake. Nico's eyes lift to mine. The look he gives me is a knife sliding under ribs. I shake my head, frantic. "That's not." A burst of gunfire outside makes the intruder jerk, then laugh again, choking on it. Nico's gun presses harder to his skull. "Who gave you the ring?" The intruder spits blood. "Your wife's family." My chest caves. Nico's jaw tightens like he's biting down on something that wants to roar. His voice goes quieter, colder. "Ammo," he snaps to the hallway without taking his eyes off the man. "Check the casings." A voice answers, one of his men. "On it, Capo. Capo." Hearing them call him that, like a crown, makes this feel even more unreal. My hands tremble. I push myself up, heart punching my ribs. Nico's gaze cuts to me, a warning. I ignore it. I move closer slowly because my body feels like it's made of glass, and I need to see. The intruder's rifle lies on the floor, kicked aside. A magazine has popped loose, bullets spilled across the carpet, brass casings. I know guns. Not because I wanted to, but because being a Russo daughter means learning what kind of death is fashionable. The bullets look wrong. Too specific. Stamped. A small mark on the base, an insignia, Russo made. My vision blurs at the edges. "No," I say again, louder, like the word can rewrite reality. Nico's voice is a low growl. "You want to explain?" The question isn't to the intruder, it's to me. My throat closes. I stare at the ring, the crest, the bullets, the blood spreading into the carpet like ink. A setup, a message, a frame. Someone wants Nico to believe my family attacked. Someone wants this war to ignite into something uncontainable. The intruder wheezes. "Tell your wife, thanks." Nico's eyes flash. His gun lifts. I flinch, expecting the shot. Instead, Nico swings the weapon down and slams the butt into the man's temple. One clean strike. The intruder goes limp, unconscious, breath shallow. Nico's chest rises and falls hard. For a second, I see the edges of his control fray. Then he straightens and barks into his earpiece. "Bring him, alive. Strip him, bag everything." His men swarm in, 2 armed guards entering with disciplined speed. They drag the intruder up, cuffing him and securing the ring as evidence. The hallway beyond is chaos, staff herded behind security, nurses sobbing, a smear of blood on the pristine floor. The clinic's luxury veneer is cracking under the first taste of war. Nico turns back to me. His eyes sweep over my body like he's checking for injuries. It's so fast, so instinctive that my throat tightens. Then his gaze locks on my face. "This was your family," he says flatly. Rage sparks through me. "It wasn't." He steps closer, and the room feels smaller again. The bed is full of glass. The window is shattered, snow drifting in. The siren outside has stopped, replaced by distant shouts and the crunch of boots on snow. Nico's voice is calm, but his eyes are not. "Russo ring," he says. "Russo ammo. And you think my father would send masked shooters into a clinic you control?" My voice cracks. "Do you think he'd leave his crest behind like a calling card? He's not a cartoon villain." Nico's jaw ticks. "He's arrogant. He's careful," I spit. "He's obsessed with plausible deniability." Nico stares at me like he's measuring truth against blood. "Then who?" he asks slowly. "Benefits." My chest heaves. Ferraro, I want to say. The commission. The doctor with the too still smile. My own mother. But saying any of it out loud feels like stepping onto ice that might break. "I don't know," I whisper. Nico's gaze hardens. "You don't know, or you won't say." Something inside me snaps, because that's the trap, isn't it? If I defend my family, I look guilty. If I accuse them, I betray myself. If I stay silent, I become a suspect. I lift my chin, forcing the tremor out of my voice. "Search me." Nico's eyes narrow. "I'm serious," I say, bitter and shaking. "Pat me down. Check my pockets. Check my body for a transmitter. Check my..." My throat tightens. "Check everything, because I didn't send them." A beat. Nico doesn't move. He simply steps closer, slow and controlled, and reaches for my wrist, the one he twisted yesterday. I flinch before I can stop myself. His hand stills midair. The pause is small, but it's there. His gaze flicks to my face. Then, carefully, deliberately, he slides his fingers around my wrist with no pressure. Like he's holding a bird he doesn't want to crush, he turns my palm upward. His thumb traces the pulse point. Not sensual. Checking. Confirming. Alive. His eyes lift back to mine. "You're shaking." "I'm furious," I hiss. He doesn't let go. "You're afraid." I yank my hand back. "Why, of course I'm afraid. My life is a hostage note written by men." Nico's mouth tightens. "And yet you're still standing." I hate that the words sound like respect. I hate even more that I want it. A voice crackles from the hallway. "Capo, casings confirm. Russo manufacturer stamp." Nico's head turns slightly, eyes going colder. My stomach drops again. He looks back at me like he's trying to decide whether he's being played. I step closer until I'm in his space, until he has to look at me fully. "I didn't," I say, and my voice breaks on the edge of something ugly. "I didn't send them. I didn't set you up. I didn't..." My throat closes. My chest tightens. The room tips slightly, dizziness rushing in like a wave. Not now. Not in front of him. I press my fingertips to my temple, forcing air into my lungs, fighting the nausea and the humiliation and the panic all at once. Nico's hand catches my elbow. Again, careful, controlled, keeping me upright without bruising. It makes my vision blur with rage. "Don't touch me," I rasp. He doesn't release me. "You're going to fall. Let me." No. The refusal is a shield, and I hate that it feels like one. My breath turns jagged. The dizziness fades, leaving behind raw fury and the sick awareness that my body is failing at the worst possible time. Nico's fingers tighten slightly, not squeezing, just anchoring. He leans closer, voice low. "Tell me the truth, Livia." "I am," I choke out. His gaze searches my face, and then he does something I don't expect. He lifts his hand, slow, and with the back of his knuckles he brushes a shard of glass dust from my cheek. The gesture is so intimate, it hits like a blow. My breath catches. His eyes flick to my lips, then back to my eyes like he's angry at himself for noticing. "The truth," he repeats, quieter, "or I'll tear the Russo family apart and never lose sleep." Something in me breaks cleanly. I shove his hand away. Not hard enough to hurt. Hard enough to reclaim myself. "You think I'm lying?" I shout, voice cracking, too loud in the wreckage of the room. "You think I'd risk my own life? You think I'd risk..." I swallow hard, the words tasting like poison. "You think I'd risk my body just to play your little war games?" Nico's eyes flash. I step closer, shaking, tears burning behind my eyes even as I refuse to let them fall. "I didn't send them," I scream, the sound ripping out of me like something feral. I didn't. I didn't." Silence slams down after my last word. Even the hallway noise seems to dull for a heartbeat, as if everyone outside has paused to listen. My chest heaves. My throat burns. I'm shaking so hard my teeth almost chatter. Nico stares at me, unmoving, then his gaze shifts just slightly away from anger to something else. Something I can't name. His jaw flexes. Once. His shoulders lower a fraction, like a man who's been bracing for impact and just realized it's coming from another direction. "You didn't," he says. Not a question. A statement. My breath catches. I stare at him, disbelief and exhaustion and fury swirling in my chest. "You believe me?" I whisper. His eyes stay locked on mine. "Yes." The single word lands heavier than any threat, because belief is dangerous. Belief means he's not blaming me anymore. Belief means the enemy isn't simple. Belief means someone else is pulling strings, and they're good enough to plant a Russo ring in a shooter's hand and get him into a clinic with keys. Nico turns his head slightly toward the hallway, voice snapping back into command. "Lock the compound down. No one in, no one out. Bring me the staff roster and security access logs now." One of his men nods and disappears. Nico looks back at me, and his eyes shifts. Still hard, still dangerous, but now aimed outward. "Someone wants this war," he says quietly. "Someone wants me to believe you're the knife." My throat tightens. "And if they can make you hate me, they can make me sloppy," he finishes. A shiver races over my skin, because I've seen what Nico looks like when he's controlled. I don't want to see what he looks like when he's grieving. Nico steps closer again, close enough that I have to tilt my head up to meet his eyes. "You're coming with me," he says. My stomach drops. "Where?" His gaze is a promise and a threat at once. "To find out who opened that door," he says softly, "and to make sure no one ever gets close enough to you again." I swallow, voice rough. "I don't want your protection." Nico's mouth tightens, and for a second his expression looks almost tired. "You don't get what you want right now," he says. "You get what keeps you breathing." My hands curl into fists. "You're doing this because you need me, because I'm leverage." His gaze holds mine, unblinking. Then he says something that hits harder than it should. "I protected you like you matter," he murmurs. "Don't insult me by pretending you didn't feel it." My throat closes, because I did. His hands careful with my body even while he was lethal. His body, shielding mine without hesitation. His voice telling me to breathe like it was the only thing that mattered. I hate that it threads under my skin. I hate that it makes my next words come out smaller. "What now?" I whisper. Nico's gaze shifts past me to the shattered window, the snow drifting in like a slow invasion. "Now," he says, cold again, "we stop playing the war they planned for us." He reaches for my hand. This time he doesn't grab. He offers. A choice. The gesture is infuriating because it's the same kind of power he uses everywhere, control disguised as courtesy. I stare at his hand for a beat too long, then I take it. His fingers close around mine, firm, steady, and he leads me out of the room, into a hallway smeared with blood and broken calm. And as we pass the nurses clustered behind guards, I see Dr. Vieri at the far end of the corridor. White coat pristine, hands folded, smile still in place. He watches me like a man watching an experiment reach the part he's been waiting for. My stomach drops. Nico's grip tightens a fraction, as if he feels my fear through my skin. I don't look away from the doctor, because now I understand the worst part of Nico believing me. If it wasn't my family, then it was someone close enough to wear a white coat, hold the keys, and smile while the snow turned red. Chapter 6. The snow doesn't stop. It keeps falling, like the mountain is trying to bury the evidence before morning can see it. Soft flakes drifting past the security lights, settling over boot prints and blood smears, and the place where glass exploded inward. From my window it looks almost peaceful. Inside me, nothing is. My body starts to fail around noon. Not in a dramatic collapse, not in front of a crowd. In a quiet, humiliating way, like a switch being turned down one notch at a time. It begins as a thin film over my vision, the world softening at the edges. Then my hands start to shake, subtle at first, the tremor hiding under my sleeves. My mouth goes dry no matter how much water I drink. My stomach turns, not quite nausea, not quite hunger, something hollow and wrong. I tell myself it's adrenaline after the attack. I tell myself it's lack of sleep. I tell myself it's the fact I haven't eaten more than a few bites of toast since Nico ripped me out of my wedding like a page torn from a book. I know my body, and I know this particular descent. The clinic corridor outside my suite is quiet now, locked down tighter than before. Nico's men stand at the ends like statues, rifles slung low, eyes sharp. Every staff member wears a badge like a confession. Every door requires a code. Every footstep echoes too loud. Somewhere in this pristine building, someone opened a door from the wrong side. Someone got masked shooters into a fortress. Someone wanted me dead, or wanted Nico to think my family did. And in the middle of it all, my bloodstream is staging its own little rebellion. I'm standing at the sink when the dizziness hits hard enough to steal my breath. The countertop slides sideways. For a split second, I don't understand gravity. My fingers clamp down on the porcelain edge until my knuckles whiten, and I breathe through my nose like I've been taught in 100 etiquette lessons. Never let anyone see you lose control. My reflection stares back at me. Pale skin, 2 bright eyes, lips pressed together like I can seal my body shut by force of will. A knock comes at the door. Not a polite tap, a measured knock. Security. I don't answer, because answering feels like admitting weakness. The door opens anyway. Nico steps in, and the room changes around him like the air rearranges itself to make space. He isn't in a suit today. He's in black, layered for the cold, thermal shirt under a fitted sweater, calf coat draped over one shoulder, like he shrugged it off mid-command. His hair is slightly damp from snow, jaw shadowed with the kind of stubble that makes him look less polished and more dangerous. He stops when he sees me gripping the sink. His eyes narrow. "Sit," he says immediately. "I'm fine," I lie, voice too thin. He crosses the room in 3 strides. No hesitation, no patience. Up close, I can see the faint flecks of dried blood at the cuff of his sleeve. Someone else's, I hope. His hands are clean now, but his eyes look like they haven't stopped calculating since the first shot. He reaches for my elbow. I flinch before I can stop myself. The movement is small, but Nico notices everything. His hand freezes an inch from my skin. Something flickers across his face. Anger. Yes, but not at me. At the reflex, at whoever taught it to my body. "Livia," he says, voice lower. "I'm not going to hurt you." My throat tightens. That's not what I'm afraid of. His gaze holds mine for a beat too long, as if he understands exactly what I mean. Then he changes the angle without backing down. He steps closer, not touching, and tips his head slightly, studying me. "You're lightheaded," he says. I force a laugh. "You're a doctor now?" "No." His eyes drift to the side of my throat, where my pulse is too fast. I'm observant. Heat crawls under my skin, humiliating and unwanted. I push away from the sink too quickly, and the room tilts again, harder. My stomach lurches. Nico's hand shoots out and catches me at the waist. This time I don't have the strength to shove him off. His fingers spread, solid and steady, anchoring my body without squeezing. "Breathe," he says, voice close to my ear. It shouldn't sound intimate. It does. My breath stutters anyway. I hate that his grip makes it easier. I hate that I'm leaning into him without meaning to. "I don't need." I start. "You do?" He interrupts, calm as a blade. "Right now." He guides, not drags, toward the sitting area and lowers me onto the edge of the bed like he's placing something fragile. I pull away the moment I'm stable, posture stiff with pride. Nico stands in front of me, watching. His gaze isn't soft. It's protective in the way a locked door is protective. He pulls his phone out and speaks into it without looking away from me. "Send Vieri." My stomach drops. "No," I say immediately. Nico's eyes flicker. "You need assessment." "I need you to stop calling him like he has any right." He cuts me off, voice hard. "He has access because he's here, because this is the clinic I took you to, and because I don't know what your body is doing." "My body is doing what it does," I snap, "which is none of your business." Nico's jaw tightens. "It became my business when you became my target." The phrasing lands wrong. Too clinical. Too possessive. My throat burns. "I'm not your..." The door opens before I can finish. Dr. Vieri glides in like he's been waiting outside. White coat pristine, hair silvered neatly, smile already in place. Too ready. Too pleased. "Livia," he says warmly, as if we're old friends and not a history I want to drown. My skin crawls. Nico shifts slightly, placing himself just a fraction between us. "Talk," Nico says to him. "What's happening to her?" Dr. Vieri's eyes flick over me, too thorough, too confident, and then he nods as if confirming something he expected. "Withdrawal," he says simply. My stomach drops straight through the floor. Nico's gaze snaps to me. "Withdrawal." I swallow hard. "Don't." Dr. Vieri continues, gentle as poison. "Her system is accustomed to a regimen. Remove it abruptly, and symptoms emerge. Dizziness, nausea, weakness, irritability." I flinch at irritability, like anger is a symptom, like rage is a disease. Nico's voice turns cold. "What regimen?" The doctor's smile widens a fraction, pleased to be the one holding knowledge. "A stabilizing prescription," he says. "It kept her functioning. It kept her balanced." Balanced. My nails dig into my palms. Nico looks at me. "Is that what they called it?" I force my chin up. Don't look at me like I'm lying. Answer, Nico says, and the command scrapes raw across my nerves. My mouth goes dry. Yes. Nico's eyes narrow, something furious and contained tightening in his face. Dr. Vieri steps closer, hands clasped like a saint. There's no shame in it, Livia. Your family only wanted to protect you from extreme episodes. I laugh, sharp. From me. The doctor tilts his head, sympathetic. From the stress you carry. Nico's gaze cuts to him. Stop talking to her like that. Dr. Vieri's smile doesn't falter. Mr. Moretti, she needs stabilization. We can restart her medication at a lower dose to ease the transition. My chest tightens, my vision narrows. The word restart hits like a mouthful of chalk. I see it in my mind, small white pills in a brown bottle, my mother's manicured fingers holding it out like a gift. For your nerves, Tesoro, so you can smile, so you don't embarrass us. No, I say, voice immediate, sharp. Dr. Vieri's eyes soften. Livia, sweetheart, you know what happens when you refuse. Sweetheart. The pet name makes my skin go cold. I stand up too fast, knees wobbling. Don't call me that. He keeps smiling. I'm trying to help you. You're trying to sedate me, I spit. Nico's gaze flicks between us, his body still but the air around him turning dangerous. Dr. Vieri sighs as if I'm a difficult patient. The pills are not sedation, they are a support system. Support system. That's what my mother called the leash. My throat tightens around anger and humiliation, and suddenly I can't breathe right. The dizziness surges again, sharper, and I catch myself on the bedpost. Nico moves instantly, hand at my back, steadying. Easy, he says, voice low. I shove at him weakly. Don't touch me. He doesn't release me. He adjusts his grip so he's supporting without holding, like he's found the line where my pride and my stability can coexist. Look at me, he says. I refuse. He leans in anyway. You're not going to faint on my floor because of a pill they forced down your throat. The fury in his voice is a shock. Not because he cares about me, but because he sounds offended on my behalf. It's disorienting. Dr. Vieri speaks gently, the way you speak to a child you want to coax. Nico, let me. I'll administer her meds and... Nico's head snaps up. No. The room goes still. Even the doctor's smile pauses at the edges, as if he's recalibrating. Nico's gaze pins him. You don't administer anything. Dr. Vieri's smile returns. Then she will suffer. Nico's expression doesn't change. She's already suffered. A beat. Dr. Vieri glances at me again, and in his eyes I see it, something sharp and assessing beneath the warmth, like he's curious how far Nico's protection goes, like he's testing the boundaries. I hate him. I hate that he knows my body's weak points like a map. My breath shakes. Nico, he looks down at me. Tell me, he says quietly. What are the pills? My stomach twists. Saying it out loud feels like confessing to a crime. My voice cracks. I clear my throat. They're prescribed for regulation, anxiety, mood, something like that. Nico's eyes don't move. Something like that isn't an answer. I swallow hard. I don't know the exact... Yes, you do, Dr. Vieri says softly, smiling. You always knew. You just didn't like to say it. My body goes cold. I stare at him. You're enjoying this. His smile deepens, just a fraction. I'm enjoying seeing you cared for, finally. I make a sound in my throat like a choke. Nico's voice turns lethal. Vieri. The doctor turns his head slightly toward him, smiles serene. Mr. Moretti. Nico steps closer to the doctor, and I feel the shift in the room like pressure dropping before a storm. You will not speak to her like she belongs to you, Nico says quietly. Do you understand? Dr. Vieri's smile doesn't move. She has always belonged to her family. Nico's jaw ticks. And now she belongs to no one. The words hit the air like a gunshot. My breath catches. Because it's what I want to hear, what I've never heard from any man in my world. And because it's coming from Nico Moretti, the man who kidnapped me and put an heir clause on my life like a brand. My chest tightens with the contradiction. Dr. Vieri inclines his head slightly. Very well, then let us speak medically. Her symptoms will worsen without intervention. We have a stabilizer that... No, I say again, firmer. No pills. The doctor's eyes soften. Livia, you're trembling. Your body is craving the balance it knows. My body is craving freedom, I snap. He chuckles gently, like my rebellion is adorable. Freedom is expensive, dear. Nico's gaze snaps to him, and for a moment I think he might actually shoot him in the clinic hallway and call it triage. Instead, Nico does something worse. He turns away from the doctor and looks at me like a decision has been made. Tell me who controlled your prescriptions, he says. My throat tightens. I don't want to say it. Saying it makes it true in a way I've avoided for years by calling it treatment and support and family concern. But Nico's eyes are steady, not demanding in the way my father's would be, not pleading in the way my mother's would be. Just inevitable. I swallow, tasting metal. My mother. The words hit the room and land like broken glass. Dr. Vieri's smile remains in place. Nico's face goes utterly still, then he asks, voice low, "She dispensed them." I nod once, throat burning. "She controlled the refills, the dosage, she—" My voice shakes, anger and shame tangling like barbed wire. "She kept them locked and handed them to me like a reward." Nico's eyes darken with something ugly. "You ever refuse?" he asks. My mouth goes dry. "Yes." "And," Nico says softly, "what happened?" I can't stop it. The memory rises anyway. My mother's hand on my wrist, nails digging in as she smiled for guests. The hissed whisper in my ear, "You want to ruin us? You want to be the scandal? Take the pill." My stomach churns. "She threatened me," I whisper. "She said she'd tell my father I was unstable, that I was unfit, that I'd be sent away." Dr. Vieri's smile warms. "She was trying to keep you safe." I whirl on him, rage sharp enough to cut. "Safe for who? For me, or for their reputation?" His eyes glitter. "For you, of course." My hands shake. "Liar." Nico's voice drops like a guillotine. "Get out." Dr. Vieri blinks, surprised. "Mr. Moretti, she needs—" "Get out," Nico repeats, colder. "Now." The doctor's smile holds, but there's a flicker in his eyes, annoyance perhaps, or calculation. He doesn't move immediately. He looks at Nico as if measuring how serious the threat is. Then he looks at me, and his voice turns honey-sweet. "Livia, darling, you know where to find me when you start to panic." My skin goes cold. Nico's hand curls into a fist at his side. "Leave," Nico says again, quiet and murderous. Dr. Vieri finally steps back, still smiling. "As you wish." He turns and glides toward the door, every inch of him calm. Before he exits, he pauses and looks back over his shoulder at me. His smile doesn't move, but his eyes do. They sharpen, just a fraction, like he's putting a pin in me. Like this conversation isn't ending, it's pausing. Then he's gone, the door shutting softly behind him. The silence after is heavy. My breathing is uneven. The room still tilts a little, the dizziness lingering like a ghost. Nico stands there, staring at the closed door, as if he can see through it. When he finally looks at me, his eyes are dark with contained violence. "He's not going to be alone with you again," he says. My throat tightens. "You can't control everything." His gaze holds mine. "Watch me." I swallow, the words tasting bitter. "I don't need you to." "You do," he interrupts, and his voice is rough now, the controls strained at the edges. "Because you've been managed like a fucking asset and you're still trying to pretend it didn't happen." My chest tightens. "I know it happened," I whisper. Nico takes one step closer. He doesn't touch me immediately. He looks at my face, my pale skin, the tension in my jaw, the way my hands tremble. Then he reaches toward me slowly, giving me the chance to flinch again. I do flinch. A small involuntary jerk. His hand pauses and something flickers across his eyes. Pain, maybe, or rage. Then, instead of grabbing, he opens his palm. "An offer." "Give me your hand," he says, quieter. My throat burns. "Why?" "Because you're shaking," he says, "and if you fall, I'll have to catch you, and then you'll hate me for touching you." A breathless, humorless laugh escapes me. "I already hate you." His gaze doesn't soften. "No, you hate what I represent." I stare at him, dizziness making the edges of my vision blur. "What do you represent?" I whisper. Nico's mouth tightens. "A man who noticed." The words hit me harder than they should. A man who noticed. Not saved. Not fixed. Not owned. Noticed. My throat tightens and I hate myself for the sudden sting behind my eyes. I lift my hand slowly and place it into his open palm. His fingers close around mine, firm, warm, steady. No squeezing. No claim. Just contact. And the steadiness of it makes my breathing ease in spite of myself. Nico watches my face as if tracking the shift. "Good," he murmurs. I jerk my chin up, defensive. "Don't." He ignores it. With his other hand, he reaches into his coat pocket and pulls out a small bottle of water. He twists the cap and holds it out. "Drink." I want to refuse on principle, but my mouth is dry enough to crack. I take it and drink, slow, because if I gulp, I'll throw up. Nico keeps holding my hand the whole time. It's infuriating. It's grounding. It's both. When I lower the bottle, my voice comes out quiet and raw. "Why do you care?" His eyes flicker. "I don't." I laugh, bitter. "Liar." Nico's jaw tightens. "I care that you stay alive. That's not the same thing." His gaze holds mine for a beat that feels like a knife edge. Then he says quieter, like it costs him, "It should be." My chest tightens. The words hang there, heavy and dangerous, because they're close to tenderness. And tenderness in our world is a liability, a weakness someone can exploit. I pull my hand from his, not violently, but with effort. Nico lets me. Of course he does. That's the worst part. He's giving me small freedoms like gifts and expecting me to forget I'm still in his cage. He turns toward the door and speaks into his earpiece. 2 guards outside her suite, rotating, and Vieri doesn't enter without me present. A voice answers. "Si, capo." Nico's gaze returns to me. "If he approaches you, you call for me." I lift my chin. I don't call for men." His mouth twitches, almost amused. "Then you scream." I glare. "I don't scream either." Nico steps closer, close enough that his shadow falls over my feet. His voice drops to something private. "You did last night," he murmurs, "and I listened." My breath catches. Heat crawls under my skin. Anger, humiliation, a flare of something I don't want to name. Nico's eyes hold mine, then drift. Just once, to my mouth, like his restraint is a physical thing he has to clench. Then he steps back, control snapping into place like a mask. "I'm gonna find out who opened that door," he says. "And while I do, you don't take anything from anyone in this building." My throat tightens. "Including you?" A beat. His gaze sharpens at the challenge. Then he says low and dangerous, "If I offer you something, you'll know exactly what it is." I swallow, pulse skittering. He turns to leave, but before he reaches the door, his phone buzzes. He checks the screen and his jaw tightens. "What?" I ask, voice too sharp. Nico's eyes lift slowly to mine. "Someone accessed your chart last night," he says. My blood turns to ice. "My chart." Nico's voice is cold. "Not me." The dizziness disappears under a surge of fear. "Who?" I whisper. Nico's gaze slides toward the corridor, toward the direction Dr. Vieri disappeared. "I'm going to find out," he says. "And when I do—" He doesn't finish. He doesn't have to. The silence says blood. He leaves, the door clicking shut behind him. I'm alone in the suite again, snow falling outside like a lullaby meant to fool fools. My body still trembles with withdrawal, weakness threaded through my limbs, nausea hovering like a threat. But now there's something else inside me, colder and sharper, the certainty that my illness isn't just a condition, it's a system, a control mechanism, and someone in this clinic still has their hand on the dial. A soft knock comes at the door. My heart jumps. I don't answer. The handle turns anyway, and Dr. Vieri's voice slips in, warm and honeyed, like he never left. "Livia," he says gently. "May I come in?" My stomach drops because I can hear it, boots shifting outside, men moving. Guards, Nico's guards, and yet the door is opening, slowly. As if someone has the authority to override everything Nico just ordered, as if the fortress was never fully his. Dr. Vieri's smile appears in the widening crack of the doorway. It doesn't move, not even when he sees the fear on my face. Chapter 7. Dr. Vieri's smile arrives before the rest of him does, like the door itself is afraid to open too wide. "Livia," he says softly, warm as medicine, "may I come in?" Behind him the hallway is empty at first glance. At second glance, it isn't. 2 guards stand just out of the doorframe, Nico's men, rifles slung, faces blank. They aren't looking at the doctor. They're looking straight ahead like they've been trained not to acknowledge a problem they've been ordered to ignore. My blood turns to ice. Nico's command was clear. Vieri doesn't enter without me present, and yet here he is, turning the handle like he owns the keys to my oxygen. I swallow, forcing my voice not to shake. "No." Vieri's expression doesn't change. "No?" "No," I repeat, louder. "You're not coming in." His smile deepens, patient. "Sweet girl, you're frightened. I understand, but your symptoms are escalating. This isn't about Nico's rules. This is about your body." His words slide under my skin like a hand. Your body. My stomach churns. I step backward, keeping distance between us, keeping the bed at my side like a barrier. "If you take one step inside, I will scream." Vieri's eyes flick toward the guards. A small glance. A test. The guards don't react. He looks back at me, smile still serene. "You can scream," he says gently, "but you'll still need help." My throat tightens. "Why are they letting you in?" I demand, voice sharp. Vieri tilts his head like I'm adorable when I'm angry. "Because this is a clinic. I'm the head physician, and you are a patient." I taste bile. "I'm not your patient," I spit. "Livia," he murmurs, and this time there's an edge beneath the warmth, something faintly reprimanding. You have always been my patient. A memory slams into me. White walls, antiseptic sting, my mother's perfume, the bottle in his hand. You don't want to embarrass your family. My hands curl into fists. I glance toward the door anyway, past him, looking for Nico's men to do anything. Stop him. Speak. Breathe. They stand like statues. The fortress was never fully Nico's. Vieri takes one slow step into the room. My heart stutters. I don't scream. Not yet. I do something worse. I grab the glass carafe from the breakfast tray and hurl it at his head. It misses by inches and shatters against the wall, water spraying his pristine coat with a vicious splash. The sound is loud, violent. The guards finally move one step forward, startled. Vieri still doesn't flinch. He simply blinks, pot slowly, drops of water clinging to his lashes like tears he doesn't feel. Then his smile returns. Ah, he says softly. There you are. My breath comes too fast. Get out. Vieri glances down at his wet sleeve as if mildly inconvenienced. You're dysregulated, he says calmly. We should address that before it becomes dangerous. My voice shakes with fury. I'm angry, not sick. He takes another step, hands still clasped in front of him, no sudden movements. Predator safe, prey friendly. You are both, he says. I back up until my calves hit the bed. My fingers scrabble over the duvet, searching for something, anything heavy enough to be a weapon. My nails catch on my water bottle. Plastic. Useless. Don't come closer, I warn. Vieri's gaze drifts to my hands, to the tremor I can't hide anymore. Your system is craving what it knows, he says. You can fight it for a few more hours, perhaps, but eventually the panic will hit, the shaking will worsen. The nausea will deepen. And then, stop, I snap. Stop talking like you're inside my blood. He smiles, and the chill of it makes my skin tighten. I am, he says gently. The words land like a hand closing around my throat. My stomach drops. I glance again at the guards. Move him, I order, voice sharp. Get him out. The guards' eyes flick to each other, then to Vieri, then away. No one moves. Vieri's smile brightens a fraction, pleased by their obedience, pleased by my horror. See? He murmurs. You're safe here, Livia. Everyone is doing their part. My chest tightens. My part. He nods slowly, to stay stable. I shake my head, disgust burning behind my teeth. You're not here to help me. You're here because Nico looked at my chart and you got nervous. Vieri's eyes flash, just once, then smooth again. Nico is not a doctor. He doesn't understand what he's playing with. I bark a laugh. Neither do you. I'm not a toy. Vieri steps closer, and now he's too near, the air around him carrying faint lavender and antiseptic. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small vial. My lungs seize. A pill. White. Chalk. My body reacts before my mind does. My skin prickles. My stomach flips. My pulse spikes like it recognizes the leash. No, I whisper. Vieri holds it up between two fingers like a blessing. Just one, he coos, to take the edge off. Get away from me. His voice stays smooth. Livia, you don't want Nico to see you like this. That's the hook. Shame. Always shame. I feel my face heat and my throat close. I don't care what he sees, I rasp. Vieri's smile widens. You should. He values strength, control. He will grow impatient with weakness. My nails dig into my palms until I feel pain, because my body has been trained to fear disappointment more than death. Vieri steps closer, hand extending with the pill. My stomach lurches. I raise my hand, shaking. I said. A sound cuts through the room. Boots. Fast. Heavy. The air changes. Vieri's eyes flick toward the door, and then Nico is there. He doesn't open the door. He slams it so hard the walls seem to flinch. The guards straighten instantly, like puppets yanked by strings. Nico's gaze snaps to Vieri's outstretched hand. To the pill. To me, backed against the bed, shaking like an animal cornered. His face goes utterly still. And then his voice drops, quiet enough to be terrifying. What, he says, are you doing? Vieri turns slowly, still smiling. Mr. Moretti, I was addressing her withdrawal symptoms. Nico's eyes don't blink. Without me present. Vieri spreads his hands, one still holding the pill. I have authority here, and you were occupied with security matters. Livia requires. Nico moves. Not fast, not frantic. Controlled like an execution. He crosses the room, and in one clean motion he grabs Vieri's wrist, not the one holding the pill, but the other, and twists just enough to force him to step closer. Vieri's smile falters at the edges. Nico leans in, voice a low blade. You will not enter her room. He says softly, without my permission. Vieri's composure wavers for a heartbeat. Mr. Moretti, Nico's gaze flicks to the guards in the hallway. Who let him in? The guards stiffen. Silence. Nico's eyes sharpen and the temperature in the room drops another 10 degrees. I asked, he says. One guard swallows. He said he had clinical authority. He had the master code. Nico's jaw ticks. Vieri's smile returns, smug now. You see, I'm not breaking your rules, Nico. I'm operating within the clinics. Nico turns his head slowly toward the doctor. The look he gives him is pure murder held behind glass. You don't have a master code anymore, Nico says. Vieri's smile tightens. Excuse me? Nico's hand releases his wrist and moves, fast enough this time, to pluck the vial from Vieri's fingers. He holds it up, examines it like it's evidence of a crime. Then he crushes it in his fist. The pill disintegrates. White dust falls to the floor like snow. Vieri's eyes widen. That was prescribed. Nico steps closer until the doctor has to tilt his head back. It was control, Nico says, voice cold. And you just proved you're not here to treat her. You're here to manage her. Vieri's smile returns in full. Management is treatment. Nico laughs once, humorless. Not for her. Then he turns to me. His gaze flickers over my shaking hands, my pale face, the way my body is braced for impact. His expression shifts, not softening exactly, focusing as if I am the only thing in the room that matters. Did you take anything, he asks. My throat burns. No. Nico's eyes hold mine. Did he touch you? No, I whisper. His jaw tightens. Then his gaze cuts back to Vieri, and the restraint in him fractures into something sharp. Get out, Nico says. Vieri lifts his chin. Nico. Nico's voice drops lower. If you speak again, I'll have my men carry you outside and let the snow bury you. Vieri's eyes glitter, threatening a physician. Nico's smile is thin and lethal. You're not her physician anymore. He jerks his chin toward the guards. Escort him, and if he turns around, break his hand. The guards move instantly now, grabbing Vieri by the arms. Vieri doesn't fight. He doesn't need to. He simply looks at me as they pull him away, smile still in place. Livia, he calls gently as the door drags him out. You'll come back. You always do. The door slams. The lock clicks. Silence. My breathing is too loud in the room. Nico stands there, staring at the closed door like he can still see the doctor's smile through it. Then he turns back to me. You're shaking, he says, voice low. I force my chin up. I'm fine. Nico's eyes narrow slightly, not amused. No, you're not. I swallow, pride bitter in my mouth. Don't tell me what I am. He steps closer and the air tightens with him again. This time when he reaches for me, he doesn't grab. He holds out his hand, palm open. An offer. I stare at it like it's a trap. Why, I whisper. Because you're going to fall, he says, and I'd rather you fall into me than onto the floor. My throat tightens. The worst part is how reasonable he sounds. How gentle, almost in the middle of so much violence. I don't take his hand. I lift my chin and say the most dangerous truth I have. He had the master code, I whisper, which means he can get into anywhere. He can access everything. Nico's eyes darken. I know. I swallow. Then why is he still alive? Nico's gaze holds mine with a cold promise. Because I want to see who comes to him, he says, and because when I kill him, I want it to mean something. My stomach twists. Then his phone buzzes. Nico glances at it, and the anger in his face shifts into something colder. What? I ask, voice tight. He looks up at me. The rival groom contacted me, he says. My pulse spikes. Ferraro. Nico's mouth twists with disgust. He wants to end it clean. My throat tightens. What does that mean? Nico steps closer, close enough that his shadow falls over my feet, his voice dropping to something intimate and lethal. It means he's offering me a deal, he says. Return you, and he won't start a war that burns the commission down. My stomach drops. And you're considering it, I whisper, because my fear is cruel. Nico's gaze hardens. No. I exhale shakily. Nico's phone buzzes again. He looks at the screen, and something in his eyes goes darker, different. Not rage at Ferraro. Jealousy. Cold, controlled, and dangerous as a blade. He didn't just contact me, Nico says softly. He holds the phone up. On the screen is a message. Not to him, to me. Sent through a number I don't recognize. A photo attachment loads slowly, grainy, taken from somewhere far. A view of my family estate gates. A reminder. A claim. And beneath it, a line of text that makes my blood turn to ice. Come back where you belong. I'll save you from him. My breath catches. I stare at the message, sick, because I never gave Ferraro this number. And because the only way he could have reached me is if someone inside this clinic gave him a channel. Nico's voice is quiet behind me, and it's the most dangerous kind of calm. He's talking to you, he says. I swallow. throat tight. I didn't. Don't, Nico cuts in, cold. Not yet. He watches my face like he's memorizing every reaction. Then he turns away from me and walks to the fireplace built into the suite wall. Modern, glass-fronted, gas flames flickering like captive fire. On the mantel is a stack of documents I hadn't noticed before. Contracts, letters, seal stamps. He picks up one, thick paper, commission crest, signatures in dark ink. I recognize it even from across the room. The ceasefire marriage contract. Ferraro's. The one I was supposed to sign after vows. Nico holds it like it weighs nothing. Tell me, he says without looking back, voice too calm, what exactly do you think you are to him? My throat burns. A bargaining chip, I whisper. Nico's mouth curves, humorless. Good. He lowers the contract into the flames. The paper catches instantly, curling black at the edges, the ink warping as fire eats it. My breath catches. The smell of burning paper fills the room. Nico watches it burn like he's watching a funeral. Stop, I whisper, panic and fury tangling. You're going to start. A war? He finishes, turning his head slightly. The firelight paints his cheekbones in hard gold. It already started. Ferraro just thinks he can negotiate the terms. The contract collapses into ash. Nico turns fully toward me now, eyes cold enough to freeze blood. You will not respond, he says. I lift my chin. You can't tell me what to. His gaze snaps. I can, because he's not trying to save you. He's trying to own you. My hands tremble. And you're not? A beat. The fire crackles. Nico's jaw tightens and his voice drops, quieter, more dangerous. I'm not offering you a cage painted like rescue, he says. I'm telling you exactly what I am. My throat tightens. He steps closer, not touching, just closing distance until my body registers him like heat. He thinks you belong to him, Nico says, voice low, and I'm going to teach him what happens when men reach for things that aren't theirs. I swallow, forced to look up at him. What happens? I whisper, even though I already know. Nico's eyes hold mine like a vow he never needed a church to make. They burn, he says. His phone buzzes again. Another message. My name on the screen like a hook in my skin. Nico doesn't hand it to me. He simply tilts the screen so I can read. I know what you are. My stomach drops. The room feels suddenly smaller, the air thinner. Because Ferraro doesn't just want me back. He knows something I don't fully understand yet. And Nico, standing between me and every man who thinks he can claim me, looks like he's about to turn that knowledge into blood. He leans in, voice so low it brushes my ear like a threat. You feel the cage tightening, he murmurs. 2 men claiming you. My breath stutters. Nico's gaze drops to my mouth, then lifts back to my eyes. Neither asking what you want, he finishes. The words hit like a knife because they're true. And because Nico Moretti, of all men, just said them like he hates himself for it. The firelight flickers. Outside, snow keeps falling. And in my handless, voiceless captivity, a new war opens its jaws. Not just between families, between the 2 men who think they can write my fate, and the part of me that is done being written. Chapter 8. The first time Nico calls me his wife out loud, it isn't in private. It's in a corridor lined with security cameras and staff who suddenly forget how to breathe. We're walking through the clinic's main wing. Him in black, coat open, gun hidden and obvious anyway. Me in the same funeral-colored dress he chose for me, my hair pinned back like a weapon. My body still feels wrong. Tremors under skin, hunger that doesn't want food, nausea that comes and goes like a tide. But I've learned something important in the last 48 hours. Pain is easier to hide than fear. Fear has a scent. Men like Nico can smell it. We pass a nurse station. Clipboards, white coats, eyes that pretend not to track us. Then Dr. Vieri appears at the far end, too casual for someone who just tried to override Nico's orders. He doesn't approach. He doesn't need to. He smiles at me from a distance like he's reminding me he still has access. My stomach flips. I keep my face blank. Nico's hand lands on my lower back. Not tender. Strategic. A public claim. My spine stiffens. His voice drops close to my ear, low enough that it doesn't carry. Don't look at him. I'm not. I lie. He applies a slight pressure to my back, guiding me forward, away from Vieri, away from the staff, away from the place where I feel watched. I should hate it. I do. I also hate that my body steadies with it. We turn a corner into the administrative wing. Locked doors, armed guards. No patients, no soft music. This part of the compound feels less like a clinic and more like a command center. Nico's men nod as we pass, not to me, to him, to the man who owns the heir. We stop outside a glass-walled office. Inside, a big table is littered with printouts, access logs, floor plans, and photos from the breach. Boot prints in snow, broken glass, the shooter's ring laid out in an evidence bag like a trophy. Nico's jaw tightens as he looks at it. He opens the office door and gestures me inside. Sit. I don't. He doesn't repeat himself. He walks around the table, picks up a file, and flicks it open. Pages of surveillance stills, staff badge scans, a timeline marked in red. He tosses a page toward me. It lands on the table with a soft slap. It's a still image from a corridor camera. Dr. Veery at my suite door. Timestamp. And beneath it, a line from the access log. Master override used. Auth. My throat tightens. So he does have authority. Nico's eyes cut to mine, sharp. He had it. What does that mean? My voice comes out thin. It means I rewrote the hierarchy, Nico says, calm as steel. This clinic answers to me now, on paper, in code, in blood if necessary. I swallow, because the confidence should reassure me, and instead it chills me. If Nico can rewrite a clinic's authority overnight, then men like him can rewrite anything, including me. I point at the printout. That doesn't change the fact he still got to me. Nico's gaze hardens. He won't again. You can't guarantee that. His expression doesn't flinch. Yes, I can. I let out a humorless laugh. You're arrogant? He leans his palms onto the table, shoulders broad under the coat. I'm realistic. Realistic would be admitting you don't control this place, I snap. You brought me to a fortress that someone walked into with keys. Nico's gaze darkens, and for a beat the room tightens with his temper. Then he exhales slowly, like he's forcing himself not to become what he's capable of. You're right, he says. The admission is so unexpected I go still. He continues, voice steady. This clinic was mine by contract and investment, not by loyalty, not by fear. His eyes flick to the floor plan. That changes now. I stare at him, trying to decide what kind of man admits fault without losing power. It isn't weakness, it's calculation. I want out, I say. Nico's gaze lifts, slow. Out where? Out of this compound, out of this clinic, out of your game. My throat tightens around the last word. Out of being bait. Nico's mouth tightens. You're not bait, I gesture at the table. Then why are there photos of my suite door in your war room? His eyes flash. Because someone tried to break you. And you think your solution is to, what, lock me in deeper? I swallow hard. Nico, you're building cages and calling them protection. A beat of silence. His gaze holds mine like he's deciding whether to crush me with truth or offer me something else. Then he says quietly, fine. The word lands like a door opening in a wall I didn't know had hinges. I narrow my eyes. Fine what? Nico reaches into his coat and pulls out a folded document. Not the marriage contract. Something simpler. He slides it across the table. I pick it up, wary. It's a statement drafted in formal language bearing the Commission's watermark. Public Declaration of Matrimonial Intent. Nico Moretti and Livia Russo. My stomach drops. No. Nico doesn't blink. Read the terms. I scan, jaw tight. It isn't a marriage certificate. It's a public claim of betrothal and protection. Legal enough to shift how the Commission treats me, how both families can touch me, how the press will frame the scandal. And at the bottom, a clause. The wife retains private autonomy, no private access to her body, communications, or medical decisions without her explicit consent. My pulse stutters. I look up. You're offering me autonomy. Nico's gaze is unreadable. In private and in public? I ask, his mouth curves faintly. In public, you're mine. My skin prickles. I'm not doing your performances, I hiss. You already are, he says calm. The photo went viral. The world believes I took you. If we don't control the narrative, the Commission will. I grip the document harder. So I'm a headline. You're a shield, Nico corrects, and a weapon. I inhale sharply, forcing my mind to stay cold. What do you want from me? He doesn't hesitate. Cooperation in public, my wife at my side, my hand on your back, my name on your mouth. Enough to make your father and Ferraro hesitate. And in exchange, I force out. Nico's gaze locks on mine. Private autonomy. You eat what you choose. You refuse meds if you choose. You keep secrets if they don't endanger you. You say no and it stands. My throat tightens. It's too reasonable. Too carefully crafted to sound like a gift. What's the catch, I whisper. Nico's jaw ticks once like he expected the question. He looks down at the paper, then back up. You share my bed, he says. The world goes sharp. I blink. Sure, I heard wrong. Excuse me? His voice stays calm. Not for sex. Then for what? I snap, heat crawling up my neck. Surveillance, he says. Security. There's been one kidnapping. There will be another. You sleep where my eyes are. My stomach turns. There it is. The cage beneath the velvet. You want to put me in your bed like a guard dog. I spit. Nico's gaze darkens. I want to stop someone else putting you in a trunk. I swallow hard. My pride wants to scream no. My survival wants to calculate. And if I refuse, I ask quietly. Nico's gaze holds mine. Then I lock you down again. Full control. No autonomy. No bargaining. My hands shake slightly as I stare at the document. At the clause that could keep me alive. At the bed clause that could make me feel owned in a way that isn't just political. I hate him. I hate that he's right. I hate that my options are different flavors of captivity. I lift my chin. Fine. Nico doesn't smile. He just nods once, like a deal sealed. Fine. I repeat sharper. But there are rules. His brow lifts slightly. Go on. I don't sleep under you, I say. I sleep beside you. Fully clothed if I want. I'm not your comfort. I'm not your toy. And if your hand goes where it doesn't have permission. It won't, he says quick. Too quick. I narrow my eyes. Say it. Nico's gaze locks on mine, and for a beat, the air hums between us. I won't touch you, he says, voice low, unless you choose. My throat tightens. I hate how the words hit like a promise instead of a threat. Good, I whisper, and sign the declaration with a hand steadier than I feel. Nico takes it, folds it, tucks it back into his coat. Then he turns to his men in the hallway and gives orders in clipped Italian. Prep the press line. Controlled photos, one statement. No questions. And move her things to my suite. My pulse spikes. He glances back over his shoulder. Our suite. I follow him out because refusing would only remind him he can force. The clinic's main lobby is different now. It's been staged, security repositioned, staff lined in quiet rows like witnesses. The glass doors at the entrance are flanked by men with rifles under their coats, the kind of polite threat that tells everyone watching, try something and die. Outside, snow swirls. A few black SUVs sit like beetles in the white, and beyond them, cameras. Not paparazzi this time. Commission media. Private press fed by powerful families, controlled outlets that don't publish unless someone wants a narrative. Nico steps into the doorway with the ease of a king. His hand finds my lower back again. I stiffen. He leans closer, voice brushing my ear. Breathe. Don't look afraid. I'm not afraid, I lie. His fingers press slightly. Good. Then act like it. We walk out into the cold, and the cameras start clicking. Flash. 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 Nico pauses at the top of the steps, letting them get their image, him in black, me in black, snow falling around us like ash. His voice carries, calm and lethal. Livia Russo is under my protection, he says. She will not be returned to Ferraro. She will not be returned to the Russo family. She is my wife. The word hits my spine like a brand. My face stays still. My insides twist. The cameras devour it. A reporter calls out, Don Moretti. Was she taken by force? Nico's hand tightens on my back. He turns his head slightly toward them, eyes cold. Do you want the truth, or do you want a story? Silence. Nico looks forward again. We're done. He guides me into the waiting SUV, and the door shuts, cutting off the flashes. Inside, warmth rushes in. I exhale shakily. My hands are clenched in my lap. Nico sits beside me, posture relaxed, gaze on the window like he's already moved on. You just told the world I'm your wife, I say, voice tight. Nico doesn't look at me. I told the world you're untouchable. You told the world I belong to you, I correct. His gaze flicks to mine, sharp. In public. My jaw tightens. You're playing with fire. So are you, he says softly. The SUV rolls toward the private wing of the compound. I stare out at the snow, thinking about my father's reaction, Ferraro's, the commission's. This declaration is going to hit them like a bomb, and I'm holding the detonator in my own hand. We enter the private residence wing, separate from the clinic, integrated into the compound. More stone, more glass. Less medical, more fortress home. Nico's suite is at the end of a corridor guarded by two men who step aside instantly. The door opens onto a space that feels like Nico's mind. Sleek, controlled, dark. A living area with a fireplace, a bar, a wall of security monitors showing camera feeds of the perimeter, hallways, stairwells. A bedroom with a massive bed dressed in black sheets that look like sin. My stomach flips. Nico walks in like it's just another room. He shrugs out of his coat and tosses it over a chair. The gun under it flashes briefly when he moves. He glances at me. You'll sleep here. I stand in the doorway, refusing to cross the threshold like it's a line I'm not ready to step over. This is not consent, I say, voice sharp. This is strategy. Nico's eyes narrow slightly. I know. And if you think sharing a bed means you get to... He cuts me off, voice low. I told you, not for sex. I swallow. Then don't look at me like that. His gaze flickers over my face, my throat, my mouth. Brief, controlled, but it lands like heat on skin. I'm not looking at you like anything, he says flatly. Liar, I whisper. For the first time in hours, something like irritation cracks his calm. Go change, he says. There are clothes in the wardrobe. I'll sleep in this, I snap, gesturing at my dress. You'll sleep in something comfortable so you don't get sick, he says, voice leaving no space for argument. Then, after a beat, quieter. I'm not letting your body punish you for pride. The words hit, not because they're kind, because they're accurate. I turn sharply and stalk into the bathroom, slamming the door behind me. It doesn't lock. Of course it doesn't. I stand there breathing hard, staring at my reflection. My eyes look too bright, my face too pale. I strip out of the dress and put on the soft black pajama set folded on the counter, silk, long-sleeved, modest enough to be weaponized as propriety. When I step back into the bedroom, Nico is sitting on the edge of the bed, boots off, shirt sleeves rolled. He's cleaning his gun with the slow focus of a man who calms himself with precision. The sight of him like this, domestic violence, quiet ritual, does something strange to my chest. I stop a few feet away. You're going to sleep with a gun. He doesn't look up. Yes. Romantic. His mouth twitches faintly. This isn't romance. I hesitate, then move to the far side of the bed, climbing in like it's a hostile negotiation. I pull the covers up to my chin, a wall of fabric, a wall of pride. Nico stands, turns off the lights, and the room drops into darkness lit only by the glow from the security monitors in the other room. He slides into bed beside me. Not touching, just the weight of him on the mattress, the heat of him in the air. My body reacts anyway, heart skittering, skin prickling, breath catching like it's preparing for impact. I stare up at the ceiling I can't see. This is insane, I whisper. Nico's voice is a low rumble in the dark. It's necessary, I swallow. You're watching me. I'm guarding you, he corrects. You're controlling me. Silence for a beat. Then Nico says quieter. Both can be true. My jaw tightens. I turn my head slightly, just enough to see his outline in the dark. He's lying on his back, one arm behind his head, the other resting on the sheet. Not reaching, not taking. His restraint is like a third body in the bed. It's suffocating. It's also terrifyingly real. Because if he wanted to force me, he could. He isn't. The thought makes my skin crawl and heat at the same time. You'll get tired of this, I say, voice tight. The rules, the restraint, the pretending. Nico's head turns slightly toward me. In the dim light, I can see the glint of his eyes. I'm not pretending, he says. I swallow. My mouth is dry. My body is too aware of the space between us. The mattress dips slightly as he shifts just an inch closer. Not touching, not yet. And my traitor body sparks like a live wire anyway. My breath catches. Nico's voice drops lower. You're shaking again. I'm not, I lie. He pauses. Then, in the quiet, his words cut through me like a blade. Your body wants what it's used to, he says softly. Control, orders, someone deciding for you. My throat tightens. Don't psychoanalyze me. I'm not, he says. I'm warning you. Of what? Of the fact that you're going to confuse safety with surrender, he murmurs. Heat crawls up my neck. You think you're safety. Nico's breath is slow, controlled. I'm danger, he says. But I'm danger with rules. The words land like a confession. My chest tightens. I turn onto my side despite myself, facing him. In the dim, his face is half shadow, jaw hard, eyes dark. You want me to cooperate in public, I whisper. You want me in your bed at night. You want me to... I want you alive, he cuts in, and the sharpness in his voice makes my pulse jump. I stare at him. That's not all you want. Silence. He doesn't deny it. The quiet between us fills with everything we haven't said, the almost in chapter 4, his mouth at my throat, the way his hands were careful even when he was killing. My breath goes shallow. I can feel my heartbeat everywhere. I can also feel something else. Anger, tight and hot, because this arrangement is still his rules, his bed, his surveillance. Even my autonomy is something he granted. I push up slightly on my elbow, leaning closer. Not touching. Testing. You said you won't touch me unless I choose. I whisper. Nico's gaze holds mine. Yes. Then what happens? I murmur, if I choose something you don't like. His jaw ticks once. You'd better be sure, he says, voice rougher now. The warning hits like a thrill. I lean closer. My lips are close enough to feel his breath. My body is awake in a way that feels like rebellion. Are you afraid? I whisper, furious at myself for wanting him to react. You'll like me? Nico goes very still. For a beat, all I can hear is the soft hum of monitors in the other room, the faint wind against glass. Then Nico turns his head fully toward me, eyes dark as sin. His voice comes low and raw, the closest he's been to honesty without cruelty. I'm afraid, he says. I already do. The words hit my chest like a fist. My throat closes. I stare at him, shocked, not because I believe he's a good man, but because I believe he's telling the truth. Because the fear in his voice isn't about losing control of me. It's about losing control of himself. My lips part. I don't know what to say. And then my body betrays me completely. My hand lifts almost on its own and hovers near his jaw, stopping short like it's waiting for permission. Nico's eyes drop to my hand. He inhales sharply. And then, before I can make the choice that would change everything, he moves. Not toward me. Away. He rolls to the far side of the bed in one controlled motion, turning his back to me like a wall slamming down. My breath catches. Don't, I whisper, furious. Nico's voice is rough in the dark. Sleep. My anger surges, sharp as a slap. You don't get to reject me like that. Silence. Then his voice comes quieter, the edge of strain visible in every syllable. I'm not rejecting you, he says. I'm stopping. Why? I hiss. Because the answer matters more than I want it to. Nico's shoulders rise and fall once, like he's bracing. Because if you touch me right now, he says, voice low, I won't know whether you're choosing me or choosing the easiest way to feel powerful. My throat tightens. And if I choose you anyway, I whisper, trembling with rage and something dangerously close to longing. Nico doesn't turn back, but his voice breaks just slightly on the truth. Then I'll take it, he admits, and I'll hate myself for it. My chest aches. I stare at his back in the darkness, fury and confusion and heat tangling inside me like barbed wire. He's controlling me. He's protecting me. He's refusing me. All at once. I pull the covers tighter around my body like it can keep my pulse from showing. Fine, I whisper, swallowing the bitter taste of it. Go ahead. Be noble. Nico's voice comes like a knife hidden in velvet. Noble isn't what I am. The silence stretches. Outside, wind pushes snow against the glass. Inside, my body finally starts to slow, exhaustion creeping in like a sedative I didn't swallow. But my mind stays awake, sharp and restless, because his confession lingers in the dark between us. I'm afraid I already do. And in the morning, the blood test Nico demanded will come back. Something about me, about my blood, my body will be revealed, and I can feel it in my bones. This bargain we made tonight, public wife, private autonomy, shared bed for surveillance, it isn't just tightening the cage. It's tightening the thread between us, the one I can't decide whether to cut or pull until it breaks us both. Chapter 9. The blood draw happens at dawn. Not because dawn is poetic, because Nico is the kind of man who understands timing as a weapon. When the clinic is half asleep, when staff are groggy and guards are sharp, when secrets slip easier because everyone wants to get back to routine, I wake to the soft shift of weight on the mattress and the faint glow from the security monitors bleeding into the bedroom. For one disorienting second, I forget where I am. Then I remember black sheets, locked doors, snow against glass, Nico's back turned to me like a wall he built for both of us. I sit up slowly, silk sleeves sliding down my wrists, and taste the stale edge of last night's fury. Nico is already dressed, black sweater, dark pants, holster hidden under his coat. His hair is still damp like he's been outside. His face is hard again, all the raw edges packed away. He looks at me like he's been awake for hours. Get up, he says quietly. We're doing the tests. My stomach tightens. What tests? His gaze doesn't flicker. The ones I ordered. I swing my legs over the side of the bed, feet cold against the floor. I didn't agree to blood tests. Nico's mouth tightens. You agreed to private autonomy. You also agreed to survive. This is part of that. I glare. That's not how autonomy works. He takes a step closer, the air changing with it. Then tell me what you're afraid of. The question hits too close. I open my mouth to bite back something sharp, and close it again when my body betrays me with a sudden wave of nausea. It passes, but it leaves my skin prickling. Nico notices. Of course he does. His eyes narrow slightly. You're worse. I'm fine, I lie. He doesn't argue. He just turns toward the door. Come. I follow because I don't have a better move. Not in a fortress. Not with my body still trembling from withdrawal. Not with the clinic itself feeling like it has hands. We leave the suite with 2 guards falling into step behind us. Nico's hand doesn't touch my back this time. He doesn't need to. He walks close enough that my shoulder almost brushes his coat, and the closeness its own kind of control. The corridor smells like antiseptic and fresh coffee. Staff avert their eyes. They've learned the rules. Look at Nico long enough and you'll start fearing what he might decide you are. We reach a lab wing I haven't seen yet. Keypad entry, armed guard, camera above the door. Nico enters the code without hesitation. Inside, white walls, stainless steel counters, hum of machines, the soft glow of monitors displaying graphs that look like a foreign language. A young technician stands waiting, hands clasped too tightly. Her eyes flick to Nico, then to me, then down. Mr. Moretti. Nico's voice is calm. Do it here. The technician blinks. In this room? Now, Nico repeats. Yes, sir. I stop a few feet from the chair. I'm not sitting. Nico turns his head slightly toward me. Livia. My spine goes rigid at the way he says my name, quiet, not loud, but edged with the kind of authority that makes people move. I lift my chin. No one is taking my blood without my consent. The technician freezes like she's watching a gun get pointed. Nico's gaze holds mine, steady. Then consent. It's not a demand. It's an offer with teeth. I look at the chair, the needle kit, the vial labels. I remember Dr. Vieri's smile. I remember my mother's bottle. I remember being told my body wasn't mine, just a vessel for reputation and legacy. My hands tremble. I force myself to breathe. Fine, I say, voice tight. One draw, and you tell me what you're looking for. Nico's expression doesn't change, but something in his eyes eases a fraction. Done. I sit. The technician's gloved hands are gentle, but my skin still crawls at the feel of restraint bands and disinfectant. Nico stands close, too close for comfort, close enough that I can feel his presence like heat. The needle slides in, a sting, a pull, dark red filling glass, my stomach flips. Nico's gaze stays on the vial like it's evidence. When it's done, the technician seals it and moves to label it. Her hands shake slightly. What are you testing? I ask, voice low. Nico's eyes flick to mine. Everything. That's not an answer. His mouth tightens. It is when I don't trust this place. The technician clears her throat. We can run a full panel. Toxicology, hormones, genetics. Genetics. The word drops into my stomach like a stone. Nico's gaze sharpens. Genetics. The technician nods, swallowing. If that's what you requested. Nico doesn't look away from her. It is now. My pulse spikes. Why would you? He cuts in, not looking at me, because someone wants your body controlled. That usually means your body is valuable. My mouth goes dry. The technician backs away like she wants to vanish. Results will take a few hours. Nico's voice is cold. No, you'll prioritize it. Yes, sir. The door shuts behind her when she leaves, and the hum of machines feels louder. Nico turns to me. Back to the suite, he says. I stand, pressing a cotton pad to the crook of my arm. You're not telling me anything. His gaze holds mine. Not yet. We return through the corridors, but the clinic feels different now. Tighter. Watching. Like the air has learned we're hunting for something and it's holding its breath. Back in Nico's suite, he locks the door behind us and moves straight to the wall of monitors. He checks camera feeds, perimeter lines, access points. His mind is still at war. I hover near the fireplace, arms folded, trying not to shake. You're expecting another attack, I say. Nico's eyes stay on the screens. I'm expecting someone to try. And you think blood tests will stop them? He turns his head slightly. Blood tests will tell me what they're trying to get. My throat tightens. You think they want my blood? I think, he says, voice low, they want something in it. I swallow hard, the cotton pad damp under my fingers. The hours crawl. Snow continues to fall outside, soft and relentless. I try to eat. I get 2 bites in before nausea turns my mouth to ash. Nico moves around the suite like a caged predator. Phone calls in Italian, short commands, occasional bursts of quiet fury. At one point, he disappears into the bathroom and comes out with damp hair, as if washing off the night is something he can do with water. He never asks if I'm okay. He watches as if okay is irrelevant. Alive is what matters. Mid-afternoon, his phone buzzes. He glances at the screen, then stands so fast the chair scrapes the floor. Where? He says into the phone. A pause. His jaw tightens. Bring it, he snaps. Now. He ends the call and turns to me. My pulse spikes. What is it? Nico's gaze pins me. Results. My stomach drops. A knock comes at the door. Nico opens it just enough for one of his men to slip in, Marco, the one with the crown of thorns tattoo. He carries a sealed envelope and a tablet. Marco doesn't look at me. He looks at Nico like a man delivering scripture. Lab rushed it, Marco says. Toxicology's clean, no active sedatives, withdrawal consistent with a long-term regimen. I swallow. Marco's fingers tighten on the envelope. And genetics. The word lands heavy. Nico takes the envelope and the tablet. His thumb taps the screen. Numbers, charts, and a header that makes my vision narrow. Genetic match analysis. Archive trust access keyline. I blink. Sure, I'm misreading. What is that? I whisper. Nico doesn't answer immediately. His eyes move fast, scanning, processing. His face goes still in the kind of way that means something inside him is breaking quietly. Marco shifts, uncomfortable. There's a match. My breath catches. A match to what? I manage. Marco swallows. To the stolen baby line. The words hit like a physical blow. Stolen baby line. I've heard rumors. Commission ghosts, whispered scandals from years ago, a child taken, bloodlines manipulated, fortunes locked behind genetic keys, so no one could steal what wasn't theirs. Fairy tales rich families tell to scare their children into obedience. My knees go weak. I stare at Nico. That's not possible. Nico's gaze lifts to mine slowly. His eyes are dark, and something new lives behind them now. Not just possession, recognition, like a lock clicking into place. It's possible, he says quietly. It's confirmed. My mouth goes dry. What does that mean? Nico looks back at the tablet, jaw tight. It means your blood matches a keyline used to unlock a trust. I shake my head dizzy. Nico, I don't understand. His voice is low and dangerous. You're not just leverage. My stomach flips. What am I? Nico's gaze returns to me and the way he looks at me changes the shape of the room. You're the key, he says. The words make my skin go cold. No, I whisper. No, you. This is... Marco's phone buzzes. He checks it, face blanching. Capo, he says quickly. The leak's out. Nico's head snaps up. What leak? Marco swallows. Genetic match. Someone accessed the lab server. The commission got it. Russo got it. Ferraro. His voice tightens. Ferraro got it. The suite seems to shrink. The walls closer. The air thinner. My heart slams against my ribs. My voice breaks. I'm exposed. Nico's expression hardens into something cold and lethal. His phone explodes with incoming calls, one after another. He doesn't answer. He stares at the screen like he's watching predators circle. Text notifications flood in like blood. Bring her home. Now. Transfer the asset to neutral custody. You can't keep what isn't yours. Asset. The word makes me nauseous. Nico's gaze flicks to me, and something fierce flashes there. Something that makes my chest tighten in a way that isn't fear. He steps closer. Not touching, but close enough that I feel his heat in the air. Listen to me, he says, voice low. You don't go to the commission. My throat tightens. They'll demand you don't go. To Russo, he continues, cutting through me. My breath stutters. My father? You don't go to Ferraro, he finishes, and the disgust in his voice is acid. I stare up at him, shaking. Then where do I go? Nico's eyes hold mine like a vow being forged in fire. Nowhere, he says. You stay with me. My stomach drops. Nico. His jaw tightens, and for the first time I hear the edge of something raw beneath his control. Do you know what happens if they take you? He asks. I swallow, throat burning. They use me. They dissect you, he says quietly. They parade you, they breed you, they bury you if you stop being useful. My skin turns to ice, and you won't, I whisper, because I need to hear him say it. Nico's gaze doesn't flinch. I won't let anyone touch you, he says. Not them. A beat. Then darker, more honest. Not even my own. My breath catches, because that's the moment I understand what just shifted. This was revenge. This was leverage. This was a war plan. And now Nico is looking at me like a man who has found the one thing he can't hand over without losing something inside himself. His phone buzzes again. A new caller ID flashes across the screen. Commission. Summons. Nico stares at it, then locks his phone and tosses it onto the couch like it's nothing. Marco looks uneasy. Capo, the commission. Nico's gaze cuts to him. Let them come. Marco's eyes widen. If we defy. Nico's voice drops. We already have. Marco nods once, then backs away, leaving the suite. The door clicks shut. Nico turns back to me. My chest is tight. My hands are shaking. My blood feels like it's boiling under my skin. So that's it, I whisper. I'm a keyline, a match, a thing. Nico steps closer again, and this time his hand lifts. Slow, deliberate. He touches my cheek with the back of his knuckles. Barely there. The contact makes my breath catch. No, he says quietly. You're not a thing. I stare at him, throat raw. Then what am I? His eyes hold mine, dark and burning, and when he speaks, it sounds like a promise he didn't plan to make. You're mine to protect, he says. The words should make me recoil. They do. They also make something in my chest loosen, just enough to scare me. Because protection in this world is another form of possession, and because the way Nico says it makes it sound like devotion instead of control. Outside, the snow keeps falling. Inside, my phone is dead, my blood is a key, and every powerful man in our world just learned my body can unlock a fortune and a confession ledger built to survive wars. I swallow hard, forcing my spine straight, forcing my voice steady. You're going to use me, I say. Nico's eyes darken. I already did. The honesty stings. He steps closer until there's barely air between us. And now? I whisper. Nico's gaze is a blade and a shield at once. Now, he says, I'm going to make sure no one ever gets close enough to take you again. A knock slams against the suite door. Hard. Not polite. Not staff. A voice barks from outside, one of Nico's guards, tense and urgent. Capo! Vehicles approaching. Multiple. Not ours. My blood turns to ice. Nico doesn't look away from me. His voice drops, almost tender, almost terrifying. Now you see, he murmurs, why I needed you in my bed. Then he turns toward the door, gun already in his hand. The calm in his face turning into something cold and absolute, and I realize in the deepest part of my bones, the world just found out what I am, and they're coming to claim it. Chapter 10. Vehicles don't approach a mountain clinic like this by accident. They come in a line, headlights knifing through the snow, engines muffled by distance, but heavy enough that the windows vibrate faintly when they hit the private drive. From the security monitor wall, the feeds flick from one camera to the next. Black SUVs, no plates visible, tinted windows, disciplined spacing. A convoy, a statement. Nico stands in the center of the suite, gun in hand, shoulders loose like he's about to step into a boardroom instead of a firefight. His face is calm in the way only truly dangerous men are calm, because their violence is organized. I'm behind him, barefoot on cold stone, heart hammering so hard I can taste it. Capo! The guard's voice crackles through the intercom again. Multiple vehicles, 2 on the main drive, 1 cutting through the East Service Road. Nico's jaw tightens. They're splitting. He doesn't look at the monitors. He listens to the building, boots outside, radios chirping, the faint shift of bodies taking positions. Then he finally turns his head toward me. The look in his eyes is sharp enough to cut. Get dressed, he says. Shoes, coat. My throat tightens. What's happening? His voice is quiet. The commission, or Ferraro, or your family pretending not to be your family. My stomach drops at the word pretending. Where do I go? I whisper. Nico steps closer, and for a heartbeat his gaze softens, not kindly, not warmly. Focused. The focus of a man who has decided something and will kill for it. Nowhere you can't reach me, he says. Then he moves. He crosses the suite in 3 strides and yanks open the wardrobe, grabbing a heavy black coat and boots and tossing them onto the bed like he's dressing a soldier. Move, he orders. I force my hands to obey even as my mind scrambles. Coat, boots, hair, anything that looks like control. Anything that lets me pretend I'm not a keyline in a war. As I shove my feet into boots, my fingers fumble with the laces, tremors, anger, fear. Nico's eyes flick down once. He kneels, not slowly, not dramatically, just down, on one knee like the floor belongs to him too. And he ties my bootlaces. My breath catches in my throat. What are you? Hold still, he says, voice rough, not looking up. His hands are precise, efficient, not tender. But the fact that his hands that disarm men and break doors, are tying my laces like it matters that I don't trip. It hits my chest in a place I don't want him to reach. He stands again before I can turn it into a thought. Stay behind me, he says. I'm not. His gaze snaps to mine. Behind. Me. The command lands. Not because I'm obedient. Because I'm not stupid. He walks to the door and opens it. 2 guards straighten outside, weapons ready. Nico doesn't ask what they see. He tells them what will happen. Seal the corridor, he says. No one enters this wing without my direct order. The guard hesitates. Capo, the clinic admin just flagged an emergency procedure. On her chart. My blood turns to ice. Procedure? I choke out, voice thin. Nico's head turns sharply. What procedure? The guard swallows. It's already signed off. Pre-op authorization. Dr. Vieri's credentials. And he glances at me, then away. It says it's necessary for stabilization. The word hits like a choke chain. My vision narrows. My mouth goes dry. They're going to drug me, I whisper. They're going to. Nico's eyes go black. He doesn't speak for a beat. He just stands there, utterly still, like the calm before a switch flips. Then he says, voice quiet enough to be terrifying, show me. They move fast, down the corridor, past locked doors, past nurses clustered like frightened birds, past men with guns pretending this is normal. My breath comes shallow. Every step makes the nausea hover closer, like my body knows something is coming and wants to protect itself by emptying. We reach a set of double doors marked Procedure Suite A. A nurse stands outside. Hands shaking, clipboard clutched like a shield. When she sees Nico, she pales. Mr. Moretti. Nico doesn't slow. Open. The nurse swallows. I can't. It's locked from inside. Locked from inside. My blood runs cold. Nico's gaze flicks to one of his men. Key. The guard tries his card. The panel flashes red. Override, Nico says. The guard punches in codes. Red again. My chest tightens. Nico. His eyes cut to me for half a second. Stay behind me. Then he turns back to the door and does what I've started to understand he does when systems refuse him. He stops negotiating. He pulls his gun, aims at the lock, and fires twice. The shots are deafening in the sterile hallway. The lock explodes. The doors shudder. Before the echo dies, Nico kicks one door inward hard enough that the hinges scream. The procedure room is bright. Too bright. White lights. Stainless steel. A surgical table at the center with restraints already laid out like they've been waiting for wrists. My stomach lurches. A man in scrubs looks up, one of the clinic staff I don't recognize. His eyes widen, and Dr. Vieri turns toward us slowly, like this is all perfectly within his control. He's masked, gloved, hair covered. His eyes are the only part visible, and his smile still somehow exists in them. Mr. Moretti, he says calmly, you're interrupting a medically necessary intervention. I stop breathing. Nico moves into the room like a storm. He points the gun at Vieri's face without hesitation. Step away from her chart. Vieri's gaze flicks past Nico. To me, his eyes soften theatrically. Livia, darling, this will help you. You're spiraling. The withdrawal, your stress, your condition. My condition, I whisper, voice shaking with rage. Vieri nods gently. Your body was never meant to carry this level of instability unassisted. Nico's jaw clenches hard. What did you sign? Vieri's tone stays mild. An emergency authorization. It was already in her file, her family's plan. My heart stutters. My family's plan. I choke. Vieri's eyes gleam. A decline plan, he says, and the words are spoken like clinical poetry. Long-term management, if she becomes uncontrollable. I feel like I've been punched. My knees go weak. Nico's hand catches my elbow, steadying, careful, keeping me upright. Vieri watches the gesture with interest. You're very attached, Nico. Nico's voice is ice. Speak plainly. Vieri sighs, almost bored. Livia was never meant to survive this marriage. The room tilts. My throat closes completely. For a second, the only thing I can hear is the hum of the lights and the roar of my blood. Vieri continues, voice gentle. Her illness isn't random. It's a control system. And if control fails, we end the problem cleanly. My vision blurs. I taste metal. Nico's grip tightens on my elbow just enough to keep me anchored. His voice drops, lethal and shaking at the edges. You were going to kill her. Vieri's eyes soften. Mercy, he corrects. Better than letting her ignite a war. Nico laughs once, low, feral. You already did. He steps closer, gun still trained on Vieri. And you think you can do this in my house? Nico asks softly. Vieri's eyes flick to the door like he's calculating whether someone will save him. Guards, he calls calm. Security. No one comes. Because Nico's men are outside, because the clinic doesn't answer to Vieri anymore, or because someone else is deciding who lives. Vieri's eyes narrow a fraction. Nico, you're making a mistake. Nico's smile is thin and vicious. I don't make mistakes, I make examples. I flinch, because his voice isn't just anger, it's a promise of something brutal. Nico turns his head slightly. Marco? Marco steps in behind him instantly, gun drawn. Get her out, Nico says without looking back. Now. My breath catches. Nico, he finally looks at me, and for one heartbeat the mask slips. There's something in his eyes that makes my chest ache, not tenderness. Devotion's darker cousin. You're not dying on a table, he says quietly. Not today. Marco's hand closes around my arm, firm, careful, and pulls me toward the door. I fight, instinctive. Wait. Don't leave him. Nico's gaze holds mine. Go. The command is a shove and a plea in one. I swallow hard and let Marco pull me into the hallway. The moment I'm outside, the door slams behind us. I hear Nico's voice through it, low, furious. I hear Vieri protest. Then I hear something else, a scuffle, a crash of metal, a choked sound. Marco keeps dragging me, fast now, down the corridor. Where are we going? I gasp. Out, Marco says. Out where? The clinic is surrounded. Vehicles are coming. The commission wants me in neutral custody. Russo wants me home. Ferraro wants me back where I belong. And now I know the worst truth of all. Mother and father authorized a plan to end me if I became inconvenient. My skin goes cold. We reach the private garage entrance, security doors opening with Nico's codes. Men moving with purpose, packing go bags, weapons, radios. This isn't lockdown. This is evacuation. The compound is compromised, not because of guns outside, because the enemy is inside. Marco shoves me toward a black SUV already running. Get in. I hesitate, stomach twisting. Nico, he's coming, Marco says, and there's something in his tone that makes my blood chill. Not certainty. Faith. I climb in. The leather is cold against my palms. My breathing is too loud. Outside, men move. Engines rumble. Snow blows sideways in the wind, then Nico appears. He comes out of the corridor like a force of nature, coat on, gun in hand, eyes hard. His knuckles are scraped. There's a smear of red on his cuff. Not his. He opens the rear door and slides in beside me, shutting it with a decisive thud. For a second, he doesn't speak. He just sits there, chest rising and falling slow, like he's containing a violence that wants to spill. My voice comes out ragged. Did you? No, he says sharply. Not yet. The yet makes my stomach drop. He turns to the driver. Go. Secondary route. Burn this place behind us. The driver nods and the SUV lurches forward. We roll out of the garage in a convoy, 2 vehicles ahead, 2 behind, tires biting into snow. As we pass the clinic's main entrance, I see headlights in the distance on the drive. The incoming convoy. Closer now. Too close. My pulse spikes. They're here. Nico's gaze flicks to the mirror, then back to me. I know. And if they stop us? They won't, he says calmly. The confidence should comfort me. It doesn't, because I can feel the rage under his calm like a live wire. We hit the service road, narrow, winding through trees. Snow is thicker here, unplowed, swallowing tracks. Nico's hand closes around mine suddenly. Not gentle, not possessive. Grounding. I jerk slightly, surprised. He doesn't look at our joined hands, he looks at my face. You heard him, Nico says quietly. My throat tightens. Yes. He said you were never meant to survive. I swallow hard, rage and grief and humiliation choking me. My parents. Nico's eyes go darker. They wrote your death into your chart like it was a budget. My stomach twists. Tears sting the backs of my eyes, and I hate them. I hate that my own family planned my end like an insurance policy. I hate that Nico is the one saying the truth out loud. My voice breaks. Why? Nico's thumb rubs once over my knuckles, absent, tense. Because you're a key, he says, and keys are dangerous when they belong to themselves. A sob threatens. I clamp my jaw shut, forcing it back. Nico leans closer, voice dropping, intimate in a way that makes my skin prickle. Look at me, he says. I do, because the command hooks into my spine. His eyes are dark and steady. This is not your fault, he says. The words hit me so hard my chest aches. I laugh, broken. Everything about me is a weapon to someone. Nico's gaze doesn't flinch. Not to me. I swallow. Liar. His mouth tightens. I started this as revenge. My breath catches. He continues, voice low, raw. I took you to break a treaty, to hurt your father, to make Ferraro bleed. My throat tightens around the honesty. And now, I whisper, terrified of the answer. Nico's gaze burns into mine. Now I'm burning every bridge, he says, because I won't let them kill you. The SUV hits a bump, the convoy sways. Outside, the forest thickens, swallowing light. Behind us, somewhere up the mountain, a distant boom rolls through the trees. My head snaps toward the rear window. Smoke blooms faintly against the gray sky. The clinic. Nico kept his word. He burned it behind us. My breath catches, half horror, half stunned awe. You just... My voice shakes. You just destroyed your own compound. Nico's eyes stay on mine. It was never worth you. The words steal my breath. They shouldn't. He's a monster. He's my captor. He's the man who put an heir clause on my life. And yet, he just blew up his own safety to keep me out of a doctor's hands. My throat tightens. The SUV keeps moving, deeper into the mountains. And somewhere in my chest, something shifts. Not trust, not forgiveness. A terrible, dangerous clarity. Nico Moretti might have taken me for revenge. But he just proved with fire and blood that he will burn the world before he lets anyone else own my body again. I sit in the darkness of the car, fingers still tangled in his, and I realize the most terrifying part. After what happened in that procedure room, after hearing my death spoken like a plan, I don't want to go back to anyone who ever called themselves my family. I want to stay with the devil who ripped me from the altar because he's the only one who grabbed my wrist and said without flinching, "Not today." Chapter 10. Vehicles don't approach a mountain clinic like this by accident. They come in a line, headlights knifing through the snow, engines muffled by distance, but heavy enough that the windows vibrate faintly when they hit the private drive. From the security monitor wall, the feeds flick from one camera to the next. Black SUVs, no plates visible, tinted windows, disciplined spacing. A convoy, a statement. Nico stands in the center of the suite, gun in hand, shoulders loose like he's about to step into a boardroom instead of a firefight. His face is calm in the way only truly dangerous men are calm, because their violence is organized. I'm behind him, barefoot on cold stone, heart hammering so hard I can taste it. Capo, the guard's voice crackles through the intercom again. Multiple vehicles, 2 on the main drive, 1 cutting through the East Service Road. Nico's jaw tightens. They're splitting. He doesn't look at the monitors. He listens to the building, boots outside, radios chirping, the faint shift of bodies taking positions. Then he finally turns his head toward me. The look in his eyes is sharp enough to cut. "Get dressed," he says. "Shoes, coat." My throat tightens. What's happening? His voice is quiet. The commission, or Ferraro, or your family pretending not to be your family. My stomach drops at the word pretending. "Where do I go?" I whisper. Nico steps closer, and for a heartbeat his gaze softens, not kindly, not warmly. Focused. The focus of a man who has decided something and will kill for it. "Nowhere you can't reach me," he says. Then he moves. He crosses the suite in 3 strides and yanks open the wardrobe, grabbing a heavy black coat and boots and tossing them onto the bed like he's dressing a soldier. "Move," he orders. I force my hands to obey even as my mind scrambles. Coat, boots, hair, anything that looks like control. Anything that lets me pretend I'm not a keyline in a war. As I shove my feet into boots, my fingers fumble with the laces, tremors, anger, fear. Nico's eyes flick down once. He kneels, not slowly, not dramatically, just down, on one knee like the floor belongs to him too, and he ties my bootlaces. My breath catches in my throat. "What are you?" "Hold still," he says, voice rough, not looking up. His hands are precise, efficient, not tender. But the fact that his hands that disarm men and break doors, are tying my laces like it matters that I don't trip. It hits my chest in a place I don't want him to reach. He stands again before I can turn it into a thought. "Stay behind me," he says. "I'm not..." His gaze snaps to mine. Behind. Me. The command lands. Not because I'm obedient. Because I'm not stupid. He walks to the door and opens it. 2 guards straighten outside, weapons ready. Nico doesn't ask what they see. He tells them what will happen. "Seal the corridor," he says. "No one enters this wing without my direct order." The guard hesitates. "Capo, the clinic admin just flagged an emergency procedure. On her chart." My blood turns to ice. "Procedure?" I choke out, voice thin. Nico's head turns sharply. "What procedure?" The guard swallows. "It's already signed off. Pre-op authorization. Dr. Vieri's credentials. And," he glances at me, then away. "It says it's necessary for stabilization." The word hits like a choke chain. My vision narrows. My mouth goes dry. "They're going to drug me," I whisper. "They're going to." Nico's eyes go black. He doesn't speak for a beat. He just stands there, utterly still, like the calm before a switch flips. Then he says, voice quiet enough to be terrifying, "Show me." They move fast, down the corridor, past locked doors, past nurses clustered like frightened birds, past men with guns pretending this is normal. My breath comes shallow. Every step makes the nausea hover closer, like my body knows something is coming and wants to protect itself by emptying. We reach a set of double doors marked Procedure Suite A. A nurse stands outside, hands shaking, clipboard clutched like a shield. When she sees Nico, she pales. "Mr. Moretti." Nico doesn't slow. "Open." The nurse swallows. I can't. It's locked from inside. Locked from inside. My blood runs cold. Nico's gaze flicks to one of his men. "Key." The guard tries his card. The panel flashes red. "Override," Nico says. The guard punches in codes. Red again. My chest tightens. "Nico." His eyes cut to me for half a second. "Stay behind me." Then he turns back to the door and does what I've started to understand he does when systems refuse him. He stops negotiating. He pulls his gun, aims at the lock, and fires twice. The shots are deafening in the sterile hallway. The lock explodes. The doors shudder. Before the echo dies, Nico kicks one door inward hard enough that the hinges scream. The procedure room is bright. Too bright. White lights. Stainless steel. A surgical table at the center with restraints already laid out like they've been waiting for wrists. My stomach lurches. A man in scrubs looks up, one of the clinic staff I don't recognize. His eyes widen, and Dr. Vieri turns toward us slowly, like this is all perfectly within his control. He's masked, gloved, hair covered. His eyes are the only part visible, and his smile still somehow exists in them. "Mr. Moretti," he says calmly, "you're interrupting a medically necessary intervention." I stop breathing. Nico moves into the room like a storm. He points the gun at Vieri's face without hesitation. "Step away from her chart." Vieri's gaze flicks past Nico. To me, his eyes soften theatrically. "Livia, darling, this will help you. You're spiraling. The withdrawal, your stress, your condition." "My condition," I whisper, voice shaking with rage. Vieri nods gently. "Your body was never meant to carry this level of instability unassisted." Nico's jaw clenches hard. "What did you sign?" Vieri's tone stays mild. "An emergency authorization. It was already in her file, her family's plan." My heart stutters. "My family's plan." I choke. Vieri's eyes gleam. "A decline plan," he says, and the words are spoken like clinical poetry. "Long-term management, if she becomes uncontrollable." I feel like I've been punched. My knees go weak. Nico's hand catches my elbow, steadying, careful, keeping me upright. Vieri watches the gesture with interest. "You're very attached, Nico." Nico's voice is ice. "Speak plainly." Vieri sighs, almost bored. "Livia was never meant to survive this marriage." The room tilts. My throat closes completely. For a second, the only thing I can hear is the hum of the lights and the roar of my blood. Vieri continues, voice gentle. "Her illness isn't random. It's a control system. And if control fails, we end the problem cleanly." My vision blurs. I taste metal. Nico's grip tightens on my elbow just enough to keep me anchored. His voice drops, lethal and shaking at the edges. "You were going to kill her." Vieri's eyes soften. "Mercy," he corrects. "Better than letting her ignite a war." Nico laughs once, low, feral. "You already did." He steps closer, gun still trained on Vieri. "And you think you can do this in my house?" Nico asks softly. Vieri's eyes flick to the door like he's calculating whether someone will save him. "Guards," he calls calm. "Security." No one comes. Because Nico's men are outside, because the clinic doesn't answer to Vieri anymore, or because someone else is deciding who lives. Vieri's eyes narrow a fraction. "Nico, you're making a mistake." Nico's smile is thin and vicious. "I don't make mistakes. I make examples." I flinch, because his voice isn't just anger. It's a promise of something brutal. Nico turns his head slightly. "Marco?" Marco steps in behind him instantly, gun drawn. "Get her out," Nico says without looking back. "Now." My breath catches. "Nico," he finally looks at me, and for one heartbeat the mask slips. There's something in his eyes that makes my chest ache, not tenderness. Devotion's darker cousin. "You're not dying on a table," he says quietly. "Not today." Marco's hand closes around my arm, firm, careful, and pulls me toward the door. I fight, instinctive. "Wait. Don't leave him." Nico's gaze holds mine. "Go." The command is a shove and a plea in one. I swallow hard and let Marco pull me into the hallway. The moment I'm outside, the door slams behind us. I hear Nico's voice through it, low, furious. I hear Vieri protest. Then I hear something else, a scuffle, a crash of metal, a choked sound. Marco keeps dragging me, fast now, down the corridor. "Where are we going?" I gasp. "Out," Marco says. "Out where?" "The clinic is surrounded. Vehicles are coming. The commission wants me in neutral custody. Russo wants me home, Ferraro wants me back where I belong. And now I know the worst truth of all. Mother and father authorized a plan to end me if I became inconvenient. My skin goes cold. We reach the private garage entrance, security doors opening with Nico's codes. Men moving with purpose, packing go bags, weapons, radios. This isn't lockdown, this is evacuation. The compound is compromised, not because of guns outside, because the enemy is inside. Marco shoves me toward a black SUV already running. Get in. I hesitate, stomach twisting. Nico, he's coming, Marco says, and there's something in his tone that makes my blood chill. Not certainty. Faith. I climb in. The leather is cold against my palms. My breathing is too loud. Outside, men move. Engines rumble. Snow blows sideways in the wind, then Nico appears. He comes out of the corridor like a force of nature, coat on, gun in hand, eyes hard. His knuckles are scraped. There's a smear of red on his cuff. Not his. He opens the rear door and slides in beside me, shutting it with a decisive thud. For a second, he doesn't speak. He just sits there, chest rising and falling slow, like he's containing a violence that wants to spill. My voice comes out ragged. Did you? No, he says sharply. Not yet. The yet makes my stomach drop. He turns to the driver. Go. Secondary route. Burn this place behind us. The driver nods and the SUV lurches forward. We roll out of the garage in a convoy, 2 vehicles ahead, 2 behind, tires biting into snow. As we pass the clinic's main entrance, I see headlights in the distance on the drive. The incoming convoy. Closer now. Too close. My pulse spikes. They're here. Nico's gaze flicks to the mirror, then back to me. I know. And if they stop us? They won't, he says calmly. The confidence should comfort me. It doesn't, because I can feel the rage under his calm like a live wire. We hit the service road, narrow, winding through trees. Snow is thicker here, unplowed, swallowing tracks. Nico's hand closes around mine suddenly. Not gentle, not possessive. Grounding. I jerk slightly, surprised. He doesn't look at our joined hands, he looks at my face. You heard him, Nico says quietly. My throat tightens. Yes. He said you were never meant to survive. I swallow hard, rage and grief and humiliation choking me. My parents. Nico's eyes go darker. They wrote your death into your chart like it was a budget. My stomach twists. Tears sting the backs of my eyes, and I hate them. I hate that my own family planned my end like an insurance policy. I hate that Nico is the one saying the truth out loud. My voice breaks. Why? Nico's thumb rubs once over my knuckles, absent, tense. Because you're a key, he says. And keys are dangerous when they belong to themselves. A sob threatens. I clamp my jaw shut, forcing it back. Nico leans closer, voice dropping, intimate in a way that makes my skin prickle. Look at me, he says. I do, because the command hooks into my spine. His eyes are dark and steady. This is not your fault, he says. The words hit me so hard my chest aches. I laugh, broken. Everything about me is a weapon to someone. Nico's gaze doesn't flinch, not to me. I swallow. Liar. His mouth tightens. I started this as revenge. My breath catches. He continues, voice low, raw. I took you to break a treaty, to hurt your father, to make Ferraro bleed. My throat tightens around the honesty. And now, I whisper, terrified of the answer. Nico's gaze burns into mine. Now I'm burning every bridge, he says, because I won't let them kill you. The SUV hits a bump. The convoy sways. Outside, the forest thickens, swallowing light. Behind us, somewhere up the mountain, a distant boom rolls through the trees. My head snaps toward the rear window. Smoke blooms faintly against the gray sky. The clinic. Nico kept his word. He burned it behind us. My breath catches, half horror, half stunned awe. My voice shakes. You just destroyed your own compound. Nico's eyes stay on mine. It was never worth you. The words steal my breath. They shouldn't. He's a monster. He's my captor. He's the man who put an heir clause on my life. And yet, he just blew up his own safety to keep me out of a doctor's hands. My throat tightens. The SUV keeps moving, deeper into the mountains. And somewhere in my chest, something shifts. Not trust, not forgiveness. A terrible, dangerous clarity. Nico Moretti might have taken me for revenge. But he just proved with fire and blood that he will burn the world before he lets anyone else own my body again. I sit in the darkness of the car, fingers still tangled in his, and I realize the most terrifying part. After what happened in that procedure room, after hearing my death spoken like a plan, I don't want to go back to anyone who ever called themselves my family. I want to stay with the devil who ripped me from the altar because he's the only one who grabbed my wrist and said without flinching, "Not today." Chapter 11. The first time Nico lies to the world for me, he does it with the same calm he uses to order killings. We've been moving for hours, switchbacks, snow-thick roads, long stretches of forest where the trees press close like they're listening. The convoy behind us is smaller now, 2 vehicles peeled off at a fork, another turned back to sweep for tails. Nico calls it cleaning the trail. I call it disappearing. The SUV finally glides into a hidden motor court, carved into the mountain like someone built a fortress and then decided it shouldn't look like one. Stone walls, heated pavement that steams faintly, security cameras recessed into the eaves so neatly you'd miss them if you weren't trained to spot threats. A new safe house. Not the clinic, not a home, a bunker dressed as luxury. The driver kills the engine. Silence drops heavy. My body is still in shock from the procedure room. My mind keeps replaying Dr. Vieri's voice like a loop I can't shut off. Livia was never meant to survive this marriage. My parents wrote my end into a chart. Nico burned the building down to stop it. That should make me feel grateful. Instead, it makes me feel trapped in a story where every man chooses my fate, just with different methods. Nico opens his door first, scanning the perimeter before he even steps out. Then he reaches across and opens mine. He doesn't offer a hand. He offers an exit. I climb out into air that smells like pine and smoke, faint residue from the clinic fire still clinging to my hair. I hate that it follows me like a ghost. Inside the safe house, heat hits my skin. The entry opens into a wide living space with stone floors, dark wood, and a fireplace already lit. There are no medical smells, no lavender antiseptic. Just warmth and the low hum of a security system so advanced it feels alive. Nico's men move like they've rehearsed this. Weapons checked, doors sealed, laptops opened, phones swapped, radios keyed low. A war room materializes in minutes. I stand near the fireplace with my arms wrapped around myself, trying to stop the tremor in my hands without looking like I'm trying. Nico peels off his coat and tosses it over a chair. The smear of blood on his cuff is gone. He looks clean again, like violence slides off him and onto everyone else. Marco steps in with a tablet, face grim. Capo, he says. Russo channels are screaming. Commission 2. Ferraro's making noise. Nico's gaze doesn't flicker. Let them. Marco hesitates. They're demanding proof she's alive. My stomach drops. Nico's jaw tightens slightly. And, Marco adds, they're calling for neutral custody. Commission arbitration. They're implying you've compromised her. Compromised. A word that can mean bruised, drugged, broken, used. My skin goes cold. I look at Nico. They're going to send people. Nico's eyes meet mine. They already did. Marco clears his throat. Capo, your captains are asking questions too. That hits differently, not enemies. His own. My pulse spikes. Questions about what? Marco glances at me, then away, like looking at me too directly is dangerous. About the clinic fire. About the breach. About prioritizing her. A bitter laugh bubbles up and dies in my throat. Prioritizing me like it's a flaw. Nico's gaze turns colder. My captains can choke on their questions. Marco lowers his voice. They're calling it weakness. The word lands like a slap. Nico doesn't flinch. Let them. Marco's jaw tightens. If they think you're compromised. I'm not, Nico cuts in. He turns away from Marco and walks to the bar, pouring himself a drink without looking. It's the first time I see a crack in his control. Not in his face, but in the fact that he needs the ritual. I shouldn't care. I do. Because the word weakness isn't just about politics. It's about me. He's being judged for choosing me over strategy, and if his own men turn on him, the fortress becomes a coffin. Nico takes one sip and sets the glass down untouched, like even the alcohol can't dull what's building. He turns back to Marco. Who's pushing the neutral custody demand the hardest? Marco taps the tablet. Commission rep for the northern sector, and Ferraro's lawyer is amplifying it. Russo's consigliere, too. Consigliere. My stomach knots. The man who smiles at family dinners, the one who always called me Piccola like he was fond of me. I suddenly feel sick. Nico's eyes sharpen. So they're aligned. Marco nods. For now. Nico's gaze slides to me. A decision forms behind his eyes, quiet, ruthless. You want proof she's alive? Nico says softly. Yes, Cabo. Nico's jaw tightens. Fine. He looks at me and the air shifts like a door locking. We're going public, he says. My stomach drops. No. Nico steps closer. Yes. I'm not doing another press line, I snap. I'm not standing beside you while men take pictures of my captivity. It's not captivity, Nico cuts in, voice low. It's strategy. It's theater. It's survival, he counters. My hands curl into fists. You want to parade me. I want them to hesitate, he says. I want your father to think twice before he sends men. I want Ferraro to choke on his own entitlement. I want the commission to understand you're not a neutral asset to be passed around. My throat tightens. And how do you do that? Nico's gaze holds mine. By giving them a reason to back off. I swallow, already afraid of what he's going to say. He says it anyway. I'm announcing you're pregnant. The room goes silent in a way that makes my ears ring. Marco's eyes widen. One of the guards near the doorway shifts. Startled, my blood turns to ice. What? I whisper. Nico's expression is calm. Pregnant. I stare at him, stunned. You can't. I can, he says, and it's the smartest shield we have. My voice shakes with rage. That's disgusting. Nico's eyes narrow slightly. It's protection. It's a lie about my body, I hiss. No, you don't get to claim a pregnancy like it's a bulletproof vest. He steps closer, voice dropping. Do you know what the commission does to women carrying heirs in active wars? My throat tightens. He doesn't wait for an answer. They lock them down, Nico says. They guard them. They treat them as sacred property because killing a pregnant woman is bad optics even for monsters. My stomach churns. I'm not, I start. I know, Nico says sharply. It's a lie. The bluntness hits harder than reassurance. He's not pretending it's real. He's using the idea of it like a weapon, and that somehow makes it worse. Why would they believe you, I spit? We've been in the same bed for what, 2 nights? They'll laugh. Nico's gaze is cold. They won't laugh. Why not? Because there's something in his eyes now that looks like he's about to tell me the darkest truth about our world. Because they believe I take what I want, he says. And they believe your body is already mine. My throat closes. Marco clears his throat carefully. Capo, if you announce it, it buys us time. Commission can't move her to neutral custody without looking like they're endangering. A baby, Nico finishes. Marco nods. Exactly. I look at Marco like he's betrayed me too. Everyone is comfortable lying about my womb, I whisper. Nico's eyes flicker. This lie keeps your womb yours. I laugh, sharp and broken. You hear yourself? Nico steps closer until he's in my space, and his voice drops to something private. Livia, he says, if they take you, you become a lab specimen, a breeding contract, a ledger key. Your parents already signed a death plan. Ferraro already called you property. His jaw tightens. This lie gives you a shield they can't stab without consequences. My chest tightens. I hate that he's right. I hate that the world is built so badly that a fake pregnancy is the only thing that makes men behave. My voice comes out raw. And what do? Smile, hold my stomach, pretend I'm thrilled. Nico's gaze darkens. You don't smile. A beat. Then, quieter. You look like my wife. My skin prickles. And you, I whisper, will act like the loving husband? Nico's mouth tightens. I will act like the man no one wants to provoke. The answer is honest enough to sting. I stare at him, breath shallow, trying to decide which kind of humiliation is worse, being paraded as his captive bride or being paraded as his pregnant captive bride. Marco shifts uncomfortably. Capo, the commission rep is requesting a call within the hour. Nico doesn't take his eyes off me. Tell them they'll get a statement. Marco nods and exits quickly, shutting the door behind him like he's escaping the tension. Now it's just me and Nico and the firelight. I cross my arms tighter. You're making me a shield again. Nico steps closer, and for the first time today his voice holds something like restraint, strained thin. I'm making you untouchable, he says, by making me yours. His eyes flash. You already are in their minds. At least let me use it to keep you breathing. My throat tightens. And what does it cost you? Nico's jaw clenches. Everything. The answer lands harder than I expect. Your captains already think you're weak, I whisper. If you do this, if you tie yourself to me even tighter, they can think whatever they want, he says, cold. If they challenge me, I'll remind them who I am. I stare at him, and something ugly and aching rises in my chest, because he's choosing this. Choosing to stake more of his power on me, not because he's kind, because he's decided I matter. And that decision is dangerous in a world that punishes sentiment. I swallow, voice quiet. You're going to touch me in public. Nico's gaze holds mine. Yes. My stomach flips. His hand lifts slow, deliberate, not touching yet. Asking, without asking. Where? I whisper, tense. His eyes drop to the small of my back, where his hand has been before. There, he says quietly. My hand on your back, my fingers on your hip, close enough to make them think twice. My skin tightens. And the bed, I say, voice rough. That still stays surveillance. Nico's jaw ticks. Yes. I stare at him, breath shaking. You're not allowed to make it feel like more, I whisper, furious at the vulnerability in the words. His gaze darkens, and for a second the firelight catches something in his eyes that looks like hunger held under lock and key. I can't promise how it feels, he says softly, only what I do. The honesty wrecks me in a quiet way. I look away, blinking hard. Then I nod once, sharp. Fine. Nico's eyes narrow. Fine. I'll do it, I spit. I'll play your lie, but you don't get to make me look happy. Nico's mouth curves faintly. I don't need you happy. His gaze drops to my face again, and his voice goes lower. I need you alive long enough to choose what you want to be. The words hit like a blade wrapped in velvet. I swallow hard. And what if I choose not to be your wife? Nico's eyes hold mine. Then you won't be. A beat. Then, quieter, dangerous, but you'll still be protected. My throat tightens because I don't know if that's a promise or a threat. An hour later, the statement is staged in the safe house's main hall. Not outside. No snow. No open sight lines. A controlled camera feed set up by Nico's people broadcast to commission channels and the private press. An intentional leak, a narrative weapon. I stand beside Nico in front of the fireplace. Black silk dress replaced by a fitted charcoal sweater and dark skirt that makes me look composed instead of captive. My hair is pinned, my face neutral. Nico stands close. Too close. His hand rests on my lower back, fingers spread, warm through fabric. My body goes traitor alert. Heat. Awareness. The urge to lean into him and the urge to bite him for touching me at all. Cameras roll. A man off-screen says, recording. Nico's voice is calm. We're live. He looks into the camera like he's looking down the barrel of a gun. My wife is safe, he says. She is under my protection. Any attempt to remove her from my custody will be treated as an act of war. His hand tightens on my back just enough that I feel it in my bones. Then he adds, voice even, lethal. And she is pregnant. The lie hits the room like a bomb. I keep my face still. I do not touch my stomach. I do not smile. I do not perform softness. I let the words hang in the air like a threat. Nico continues. The child will be recognized by the commission. Any harm to my wife or my heir will be answered. His eyes flick briefly to me, just a fraction, then back to the camera. Let this be clear, he says. She is not an asset to be negotiated. She is my family. Family. The word makes my throat tighten with bitter laughter, because family tried to kill me. The cameras stop, the feed ends, the room exhales. Nico's hand stays on my back as if he's forgotten the performance is over. I turn my head slightly, voice low. You just painted a target on me. He leans closer, his breath brushing my ear. They were already aiming, he murmurs. Now they have to think about consequences. I swallow, skin prickling. And the rival groom? Nico's mouth tightens with disgust. He'll come anyway. The certainty in his tone makes my stomach drop. Because in Ferraro's mind, a pregnancy isn't a shield. It's proof. Proof that I've been taken. Proof that Nico has won. And men like Ferraro don't tolerate losing. As if summoned by the thought, one of Nico's men strides in, tense, urgent, holding a phone. Capo, he says. Ferraro's here. My blood turns to ice. Here where? I whisper. The man swallows. At the commission outpost in the valley. He's requesting a face-to-face, says he wants to congratulate you. Nico's eyes go black. Congratulations, he repeats, voice flat. The guard nods. He said he wants to speak to your wife too. My skin crawls. Nico's hand slides from my back to my waist. Firmer now, possessive in a way that makes my pulse jump. He looks down at me, and his voice drops to something cold and intimate. You're going to stay close, he says. I always do, I whisper bitterly. Nico's gaze hardens. Not like this. His grip tightens slightly, and then he adds, voice like a confession he hates. He knows what you are. My stomach drops. The words from Chapter 7 flash in my mind. I know what you are. I swallow hard. Then why would you go? Nico's mouth curves without humor. Because if he's bold enough to say it out loud, he's bold enough to try to take you. He turns to his men. Prep the convoy. Full security and tell my captains. He pauses, eyes sharpening with something dangerous. That if they think I'm weak, Nico finishes, they can test it today. The room moves instantly. Radios, boots, weapons. Nico looks back at me. His hand shifts, settling more solidly at my waist, thumb pressing once like a brand. A public claim. A private warning. We're going to the valley, he says. I force my voice steady, and if Ferraro tries something. Nico's eyes lock on mine, dark and absolute. Then, he says softly, I'll show him what a lie can protect. And as we head toward the door, my body already bracing for the next stage of this war, I realize the terrifying truth beneath the fake pregnancy. It isn't just a shield. It's a fuse. And Ferraro is the kind of man who lights fuses just to watch the world burn. Chapter 12. The prenatal appointment is staged like a hostage exchange disguised as healthcare. That's the point. Nico wants the commission to see him playing by rules. He wants the press to whisper responsible, protective legacy. He wants my father and Ferraro to hesitate under the weight of optics. So we do it. We drive down from the mountains into the valley in a convoy that could start a small war. 2 lead SUVs, ours in the middle, 2 trailing, a 5th vehicle riding wide to watch the ridge line. The snow thins as we descend, turning into cold rain that slicks the road and makes the world shine like wet stone. I sit beside Nico in the back seat, coat buttoned to my throat, hands clasped in my lap to hide the tremor. His hand stays on my lower back, even in the car. Public claim, private anchor. The contact is steady, controlled. It makes my skin prickle anyway. He watches the road through the tinted glass, eyes unreadable. He looks calm. He always looks calm. But I've learned his calm has different temperatures. This one is ice. Remember, he says without looking at me, you don't speak unless I ask you. My jaw tightens. I'm not your doll. His gaze flicks to mine, one sharp glance. Today you're a shield. Let me use it. I swallow the bitter taste of it. And my autonomy? You keep it, he says. Private, not in a room full of commission eyes. The car slows as we reach the outpost. The Commission Valley facility is less a building and more a warning. Concrete, reinforced glass, security fencing, armed guards in suits who pretend they aren't armed. It sits at the edge of a town that pretends it's just a ski town. Tourists buying hot chocolate while men in power negotiate bloodlines behind locked doors. We don't go inside. That's the twist. We turn past the commission gate and head toward a discreet medical annex, one of those elite wellness clinics, built for people who never want to be seen entering a hospital. Same polished wood, same soft lighting, same scent designed to soothe. A clinic inside a clinic, a puppet within a puppet. Nico's men sweep the lot. Radios chirp. Doors open and close. A guard checks under our vehicle with a mirror. Another scans the street. Nico gets out first, and the rain beads on his shoulders like he's wearing the storm. He opens my door and offers his hand. It isn't tenderness, it's choreography. I take it anyway. Cameras click from across the street. Not paparazzi, commission press, the controlled kind, the kind who only capture what they've been allowed to capture. Nico's hand settles on my back as we walk toward the glass doors. His fingers press once, steady. I keep my face neutral. I do not touch my stomach. I do not perform. Inside, the lobby is quiet. Too quiet. Plush chairs, a water feature murmuring softly like fake peace. A receptionist who smiles too brightly, eyes flicking between Nico and me with the hunger of someone witnessing a headline. Mr. Moretti, she says warmly. We're ready for Mrs. Moretti. The title makes my stomach twist. Nico inclines his head. Good. We're escorted down a hallway that smells like antiseptic wrapped in lavender. Nico's men follow at a distance, 2 inside, 2 outside, the rest watching the building and the street. I try to keep my breathing steady. My body is still recovering from withdrawal. My mind is still spiraling from the genetic match leak. The fake pregnancy sits on my skin like an invisible label. And somewhere behind that, Ferraro. He's out there, in the valley, watching, waiting, smiling. We reach an examination suite. It's designed to look comforting. Soft gray walls, warm lamps, a framed print of mountains that makes me want to laugh. There's an exam table, a chair, a small ultrasound machine parked like a prop. A nurse in cream scrubs stands waiting. She's young, pretty, too calm. Her badge reads, Sarah. My skin prickles. Nico's gaze is already on her, sharp. Who are you? Sarah smiles politely. Nurse Sarah, assigned to the bar appointment. Nico's voice is flat. By whom? The nurse's smile holds. By the clinic. Nico steps closer, just enough to make the air tighten. Name your supervisor. Sarah blinks once. Dr. Klein. Nico's eyes narrow. I didn't approve a Dr. Klein. A beat. Sarah's smile doesn't move. The commission did. My blood goes cold. Nico's hand slides from my back to my waist. Firmer now. Possessive, protective, a silent warning. We're leaving, Nico says. Sarah's smile tightens. Mr. Moretti, it will look. I don't care what it looks like, Nico cuts in. Then a second nurse appears in the doorway. Older, nervous, eyes darting. And behind her, a man in a suit, commissioned security, standing too casually with his hand near his waistband. My pulse spikes. This isn't an appointment. It's a trap with soft lighting. Nico's gaze flicks to the door, his jaw tightens. Move, he murmurs to me. I step back instinctively, and the room tilts. Not dizziness this time. Pure animal fear. Sarah moves first. Fast. Too fast for a nurse. Her hand flashes toward my arm with something in it. Small, metallic, glinting. A syringe. My breath seizes. Nico reacts like instinct. His body slams between us, one arm hooking around my waist, yanking me back against him as the syringe darts forward and catches nothing but air in Nico's coat. Nico's other hand comes up and clamps around Sarah's wrist. He twists. Not enough to break, enough to control. The syringe drops and clatters onto the floor. Sarah's calm shatters. Her eyes go feral. The second nurse screams. Commissioned security reaches for his gun. And everything goes to hell. Nico's gun is out in a blink. He doesn't shoot the nurse. He shoots the ceiling. One deafening crack that makes everyone flinch, ears ring, makes the room freeze in the sudden understanding that Nico Moretti doesn't negotiate. Down, he barks at his men through his earpiece. Move, move, move. His guards flood the doorway. One slams the commissioned security guard into the wall and strips his weapon. Another grabs the older nurse and shoves her behind a chair. Sarah, fake nurse, snarls and lunges. Nico drives his elbow into her throat. Not to kill, to drop. She goes down coughing, clutching her neck. His grip on my waist tightens and he drags me backward toward the door. Go, he orders. My breath comes in sharp bursts. Nico? The hallway is chaos now. Footsteps pounding, shouts, radios crackling. A door down the corridor bursts open and men flood in, wearing suits that don't hide their weapons. Not commission. Not nurses. Ferraro's team. The second kidnapping isn't a surprise. It's a coordinated hit. A staged prenatal appointment used as the perfect excuse to funnel me into a controlled space where his men can strike without looking like they're starting a war. I see Nico clock it instantly. His eyes go black. And then the nightmare choice arrives. One of Nico's men, Marco, appears at the far end of the hall, blood on his cheek, shouting over the chaos. Capo, ambush on the west corridor. 3 of ours down. They're trying to cut us off. Nico's grip on me tightens. A burst of gunfire erupts. The sound is wrong in a clinic. Too loud, too violent, too real. Staff scream. Patients, if there are any, scatter like birds. Nico pulls me hard against his chest, shielding me as a bullet chips the wall near my head. My ears ring. My skin is cold. Time slows and sharpens. Ferraro's men are pushing in. Nico's men are being slaughtered in the west corridor, and I'm the reason. If Nico holds his ground to save his men, Ferraro's team will take me. If he chases me, he loses bodies, political capital, loyalty, control. His captains already called him weak. This is where a Don proves he isn't. Nico's jaw tightens so hard I think it might crack. He looks at Marco. Then he looks down at me, and the way his eyes meet mine is a decision made in blood. Stay with me, he says. I nod once because there's no other choice. He grabs my hand and runs. We sprint down the hallway toward a side exit Nico's men have already cleared. Boots pound behind us. Gunfire snaps. Shouts echo off sterile walls. My lungs burn. My boots slip on the polished floor. Nico doesn't let go. He drags me with relentless force, but when I stumble he catches me at the waist and hauls me upright without breaking stride. Careful with my body even in panic. We reach a service door, and it explodes inward. A man in black tactical gear slams into the doorway like a battering ram, rifle raised. Ferraro's colors aren't visible, but his discipline is. Nico shoves me behind him. The man fires. Nico fires back twice. Fast, clean. The attacker drops. We burst through the door into the rain-soaked service lot behind the annex. 2 SUVs wait with Nico's drivers idling, engines roaring, escape ready. My breath catches with relief, until another vehicle screams in from the side. A black van. It slams into the nearest SUV with a sickening crunch. Metal folding. Nico's driver is thrown sideways. Nico swears under his breath, "Move," he barks. We pivot toward the second SUV, and men pour out of the van like shadows, Ferraro's men. One of them raises a gun toward Nico. Nico shoots first. The man drops. Another grabs at me. Nico's hand snaps out and catches his wrist, twisting hard enough that bone crunches. The man screams. Nico doesn't even look at him. He's scanning, counting, calculating escape routes. Then a gunshot cracks from somewhere I can't see, and Nico's man at the far end of the lot drops, blood blooming on his chest. Nico's head snaps toward it. His men are dying. Again. Because of me. A scream tears out of my throat. Nico. He whips toward me, eyes blazing. And in that split second, Ferraro's team makes their move. A man comes from behind, silent, fast. A cloth clamps over my mouth and nose. A sharp chemical stench floods my lungs. My body panics. I claw at the cloth, gasping, eyes burning. The world blurs. Nico's shout comes distant, furious. He lunges. But 3 men pile onto him at once, dragging him down. Not because they can beat him, because they can slow him. Because slowing him is enough. He thrashes like a demon, gun hand rising. A fist hits him. Another. Someone yells. I'm stumbling backward, dragged by arms I can't fight, the cloth crushing my breath. My vision tunnels. Nico's voice cuts through the fog, raw, feral. Livia? My name sounds different when he screams it. Not like possession, like panic, like loss. My body fights the sedative, but my limbs go heavy, useless. The rain turns into streaks. The world tilts sideways. Through the blur, I see Nico break free enough to get on one knee, gun raised toward the men pulling me away. Then he sees his own men in the lot, bleeding, pinned, about to be executed if he shoots wildly. It's the choice again. Save them, or chase me. His face goes utterly still. Then he makes the decision that will cost him everything. He throws himself after me. He doesn't fire at the attackers. He runs. He lunges toward my body like he can pull me back with sheer will. But he's one man against a coordinated extraction. Hands yank me into the van. The door slams. The sound is final. The cloth stays over my face until the world goes black. The last thing I see through the narrowing tunnel of my vision is Nico Moretti in the rain, coat flaring, eyes wild, reaching for me. And in that reach, in that choice, in that desperate, reckless pursuit, I understand exactly why his captains will call him weak, because he chose me anyway. When I wake, the air smells like expensive perfume and polished wood. My wrists are bound above my head, not tight enough to cut, tight enough to remind. My ankles are restrained too, spread just slightly, like someone designed the position to humiliate rather than simply contain. I blink, throat raw, mouth dry. The room is dim, lit by warm lamps. A luxury safe house. Soft rugs, velvet sofa, fireplace crackling, not a cell, a cage dressed as comfort. My stomach churns. A man sits across the room in an armchair like he's been waiting for me to open my eyes. Ferraro. Perfect hair, perfect suit, perfect smile. The rival groom. The one who was supposed to slide a ring on my finger and call it peace. Now he looks at me like a man admiring something he thinks he's retrieved. Finally, he says softly, "You're awake." My pulse spikes. Rage surges through the fog. "Untie me," I rasp. Ferraro's smile deepens. "No," I bare my teeth. "Coward." He chuckles, as if I'm charming when I'm furious. "You're safe here, Livia. I told you I'd save you from him." I spit, the sound weak. "You drugged me." Ferraro leans forward, elbows on his knees, eyes shining with entitlement. "I rescued you," he corrects, "from a man who would use you." My laugh is broken. "You kidnapped me?" His smile doesn't falter, "Only because you wouldn't come willingly." The words make my skin crawl. Ferraro stands and walks closer, slow, deliberate, like he's savoring my helplessness. He stops beside the couch and reaches out, fingers hovering near my cheek as if he expects me to lean into his touch. I jerk my head away as far as my restraints allow. Ferraro sighs theatrically. Still defiant. "Still disgusting," I whisper. His eyes narrow slightly. "You don't understand what's happening." I swallow, throat burning. "I understand you're obsessed." Ferraro's smile turns colder. "I understand what you are." The words turn my blood to ice. He steps closer, lowering his voice like he's about to share a secret. "You're the key," he says softly, "and I'm the man who can keep you alive long enough to use it." My stomach flips. Ferraro watches my reaction with satisfaction. "Moretti thinks he owns you," he murmurs. "He thinks he can defy the commission." He leans in just enough that I smell his cologne. Clean, expensive, wrong. "But you're not his," Ferraro whispers. "You belong to your future, and your future is with me." I fight the urge to vomit. "My future," I rasp, "is not something you get to decide." Ferraro's smile widens like he enjoys being challenged by something he plans to break. "Oh, Livia," he says softly, "it already is." He turns away from me and walks toward a side table where a folder sits, thick, stamped, sealed. He picks it up and taps it like it's a gift. A marriage license, Ferraro says. A real one, not a public declaration, not a hostage contract. My chest tightens. I will never marry you. Ferraro's gaze slides back to me, calm and cruel. You will, he says, because you've always understood how this world works. Then he smiles again, bright, practiced, and adds the line that makes my stomach drop to the floor. And because Nico Moretti chose you over his men. My breath catches. Ferraro's eyes glitter. That choice will cost him. His captains will turn. The commission will circle. And when he falls, he steps closer, voice low and intimate, like a lover's promise. You'll need someone strong enough to keep you safe, he murmurs, someone who knows what you are worth. I stare at him, shaking with rage. He thinks this is romance. He thinks he's the hero. He thinks my captivity is a love story. And somewhere out there, Nico Moretti is bleeding politically because he chased me into a van in the rain. Ferraro reaches up and, with a slow, possessive motion, brushes a strand of hair off my forehead. I recoil, body straining against restraints. He chuckles. Don't fight, he murmurs. I'm not your enemy. I bare my teeth. Yes, you are. Ferraro's smile turns razor thin. Then I'll make you see, he says softly. I'll make you remember where you belong. And in the warm, velvet-lit cage with my wrists bound and my throat still tasting chemical sedative, I realize the worst part. Ferraro didn't just take me. He took me in a way designed to look like rescue. So when Nico comes for me, and he will, Ferraro can paint him as the monster and himself as the man who saved the key. The war isn't just outside now. It's in the story. They'll tell about my body. And this time, I'm awake enough to swear one thing into the dark. No one is writing that story for me again. Chapter 13. Ferraro doesn't leave me tied up for cruelty. He leaves me tied up for contrast. So when he comes back, fresh suit, calm eyes, soft voice, he can play savior against the picture he's painting of Nico. Violent, unstable, obsessed. He wants me to choose him. Not because he cares about my choice, because choice, dressed up right, looks like consent. Hours pass in that velvet-lit safe house. A woman comes in once, silent, face blank, offers water through a straw like I'm an animal in a display case. I take it because my throat is raw and I'm not going to die on principle. I test my restraints until my wrists ache. They're padded, thoughtful, designed to keep me from injuring myself, designed to make Ferraro look like he's protecting me from my own panic. When I finally hear footsteps again, my pulse spikes anyway. The door opens. Ferraro steps in carrying a folder and a tablet like he's about to present a proposal, not break a person. Good, he says softly when he sees my eyes open. You're calmer. I laugh, thin, ugly. Untie me. No, he says, still gentle. Not yet. He crosses the room with measured steps and sits in the armchair across from me like we're having coffee. The fire throws warm light across his face, making him look softer than he is. He sets the folder on his lap. I don't want to hurt you, Livia, he says. I swallow, jaw tight. You already did. Ferraro inclines his head like he's acknowledging a minor inconvenience. I did what I had to do to get you away from him. Him, I repeat, voice sharp. Ferraro's smile doesn't reach his eyes. Moretti. My stomach turns. He taps the folder lightly with 2 fingers. You're angry because you're confused. You've been moved from one cage to another and you're trying to decide which man is worse. My breath comes shallow. There's no deciding, you're both. Don't, he cuts in, but not harshly. Don't lump me with him. That's the story he wants you to believe, that you have no options. I stare at him, fury simmering under my skin. I have no options because you tied me up. Ferraro's mouth curves. Temporary. He leans forward, lowering his voice like he's sharing something intimate. I'm going to show you the truth, and then you'll understand why I did it. My spine goes rigid. What truth? Ferraro pauses, just long enough to make my pulse speed up. Then he opens the folder. The first page is a medical letterhead I recognize before I can stop myself. Russo Family Health Services. It isn't an official hospital. It's an internal clinic. Private doctors on retainer, discreet records, confidentiality reinforced with money and threats. Ferraro flips the page toward me so I can see it from where I'm bound. My eyes lock on a signature at the bottom. Livia Russo. My mother. My throat closes. For a second, the fire sounds too loud. Ferraro watches my face like he's watching a lock turn. That's your mother's authorization, he says softly. For the medication regimen, renewed every quarter, dosage adjustments signed off, notes from Dr. Vieri. All approved. I try to breathe, my lungs don't cooperate. My voice comes out cracked. That could be forged. Ferraro's smile is patient. You know her signature. I do. I know the flourish on the eye, the way she presses harder on the last stroke like she's punctuating obedience. My stomach twists, nausea rising. Ferraro turns another page, another signature, a second one. Giovanni Russo, my father. This time the room really does tilt. No, I whisper. Ferraro's voice stays calm. Decline plan authorization, contingency procedure approval. If subject becomes non-compliant or threatens alliance stability, initiate protocol. Subject, protocol. I can't process the words fast enough to stop the scream building in my throat. Ferraro watches me like he's savoring it. You weren't traded, Livia, he murmurs. You were managed, contained, and if containment failed, cleaned up. My vision blurs. I blink hard. The papers don't disappear. My mother's signature doesn't turn into someone else's. My father's doesn't either. Stop, I rasp. Ferraro continues anyway, voice like silk over a blade. Your wedding to me was the best possible scenario for them. It kept you under a husband's control, under my name, under commission protection. I taste bile. And when Moretti took you, Ferraro says, your parents didn't panic because you were stolen. They panicked because their control system was disrupted. My chest tightens until it hurts. Something hot floods behind my eyes. I hate it. I hate tears. But the papers in his hands aren't threats. They're proof. Ferraro leans back, satisfied. Do you understand now why you need someone who will protect you from them and from him? I swallow, throat burning. You're not protecting me. You're using this to make me hate them, so I cling to you. Ferraro's smile tightens. Call it whatever helps you sleep. He taps the tablet now, waking the screen. A set of messages appears. Threads, timestamps, call logs. My stomach twists again because I recognize one of the names. Consigliere Massimo Belandi. Ferraro tilts the tablet toward me, and here's the part you haven't seen yet. I stare at it, refusing at first, then unable not to. Messages. Back and forth between Massimo and both sides. Russo contacts, Ferraro contacts, commission intermediaries. Intel drops. Route updates. Security weaknesses. My breath catches. He's been feeding both sides, I whisper. Ferraro's eyes gleam. To keep the war boiling. To control outcomes. To make sure the right men rise and the right men fall. My throat tightens so hard it hurts. Massimo. The man who kissed my cheek at holidays. The man who told me I was smart. The man who said he was proud of me when I played piano for commission guests. He's been selling my life like a commodity. Ferraro's voice softens. He tipped Moretti's clinic. He tipped my extraction team. He tipped your father. He's the spine of the chaos. I stare at the tablet, the words swimming. My hands, bound, curl into fists anyway. I laugh. It comes out broken. Then I do the most humiliating thing in the world. I start to cry. Not pretty crying. Not quiet. Ugly, violent sobs that rip out of my chest like my body is trying to purge something poisoned. I shake against the restraints, shoulders heaving, breath hitching, throat raw. Ferraro watches like a man watching a storm hit a coastline he already bought. Let it out, he says softly. You've been lied to your whole life. I can't breathe. I can't stop. My face burns. My chest hurts. My stomach cramps. I hate them. I hate my mother. I hate my father. I hate Massimo. I hate the world that made my body into a plan. Ferraro stands and walks closer, slow. He reaches out, fingers hovering near my hair again. I jerk away, sobbing harder. Don't, I choke. He sighs, offended. I'm trying to comfort you. I don't want comfort from the man who tied me up. I spit between sobs. Ferraro's expression cools. Then accept it from the man who came to save you. I laugh, shaking. Save me. He leans down, voice intimate, persuasive. Marry me. For real. I'll protect you from your family. I'll protect you from Moretti. I'll take you to the commission and secure immunity. We'll open the trust. We'll do it clean. I stare at him, tears still spilling, rage rising like fire underwater. You want the trust, I whisper. That's what this is. Ferraro's smile returns. I want what's rightfully ours. Mine, I rasp, or yours? He doesn't answer. He doesn't have to. That silence is the truth. I inhale shakily, forcing the sobs down because if I don't, I'll drown in them. Ferraro straightens. You've seen the truth, he says. Now you can stop fighting reality. Reality. As if reality isn't something men manufacture with signatures and contracts and medical charts. The doorbell chimes, soft, electronic, almost polite. Ferraro doesn't react immediately. His head tilts slightly like he's listening to something in his earpiece. A voice murmurs through it, too low for me to catch. Ferraro's mouth curves. Ah, he looks at me, and something about his expression makes my stomach drop. He's here, Ferraro says softly. My blood turns to ice. Nico, I whisper. Ferraro nods. He's early. A crash echoes somewhere deeper in the house, not glass breaking, a door being forced. Then, another sound, shouting, distant but sharp. Ferraro's men, Nico's men. My pulse spikes. Ferraro looks down at me, almost fond. Now you'll see the difference between us. He steps away from the couch, straightening his cuffs like he's preparing for a meeting. Another crash. Closer. Footsteps thunder. Then, the door explodes inward. Nico Moretti fills the doorway like a storm given a body. Black coat, gun in hand. Eyes wild in a way I've never seen. Control cracked open just enough to show the animal underneath. Behind him, two of his men sweep the room, weapons raised. Ferraro doesn't flinch. He smiles. Nico, he says warmly, you're making a mess. Nico's gun points straight at his head. Untie her. Ferraro's smile widens. Or what? Nico takes a step forward, and the air goes cold and sharp. Or I put you down and burn the house after. My breath catches. Ferraro lifts his hands slightly, theatrical surrender. You see? Violence. Impulse. That's what he is, Livia. Nico doesn't look at me yet. He's staring at Ferraro like a man who is one breath away from ending him. Keys. Nico snaps to one of his men without taking his eyes off Ferraro. The man moves toward me, hands quick and careful, unlocking the cuffs at my wrists. The relief is immediate and painful. Blood rushes back into my hands. Pins and needles explode. My arms fall, heavy, useless. Then my ankles are freed. I sit up shakily, rubbing my wrists, swallowing hard. Nico's gaze finally flicks to me. For half a second, something raw flashes there. Relief so intense it looks like rage. Then it's gone, replaced by cold. Ferraro watches the exchange and smiles like he's pleased with himself. I showed her your little secret, Ferraro says lightly. The part where you started this as revenge. My stomach drops. Nico's jaw tightens. Shut up. Ferraro continues, eyes on me. Did he tell you that you're the key? That he doesn't need you for love? He needs you to unlock what he lost? My chest tightens. I push myself to my feet, unsteady, shaking, fury and grief tangled so tight I can barely see straight. Nico takes a step toward me automatically, as if to steady. I flinch away. The movement is instinct. It hits him like a punch. Ferraro's smile brightens. You see, Ferraro murmurs, she knows what you are. I turn my eyes to Nico, blinking hard, tears clinging to my lashes. Did you? I whisper. Nico's gaze holds mine. His expression is carved from restraint. Did you use me as a key? I demand, voice cracking. Nico's throat works once. Yes. The honesty knocks the air out of me. My laugh is sharp and broken. Of course you did. Ferraro spreads his hands like a priest offering absolution. Come with me, Livia. I'll protect you. I'll do this clean. He'll bleed you dry and call it strategy. My body shakes. My hands curl into fists. I look at Nico again. Really look. This man who kidnapped me, who caged me, who burned a clinic for me. Tell me, I choke. Tell me you're different. Nico's gaze doesn't flinch. I'm not. The words slice. And then he steps closer anyway, voice lowering, stripping away the mask with it. I started this as revenge, he says, and his voice sounds like it hurts. I took you to break your father. I took you to stop your wedding. I took you because I wanted your family to suffer the way mine did. My throat tightens. My chest aches. He doesn't stop. I used you as leverage, Nico continues, as a key, as a weapon. Ferraro's smile widens. Then Nico's eyes lock on mine, and something in them turns brutally honest. And then I saw the bruise under your lace. He says, I saw you flinch. I saw the way your own people wrote your body like a contract. His voice drops into something that sounds like a confession. And I couldn't stop seeing you, he says. My breath stutters. Nico steps closer until he's in front of me, hands at his sides, not reaching. I don't get to pretend I'm clean, he says. But I'm not ending this as revenge. His eyes burn into mine. I'm ending it as you, he says. The words hit my ribs like a fist. My throat closes. Because this is what I wanted, someone to say I'm not a thing, but it's coming from the man who made me a thing first. My vision blurs again. I shake my head, voice wrecked. How do I believe you? Nico's jaw tightens. You don't. Not yet. Ferraro laughs softly. Listen to him. Not yet. Always another condition. Nico's gaze snaps to Ferraro, colder than death. You're done. Ferraro lifts his chin, smiling. Am I? Your captains think you're weak. Your commission thinks you're reckless. Her family signed her death. She has nowhere to go. His eyes slide to me, except me. I stare at Ferraro with a kind of calm rage that surprises even me. I would rather die, I whisper, than let you call it rescue. Ferraro's smile falters, just a fraction. Nico's gaze flicks back to me, something fierce shifting there. He steps in, not touching me, but close enough that his presence blocks Ferraro's line of sight like a wall. Get behind me, Nico says quietly. That I should refuse on principle. Instead, my body moves, not because I'm obedient, because I'm done being alone. I step behind Nico's shoulder, hands still shaking, heart pounding. Ferraro's jaw tightens. So that's it. You choose the monster. Nico's voice is ice. She chooses herself. Outside the room, shouting erupts, Ferraro's men clashing with Nico's. Time is running out. Nico turns his head slightly toward me, voice low enough that only I hear. You saw the papers? He asks. I swallow hard. Yes, his jaw clenches. Then you know why I can't let them have you. I choke on a laugh. Because I'm the key. Nico's gaze flickers, pain, anger, something raw. Because you're alive, he corrects, voice rough, and they planned for you not to be. A gunshot cracks somewhere in the house. Ferraro's eyes sharpen. This ends today, Nico. Nico's mouth curves, lethal. Yes, it does. He reaches back, not to grab me, not to own me, to take my hand, an offer in the middle of war. I hesitate for one breath, then I lace my fingers with his. Not forgiveness. Not trust, a decision. Ferraro watches it like he's witnessing blasphemy. Nico squeezes once, grounding, and then he moves, pulling me toward the door, toward the chaos beyond, toward whatever comes next. As we step out, Ferraro's voice follows, cold and promising. You can run, he calls, but you can't hide what she is. The commission will come, your own men will turn, and when she realizes you're just another cage. Nico doesn't look back. But his voice carries, low and absolute, then I'll build her a world where cages don't exist. And in the hallway full of gun smoke and expensive perfume, with my wrists still aching from restraints and my heart still bleeding from betrayal, I realize the most dangerous thing of all. I believe he might try. Chapter 14. The first time I see the vault, I understand why men kill for paper. It isn't a literal steel door in a mountain. It's a room inside a building nobody admits exists. An old commission archive tucked beneath a private historical society in the valley, guarded by men who wear suits and carry guns like they're heirlooms. And it smells like dust and power. We get there before dawn, after Ferraro's safe house turns into a gunsmoke maze, and Nico drags me out through a service stairwell with my hand in his and blood on his knuckles. We lose 2 cars on the way, we switch vehicles twice. We take a back entrance that requires 3 codes, 2 biometric scans, and 1 man to look the other way, because Nico Moretti's name is still worth something in this world. Still. For now. The building above is quiet. Dark marble, old portraits of dead men who built empires and called it legacy. Below, the elevator descends without buttons. Nico inputs the code himself, fingers steady, face carved from control. I stand beside him with my wrists still aching from Ferraro's restraints and my throat still raw from crying, and my whole body feels like it's made of exposed nerves. Nico keeps his hand at my lower back. Not a shove, not a caress. An anchor. A claim. A warning to every camera and every guard that I'm not a stray to be collected. When the elevator opens, cold air hits us. The corridor beyond is narrow, concrete, clean, lit by strips of white that make everything look clinical. No windows, no art, no comfort. Just doors, and behind one of them, the archive. A guard in a suit steps forward. He's older, lined face, commission pin on his lapel like a badge of sainthood. He looks at Nico, then at me. His gaze lingers a fraction too long. You're late, he says. Nico's expression doesn't move. Open it. The man's mouth tightens. This isn't a Don's toy. This is commission property. Nico's eyes go colder. And she's commission blood. The guard's gaze sharpens at that. My stomach twists. Even here, especially here, I'm not a person. I'm a credential. The guard steps aside and scans his fingerprint. A panel lights. Then he looks at me. Her, he says. I swallow, jaw tight. Don't. Nico's hand presses once at my back. Grounding. Do it, Nico murmurs. I step forward and place my palm on the glass plate. It's cold enough to sting. A red light pulses, then turns green. A second panel slides open with a soft whir, and a needle pricks the side of my finger before I can flinch. A bead of blood blooms. I suck in a breath. The machine drinks it like it's sacred. A tone sounds, one long clean note, and the door unlocks with a heavy click that feels like a verdict. The guard opens it. We step inside. The room beyond is larger than I expected. Vault-like, yes, but not theatrical. It's organized. Steel shelves, sealed cases, file drawers labeled with commission codes instead of names. A central pedestal with a console built into it like a shrine. And in the middle of the air, the oppressive sense of things people were never supposed to see. Nico's men spread out automatically, scanning corners, watching the door, checking angles like they expect an ambush. I don't blame them. Ferraro knew what I was. My family knew what I was. The commission knew what I was. That means this room has always been part of someone's plan. Nico moves to the pedestal and enters a sequence from memory. Numbers, letters, a code that looks like nonsense. The console beeps. A screen illuminates, showing a simple prompt, keyline confirmation required. Nico's gaze slides to me. His eyes are darker down here, the harsh lighting stripping away any warmth the firelight ever faked. Livia, he says quietly, you don't have to do this. My laugh comes out thin. You dragged me into a war and now you're offering me a choice? The words are meant to cut. They do. I see it in the tightening of his jaw, but he doesn't lash out. He holds my gaze like he deserves the blade. I'm offering you this one, he says. I step closer to the pedestal anyway, fingers still tingling from the blood prick. I want to see it, I whisper. Nico's eyes narrow. Why? Because I need to know what kind of thing my blood unlocks. Because Ferraro said key like it was a crown and a coffin. Because my parents signed my death like it was a scheduling conflict. Because if I don't look at the truth, it will swallow me whole. Because, I say, voice shaking, I'm done being told what I am. I want to decide. Nico's gaze holds mine for a beat. Then he nods once. Okay, he murmurs, and something in his voice shifts. Not softer, but respectful. He steps slightly to the side, giving me the pedestal. The screen prompts again. Biometric input. I place my palm. The plate warms this time, recognizing me. A second beep. Bloodline match confirmed. Access granted. A drawer slides open in the pedestal with a hydraulic sigh. Inside is a slim black drive, sealed in plastic. A data key. That's it. No gold, no jewels, no dramatic ledger bound in leather. Just a piece of technology worth a war. Nico reaches for it. I stop him. My fingers close over his wrist. Not hard enough to make him pause. His gaze flicks to my hand. Then, don't, I whisper. Throat tight. Not alone. Not without me seeing what you see. A flicker crosses his eyes. Approval, maybe. Or recognition of what this costs. He nods. Together, he says. We open it. He plugs it into the console port, and the screen changes. Folders, files, names. And then a title that makes my stomach drop. Confession ledger. Commission internal. My breath catches. Nico doesn't move, he just stares, eyes hardening like stone. I scroll with shaking fingers. Page after page of entries, transactions, orders, names, dates, signatures. Men I've seen at dinners, men who blessed my wedding, men who shook my father's hand and called him brother. Their crimes are laid out in cold detail. Asset transfers, child relocation, medical, compliance, elimination approvals. My skin goes numb. Then I see it. A file tagged with an old date. A name I recognize because it's whispered like a myth. Project Eden. Stolen infant operations. My pulse slams. Nico's hand lifts, hovering near my shoulder. He doesn't touch. He waits. I open it. And the world changes shape. It isn't a single kidnapping. It's a system. Infants taken from one bloodline, placed into another. Documents forged. Genetics used as keys. Trusts locked behind pure lines so money could only be accessed by the right blood. Blood that could be moved like inventory. My throat tightens. This is eugenics, I whisper, horrified. Nico's voice is low, controlled. It's succession. I scroll. And then I find my family. Russo signatures, not my father's flamboyant flourish, another signature. One I've seen on documents my father calls procedural. Massimo Belandi, consigliere. My stomach flips. I scroll further, hands shaking harder. And then a name hits me like a knife. Salvatore Moretti. Status, deceased. Action, succession, clearance. Nico's father. The man whose death built Nico into a weapon. My breath catches. I look up at Nico slowly. His face is unreadable, but his eyes look like something is burning behind them. You didn't know, I whisper. Nico's jaw tightens. I knew my father was killed. He looks back at the screen. I didn't know who signed it. I scroll down. There it is. A signature on the clearance action. Not Russo, not Ferraro, Massimo Belandi. My vision blurs. No, I whisper. No, Nico's voice is quiet, lethal. He engineered it. The room feels too small, the fluorescent lights too bright, the air too cold. I stare at the signature and feel something in my chest fracture. Massimo didn't just sell intel. He didn't just tip off routes. He didn't just keep the war boiling. He helped steal infants. He helped rewrite bloodlines. He helped kill Nico's father. And all of it, every thread, leads to one endgame. Control. Who sits on top? Control who gets crowned. Control who bleeds. My throat closes. That means I start but I can't finish. Nico finishes for me, voice like iron dragged across bone. It means I've been a puppet in his war, he says. A crowned son he could steer with grief. A cold shiver runs through me. I can see it now. How Massimo stood behind my father and whispered advice. How he smiled at Nico from across commission halls, eyes measuring, waiting. How he fed Ferraro just enough to keep him hungry. How he kept the feud alive so it would escalate into something that could reshape leadership. My voice shakes. He wanted you to burn everything. Nico's gaze locks on mine. He wanted me to become him. The words land like a curse. And suddenly I understand why Nico's restraint feels so strained, because if he gives in to the urge to destroy without thinking, he becomes exactly what Massimo designed. I swallow hard, tears stinging again. I'm contaminated, I whisper. Nico's brow tightens. What? My blood. I choke. My bloodline. I gesture helplessly at the screen, the ledger, the stolen infants. Everything about me is part of this disgusting. Nico steps closer. He still doesn't touch, but his presence fills the space until I can't breathe around it. Your blood isn't a curse, he says quietly. I laugh, broken. It's literally the key to a trust that built monsters. Nico's gaze doesn't flinch. Your blood is yours, he says, and that's why they've been trying to own it. My throat tightens, because no one, not my mother, not my father, not Ferraro, has ever said the word yours to me like it meant freedom. Nico's voice drops lower, rougher. I need you to hear me, he says. You are not what they did. You're what survived it. My breath stutters. I should hate him for the way the words land. I should reject the comfort in them. Instead, something in my chest loosens like a knot untied with careful fingers. My gaze drops to his hands. Scarred knuckles, scraped skin, evidence of the fight he chose to come get me. You're ashamed, I whisper, seeing it now, because you used me. Nico's jaw flexes. Yes, the admission is a blade and a mercy. He steps closer until he's within touch range, still not touching. You want the truth? He asks, voice low. All of it. I swallow. Yes. Nico's eyes are dark and steady. I plan to use you to break Russo, he says. To force your father into the open. To make Ferraro irrelevant. His mouth tightens. And I would have done it. I would have justified it. I would have called it justice. My chest tightens. And then, he continues, I saw your bruise under lace and realized your family wasn't just my enemy. They were yours too. My throat burns. I started this because I hated them, Nico says. I'm still going to end them. He pauses, gaze holding mine like a confession. But I'm ending it for you, he says. Not through you. My breath catches. I want to believe him so badly it scares me, because belief is how you get destroyed. I don't know how to trust you, I whisper. Nico's expression doesn't soften, but his voice does, just enough to feel like a hand offered in darkness. Don't trust my words, he says. Trust what I do next. He reaches up slowly, deliberately, giving me time to flinch. I don't. His fingers brush my cheek, not claiming, not demanding, just contact, warm against cold skin. Tell me what you want, he murmurs. Not what they trained you to ask for, not what you think you're allowed to want. My throat tightens. What do I want? To run? To disappear? To burn my family to ash? To never be touched again? To be touched by the only man who ever asked if I chose it? My breath shakes. I whisper, voice breaking, to feel real. Nico's eyes darken. You are, he says quietly. I shake my head, furious at my own vulnerability. I want to choose something, one thing. That's mine. Nico's gaze holds mine like a vow. Then choose, the silence stretches. The vault hums around us, machines quietly guarding secrets that ruined lives. Outside this room, the world is sharpening knives, preparing to claim me. And here is a man who could take what he wants and is waiting for me to decide. My hands lift, shaking. I touch his jaw. The stubble there scratches my fingertips like a promise of realness. Nico inhales sharply, but he doesn't move. He lets me. The power of that permission makes my chest ache. I don't want you to take, I whisper, leaning closer. I want you to meet me. Nico's eyes close briefly like he's holding himself together with sheer force. Then he opens them again, and his voice is rough. Are you sure? He asks. The consent check lands in my bones. Not because it's polite, because it's rare. I nod once, fierce. Yes. Nico doesn't surge forward like Ferraro would. He doesn't claim like my father would. He leans in slowly, giving me time to pull away. I don't. His mouth brushes mine. Soft at first, as if he's testing whether this is allowed to exist. Then deeper, still controlled, still careful, like he's afraid of breaking something delicate. My breath catches, and for the first time in what feels like years, my body isn't performing. It's responding. I taste him. Coffee, smoke, something dark beneath. His hand cups the back of my head, fingers spreading through my hair like an anchor. His other hand settles at my waist, firm and steady, holding me in place without pressing for more. When he breaks the kiss, his forehead rests against mine. His breathing is not calm anymore. Neither is mine. This doesn't make you mine, I whisper, because I need the words said out loud like a charm against possession. Nico's thumb strokes my cheek once. No, a beat. Then, quieter, like a confession he hates because it's vulnerable. It makes me yours to lose, he murmurs. My throat tightens. I should step back. I don't. I pull him in again. This time the kiss is slower, deeper, less about hunger and more about choosing. His hands remain controlled, supportive, anchoring, not wandering, with entitlement. We sink onto the edge of the pedestal platform, the cold metal against the backs of my thighs, the vault's sterile air contrasting with the heat between us. Nico's mouth trails to my jaw, then stops. He exhales, jaw clenched as if fighting instinct. I press my fingers into his hair and pull his gaze back to mine. Tell me the truth, I whisper. All of it. No more half confessions. Nico's eyes darken. You'll hate me. Try, I say, voice shaking. He swallows. Massimo approached my father months before he died, offered him protection through the commission, offered him a path to legitimacy. His mouth tightens. My father refused. He called him a parasite. I inhale sharply. Nico continues, voice low. After my father died, Massimo fed me just enough information to keep me pointed at Russo, kept me chasing your father while he cleaned his own fingerprints. My stomach twists. And Ferraro? Nico's gaze turns colder. Ferraro thinks he's a player. He's a pawn, too, useful because he's ambitious and stupid enough to believe in his own romance. I swallow. And you? Nico's eyes lock on mine. I was the blade Massimo sharpened. His throat works once. Until you. My chest tightens. I don't know what to do with the weight of that, so I do the only thing that feels real. I put my forehead against his and breathe. Inhale. Exhale. Choosing the moment like a rebellion. Nico's arms wrap around me. Firm, protective, not trapping. His hand rests at the back of my neck, thumb rubbing slowly like he's trying to memorize the fact that I'm alive. We stay like that for a minute, maybe two, the vault humming around us. Then Nico's radio crackles softly. His man's voice is tight. Capo, movement in the valley. Commission is calling an emergency meeting. Ferraro's pushing for a transfer order. Russo representatives are mobilizing. Nico closes his eyes briefly, then opens them. The war is waiting, upstairs. He looks at me, and the devotion in his gaze is not pretty. It's not soft. It's defiant. This ledger, he says, nodding toward the screen. We take it to the commission. My pulse spikes. They'll try to take me. They'll try, Nico agrees. He reaches for my hand and squeezes once, grounding. But this time, he murmurs, you walk in as my wife and my equal. My throat tightens. And your weapon. Nico's gaze holds mine. Only if you choose. I swallow hard. In my mind, I see the commission chamber, suits, guns, smiles like knives. I see Ferraro's eyes on me. I see my father's rage. I see my mother's calm cruelty. And I see Massimo, smiling like he's always smiling, thinking he's already won. My hands stop trembling, not because I'm not afraid, because fear is no longer the loudest thing in me. I lift my chin. Then we end it. Nico's mouth curves faintly, dark approval. He stands and helps me up, not pulling, not dragging. Offering his hand like I'm a partner. We take the drive and secure it in a hard case. We leave the vault. As the heavy door seals behind us, I glance back once at the room that proves my blood was used as a lock. Then I look at Nico. At the man who started as revenge and is standing here offering me a choice. And I make mine. When we step into the elevator, Nico's hand finds my lower back again, public claim, private promise. This time, I don't flinch. I lean in just enough to let him feel it, not surrender. Alignment. The elevator rises. Above us, the world is waiting to decide who owns me. And for the first time in my life, I'm going to walk into the room where they decide things, and decide myself first. Chapter 15. The commission hall smells like old money and fresh blood. Not literal blood, not yet, but the kind you can taste in the air when too many powerful men gather in one place pretending they're civilized. Polished wood. Dark suits, soft lighting meant to flatter monsters. A long table carved from something ancient and expensive, with seats assigned by hierarchy and threat. And at the end of it, on a raised dais beneath the commission seal, sits the chairman like a judge. They called it an emergency peace meeting. Nico called it a funeral. For lies, for alliances, for the men who thought they could write me into a ledger and erase me just as easily. We arrive under peace pretenses. No convoy this time, no show of force obvious enough to look like a declaration of war. Nico brings only what he must, a tight ring of men in tailored coats, weapons hidden, eyes sharp, enough to remind the room what he is without giving them a reason to call it provocation. And me, his wife, his scandal, his shield, his weapon, only because I chose to be. Nico's hand rests on the small of my back as we pass through the doors. The gesture is deliberate, public claiming, private steadying. His thumb presses once through my dress like a coded message. Breathe. I do. My body remembers too much. The altar, the parking lot, the camera flashes. Ferraro's cloth over my mouth. My father's signature on a death plan. The room turns its attention toward us, like a pack turning its heads. Eyes flick down my body with the same appraisal I've lived under my whole life. But today there's something different in me. I'm not asking permission to exist. I'm bringing a bomb. The murmurs start immediately. Moretti, Russo, pregnant, they say. Is it true? Who authorized this? Commission will decide. Nico's gaze stays forward, calm, lethal. He doesn't acknowledge whispers. He doesn't negotiate with breath. At the table, men I recognize sit with practiced neutrality. My father's representatives, 2 cousins and 1 trusted captain, faces carved into polite fury. Ferraro's delegation, 2 lawyers in immaculate suits, and Ferraro himself. He's seated halfway down the table like he belongs there, like he didn't tie me to a couch and call it rescue. When his eyes meet mine, he smiles, a congratulatory smile, a poisonous one. He mouths something without sound. Come home, my stomach tightens. Nico feels it. His hand shifts lower on my back, fingers spreading, possessive in the way that says, I saw that. Try something, and I'll kill you. I don't look away from Ferraro. I let my mouth curve, just slightly. Not sweet, not submissive. A smile that says you're going to lose, and you don't even know how badly yet. Ferraro's smile falters for half a second. Good. The chairman strikes a small gavel on the table. The sound is soft and final. Order, he says, voice smooth. We convene under commission authority. The purpose of this meeting is to prevent escalation and resolve the custody dispute regarding Livia Russo. Custody. The word turns my blood to ice. Nico's hand stays steady on my back, but I feel the tension in him like a live wire. He doesn't speak yet. He waits. Because Nico Moretti doesn't rush. He times. The chairman continues, eyes skimming a document. The commission has received claims from the Russo family, from the Ferraro family, and from Don Moretti himself. There are also, his gaze lifts, cool, concerns regarding coercion. A murmur moves through the room. Ferraro leans forward slightly, voice smooth as oil. Chairman, I can personally attest. Nico's voice cuts in, calm and deadly. You can personally shut your mouth. The room stills. Ferraro's smile holds, but his eyes sharpen. The chairman's jaw tightens. Don Moretti. Nico steps forward 1 pace, just enough to claim space. You called this meeting to avoid war. Good. Then listen. His hand lifts from my back and extends toward the table. Marco appears at his shoulder like a shadow and sets a hard case down on the polished wood. The case makes a dull thud that echoes louder than it should. Every eye drops to it. The chairman's gaze narrows. What is that? Nico's expression doesn't change. The reason this room is full of liars. A ripple of tension. A subtle shift as men adjust in their seats, hands moving closer to hidden weapons, to rings that signal status, to the table edge like it can protect them. My father's cousin speaks, voice tight. Moretti, you have no authority here. Nico turns his head slowly, eyes like a blade. Sit. The cousin sits. A beat of silence follows, as if the room itself is deciding whether to challenge him. It doesn't. Ferraro's lawyer clears his throat. Chairman, this is highly irregular. Good, Nico says softly. So is a child trafficking operation. The word lands like a grenade. The chairman's face hardens. Be careful, Don Moretti. Nico's gaze stays calm. I am. He opens the case. Inside, the drive? Secured. A small piece of technology that looks like nothing and will ruin everything. Nico gestures toward the chairman. You want custody? You want to decide who owns her? Then start by looking at what you've been protecting. The chairman's eyes narrow. That archive is commission protected. Nico's mouth curves faintly. So is murder. And yet, a beat. The chairman nods once to a technician at the wall. A man steps forward, pale, and takes the drive with gloved hands like it might burn him. He moves to the terminal embedded in the wall beneath the commission seal. The screen lights. Folder trees appear, and then the title hits the room in bold lettering. Confession Ledger. Commission Internal Files. The murmur becomes a low, frightened whisper. Impossible. Who accessed that? That's sealed. Those are dead files. Nico's voice cuts through it. Not dead. Hidden. I step forward then. Just one pace. Nico doesn't stop me. His hand finds my back again, not pulling me back, not ordering me into place. Just contact. Support. A choice I'm allowed to make. The chairman's gaze snaps to me. Mrs. Moretti. I hold his eyes. My name is Livia, I say. My voice is steady, and I'm not an asset. The room goes quieter. A few men shift, irritated at the audacity. Others look uneasy. Because a woman speaking in this room without permission is a kind of violence. Good. I point to the screen. That ledger contains entries about a stolen infant operation, about bloodlines moved like inventory, about women medicated into compliance. My throat tightens as the words taste like my own history. And it contains signatures, I continue, from the men who sit in this room and pretend they're guardians of order. The chairman's face remains controlled. This is a serious accusation. Ferraro rises smoothly, like he's been waiting for this moment. Livia, Nico's head turns like a gun swiveling. Sit down. Ferraro's smile tightens. He doesn't sit. He's bold. He thinks he's untouchable. He looks at me, voice gentle in the way predators are gentle. You're under duress. Moretti is using you. He kidnapped you on your wedding day. And you drugged me and tied me up, I say, cutting through him. The room snaps toward him. A few faces go still. Ferraro's expression doesn't change, but I see a flash behind his eyes, annoyance at being exposed in front of witnesses. He recovers quickly. I rescued you from him. I laugh once, cold. You rescued the key. Ferraro's jaw flexes. He turns to the chairman, spreading his hands. You see, she's confused. She's been manipulated. No, I say, voice sharpening. I've been informed. The technician scrolls. Names begin to appear. Entries, dates, actions, orders. The chairman leans forward despite himself. And then it happens, because it always does in rooms full of powerful men. Someone recognizes a name. A sharp inhale. A chair scraping back. A murmur that turns into a ripple of panic. Belandi. Massimo. That can't be. That's... Chairman, shut it down. My stomach tightens at the sound of it. Massimo Belandi. Consigliere. The man who smiled at me like an uncle and signed my death like paperwork. Nico's gaze shifts to a man at the far end of the room. He's seated in the shadow near the commission representatives. He hasn't moved. He hasn't flinched. He's been waiting. Massimo? In person, he looks exactly like Betrayal. Silver hair, composed face, hands folded neatly as if he's at a concert instead of the edge of his own execution. He lifts his eyes to mine and smiles, soft, calm, almost sad, as if he's disappointed in me. The rage that rises in my chest is so pure it clears everything else away. I step forward again before I can overthink it. Nico's hand tightens briefly at my back as if to check. Are you sure? I am. I point directly at Massimo. That man, I say, voice steady, authorized my medication regimen. He fed intelligence to both sides. He signed off on succession clearance for Salvatore Moretti, Nico's father. A collective exhale runs through the room like a wave. Some men go pale. Others go cold. Massimo's smile doesn't move. The chairman's voice hardens. Massimo Belandi, do you deny these charges? Massimo stands slowly, unhurried. He looks around the room with practiced compassion. I deny the interpretation, he says smoothly. We acted to preserve stability. Stability. The word makes my vision narrow. Massimo's gaze lands on me. Livia, my dear, you were fragile. Your mother was terrified for you. You planned for me to die, I say. The room goes still again. Massimo's smile softens. We planned for contingencies. My breath comes sharp. Nico shifts at my side, his calm cracking at the edges. Massimo turns his gaze to Nico. And you, Nico, you were always so passionate, so easy to direct. Grief makes a fine rain. I feel Nico's body go rigid beside me. The room holds its breath. This is the moment the commission thinks it can still handle with words. But words don't hold men like Nico. Nico takes one step forward. The sound of his shoe against marble is quiet and final. Massimo keeps smiling. You see, Chairman, this is why the commission needs custody. Don Moretti is unstable. And that's when Massimo's hand shifts slightly. Not dramatic, just a subtle motion toward his jacket. Everything in me goes cold, because I know that motion. A reach, a weapon, a signal. The assassination attempt isn't going to be loud, it's going to be surgical, and it's going to be aimed at the key. At me. Nico reacts first, but not with noise. His body moves like a shield, hand snaps to my waist and pulls me back a half step as his other hand draws his gun. At the same moment, a sharp pop cuts through the air. Silenced. A small, vicious sound. The glass behind where my head was a second ago shatters. My breath stops. Nico's gun fires once, loud in the stunned quiet, a crack that makes men duck and chairs scrape back. Massimo's shooter, hidden among commission security, drops. Chaos erupts, men shout, guns appear like magic. The room fractures into sides and instincts. Down, someone yells. Chairmen, secure the drive. Moretti, Belandi. Nico's men move, disciplined and brutal, forming a tight wall around us. Marco grabs the hard case with the ledger drive and shoves it under his coat like a holy relic. The chairman is being pulled behind his guards. Ferraro's men shift too, using the chaos like cover. Ferraro himself moves with predatory patience, slipping around the side of the room like he's hunting. My heart hammers. I'm not screaming. I'm not frozen. I'm watching. Because this is the moment my whole life has been building toward. Men trying to decide my fate with bullets. And I'm done. Nico's hand stays tight at my waist, voice low in my ear. Stay with me. No, I whisper back, breath shaking with fury. Not this time. He turns his head sharply. Livia. I reach into the inside pocket of my coat, the coat Nico had insisted on, the coat Marco had slipped something into, just in case when we left the safe house. A small pistol. Compact, light, loaded. I'd felt the weight earlier and said nothing, because sometimes the only autonomy you get is what you take. Nico's gaze flicks down and then up, eyes darkening with something fierce. You, he starts. I'm not dying in front of a committee, I hiss. Ferraro appears through the chaos, moving toward me with that same savior smile. Livia, he calls, hands out like he's coming to rescue. Come to me, he's going to get you killed. His men flank him, guns angled low, ready. I raise my pistol. The motion is smooth, not because I'm calm, because rage can be steady. Ferraro's eyes widen a fraction. Sweetheart. Don't, I say, voice cold. Don't call me that. Nico's breath catches beside me, but he doesn't grab the gun. He doesn't stop me. He stands slightly behind and to the side, a shadow of protection that still leaves my choice intact. Ferraro spreads his hands, smiling again, still trying to sell the story. You're under duress. Put it down and I'm not under duress, I cut in. I'm under observation. There's a difference. Ferraro's smile tightens. Livia, you don't understand. I understand perfectly, I say, and my voice doesn't shake. You wanted to marry me because it gave you legitimacy. You wanted the trust, you wanted the key, you wanted my body because you thought it was your inheritance. Ferraro's eyes flash. Now I continue, gun steady. You're gonna walk away. Ferraro's gaze shifts, calculating angles, men, exits. He thinks he can still win. He thinks he can talk. He leans forward slightly, voice low. You're making a mistake. Moretti used you. He'll discard you once he has what he needs. Nico's jaw tightens behind me. I don't look at Nico. I keep my eyes on Ferraro. Maybe, I say softly. But you, I let my mouth curve. Not kind. You'd have killed me the moment I stopped being useful. I finish. Ferraro's smile dies. The ugliness beneath shows for the first time. Impatience, entitlement, anger. He takes a step forward. I fire, not at his head, not to kill. I shoot the chandelier chain above him. The shot is loud and precise. The heavy fixture drops with a violent crash between Ferraro and us, glass exploding across marble like ice. Ferraro jerks back, cursing. His men scatter. The room screams. And now everyone understands. I'm not a pawn. I'm armed. Nico's hand clamps briefly at my waist, a squeeze that is both pride and warning. Move. He orders. We do. Through the chaos, Nico drives us toward the side exit his men have cleared. The chairman is shouting orders into a radio. Commission guards are trying to regain control. Massimo is being dragged down by Nico's men, but he's still smiling, still serene, like he believes he can talk his way out of anything. Until Nico stops, he turns. The movement is so sudden my breath catches. He steps toward Massimo. The room seems to hush around it, not because the chaos stopped, but because everyone senses the center of gravity shifting. Massimo looks up at Nico from the floor, hair disheveled for the first time, suit wrinkled. His smile is still there. Nico, he murmurs, gentle. This doesn't have to. Nico crouches in front of him, gun still in hand, eyes black. You crowned me, Nico says softly. You thought you could steer me. Massimo's smile flickers. I saved your family from annihilation, your father. My father died because you needed a blade, Nico cuts in. Massimo's eyes shift toward me, toward the gun in my hand, toward the broken chandelier between Ferraro and us. You'll regret trusting her, Massimo says smoothly. She is bloodline contamination, a keyline anomaly. She will. Nico's gaze turns lethal. He lifts his gun. I step forward instinctively, not to stop him, to see. Because this is the moment where Nico chooses what kind of monster he'll be. Massimo's smile tightens. Nico, think, the commission will not. Nico fires. One shot. Not in Massimo's head, in his shoulder. Same controlled brutality he used when he first broke into my room. Massimo screams, finally human. Nico leans closer, voice low enough that it feels like a private vow. You don't get to speak her name, Nico says. Ever again. Massimo gasps, pain twisting his features, blood soaking his expensive suit. He tries to recover. You need me. Nico's mouth curves, cold. I needed revenge. He glances back at me then, just once. And in that look is everything. The confession, the shame, the choice. Then he turns back to Massimo. And now, Nico says softly, I need you gone. He nods to Marco. Marco steps forward, pulls Massimo up by the collar like garbage. Massimo's eyes still glitter with calculation even through pain. Chairman, Massimo calls, voice strained. This is an unlawful execution. The chairman looks torn between outrage and terror, because the ledger on the screen has already burned away the commission's moral mask. Nico stands, towering, and addresses the room without raising his voice. Confession ledger is now public, Nico says. Any commission member who tries to bury it will be named in it. He turns his gaze toward the chairman. You want peace? Then you cut out the rot. The chairman swallows. Ferraro is still behind the shattered chandelier, staring at me with something like hatred now, because I ruined his savior story. Nico's hand finds my back again, steering me toward the exit. But Ferraro moves. He emerges from behind the wreckage, gun raised now, eyes wild. If I can't have her, he snarls, no one does. The words turn my blood to ice because they're the purest form of entitlement, ownership as a death sentence. Nico pivots instantly, body sliding in front of me. But I'm already aiming. Ferraro's gun is pointed at Nico. My gun is pointed at Ferraro. The room holds its breath in one suspended instant, where the world decides who will live. Ferraro's finger tightens. I fire first, a clean shot. His gun flies from his hand, skittering across marble. Ferraro staggers back, clutching his wrist, face contorting not from pain alone, from humiliation, from the fact that I, the key, just disarmed him. Nico's gaze snaps to me, shock and fierce approval colliding. Ferraro looks at me like he's seeing me for the first time. Not as a prize, as a threat. You, he spits. I step forward, gun still raised, voice steady as stone. You don't get to win me, I say. You don't get to lose me. You don't get to frame me as a rescue story. My breath shakes once, then steadies. You get to leave, I finish, with your pride bleeding. Ferraro's jaw flexes. His men shift, wanting to retaliate. Nico's men shift too. One wrong move and this hall becomes a massacre. The chairman finds his voice, sharp. Enough, Ferraro, stand down. Ferraro's eyes burn into mine. For a heartbeat, I think he'll lunge anyway, because men like him would rather die than be denied. Then he smiles, not sweet, sick. This isn't over, he says. I hold his gaze. Yes, I whisper. It is. Nico's hand tightens at my back, guiding me toward the exit. We move through the hall as the room fractures into aftermath. Commission guards securing the terminal, men shouting over each other, the ledger drive now in Nico's custody and the truth spilling like oil over every alliance. Outside, cold air hits my lungs like a slap. Our car waits, engine running. Nico's men shove us into it and slam the door. Only when we're moving, only when the commission hall is shrinking behind tinted glass, do I realize my hands are shaking. Not from fear, from the release, from the fact that I just shot at a man in a commission chamber and the world didn't end. It began. Nico turns toward me in the back seat, eyes dark, breathing slow. He looks at the gun in my hand, then he looks at me. And for a heartbeat, the monster in him goes quiet. "You chose," he says, voice rough. I swallow hard. "I did." His gaze flicks to my stomach, then back to my eyes. "The pregnancy lie," he says, quietly. "We can end it." My throat tightens, because the lie has become a shield I can't pretend isn't useful. Because the world just saw me as his wife and his weapon. Because if I'm not pregnant, the vultures will circle again. And because somewhere under all of it, my body is still mine, and the thought of it being used as strategy again makes me want to burn. I exhale slowly. "Not yet," I say. Nico's brow tightens. "Because you want it?" My breath catches. The question isn't ownership, it's permission. I look out the window at the snow, at the dark road, at the world that tried to write me into a plan and failed. Then I look back at Nico. "Because I want to decide the truth," I whisper, "not them." Nico's gaze holds mine, fierce and steady. "Then we keep the lie," he says, voice low, "until you decide otherwise." My throat tightens. He reaches for my hand. This time, I let him. His fingers close around mine, warm and sure, not squeezing, not demanding, just there. The car drives into the dark, away from the commission hall where alliances burned. Behind us, the ledger is already detonating careers, families, empires. Ahead of us, war still waits. But it's a different war now. Not Nico's revenge, not Ferraro's entitlement, not my family's control, ours. Nico's thumb strokes once over my knuckles, and his voice drops into something like a vow. "No one writes your fate again," he murmurs. "Not Russo, not Ferraro. Not the commission." His gaze burns into mine. "Not even me." I swallow, the words landing deep. Then I lean closer, pressing my mouth near his ear. "Good," I whisper, "because I'm done being a key." I pull back just enough to meet his eyes. "I'm the lock now," I say, "and I decide what opens." Nico's mouth curves, dark, proud, deadly. "Yes," he murmurs, "that's my wife." The words don't feel like a cage this time. They feel like a crown I put on myself. And in the dark road ahead, with the world burning behind us and the lie sitting between us like a loaded weapon, I make one more promise to myself. We'll build a new empire where nobody gets to plan my death in a chart, where nobody gets to barter my bloodline, where the only vows that matter are the ones I choose, and the ones Nico Moretti will keep, even if he has to burn everything else to do it. Epilogue. The first time I sleep through the night, it's because the house is quiet. Not safe quiet. There's no such thing anymore. Not in our world. Not after the ledger detonated the commission and turned polite dinner enemies into open predators. It's quiet because the perimeter is sealed, because the cameras are live, because Nico's men rotate shifts in silence, because the people who used to whisper my name like a commodity now whisper it like a warning, and because, for the first time in my life, nobody is allowed to touch me unless I say so. I wake to rain against glass and the faint click of a lock disengaging, one I asked for, a real lock, a door that closes because I chose privacy, not because a man wanted to keep me in. That's the difference that still catches me off guard sometimes. The bedroom is warm, heavy curtains, dark wood, the kind of luxury that once would have made me feel like I'd made it. Now it feels like armor. On the nightstand, my phone rests face up. Not dead, not monitored by a stranger. Mine. It's a new number, a new device, a new encrypted system. Nico's tech team built like a fortress inside a rectangle of glass. Still, every time I see it, my stomach tightens with the memory of silence, of my panic button doing nothing while Nico stood in the parking lot like the world belonged to him. It does now, in a way I never wanted, but so do I. I sit up slowly, the sheet sliding down my shoulders, and the bruise that used to live under lace isn't there anymore. Not because it never happened, because it healed. Because I wasn't forced to hide it under a veil and smile through vows written by men. The bathroom light is on. I can hear running water. Nico. I should be used to him by now, but there are moments, small, private moments, when the reality of him still hits too hard. He isn't the devil from the rumors. He's worse. He's real. He's the kind of man who can order a murder without changing his pulse and then tie my bootlaces like it matters. I don't fall. He's also the kind of man who didn't touch me for days after the vault, even when I kissed him hard enough to make his jaw clench, because he wanted to be sure I wasn't choosing him out of trauma and adrenaline. He told me once, quiet, bitter, "I'll take what you offer, but I won't take what you're giving away to survive me." It made me furious. It made me feel seen. It made me choose him again, later, slower, and with my eyes open. The shower turns off. A moment later, he steps into the bedroom with a towel around his hips, water still clinging to his skin. He's barefoot, hair damp, shoulders broad, and marked with the faint scars of a life that has never been soft. His gaze goes to me immediately. Not the windows, not the door. Me. It's an instinct now, a habit. A vow he keeps without words. "You're awake," he says. His voice is low, rough with sleep. I tilt my head. "You checked the perimeter before you checked me." He pauses, barely, and I see the ghost of a smile tug at the corner of his mouth. "I checked the perimeter for you," he corrects. I roll my eyes, but my chest tightens anyway. "How romantic," I mutter. Nico moves closer, and the air changes with him. It always does. He doesn't crowd me, but his presence fills space like heat. He sits on the edge of the bed, towel slipping slightly at his hip, and reaches for my hand. He doesn't take it without permission. He offers his fingers, palm up. It's a small ritual between us now. A reminder. I place my hand in his. His thumb brushes my knuckles once, slow. "Any nightmares?" he asks. I swallow. The truth is, yes. Sometimes I still wake up tasting chemical sedative, still feel the bite of restraints on my wrists, still hear Dr. Vieri's voice saying I was never meant to survive like he was reading a grocery list. Sometimes the nightmares are worse. My mother smiling while she signs, my father folding his hands at the altar like a saint, Ferraro's rescue voice turning cold. Sometimes I wake up, and the first thing my body does is brace for permission to exist. But I don't give Nico that confession lightly. Confessions are leverage in our world. I study his face, hard lines, dark eyes, the faint shadow of exhaustion he never admits. And I decide the truth is mine to give, not something to be extracted. "Not last night," I say. Nico's grip tightens a fraction, not possessive, relieved. "Good," he murmurs. Then his gaze drops to my stomach. It's not obvious, not dramatic, not a romance hero's awe. Just a moment of stillness in his eyes. A quiet calculation he hates and cannot fully kill. The pregnancy lie that became a shield, the way it changed how the commission moved, how my father hesitated, how men stopped treating me like a transferable object and started treating me like a volatile one. I hate that optics can do what decency never did. Nico's voice is careful. "We have a meeting with the midwife today." I arch an eyebrow. "Midwife, not doctor." His mouth tightens, not a man who smiles like Vieri. My throat tightens. The name still feels like a stain. "You vetted her?" I ask. Nico's eyes lift to mine, unblinking. "Twice. Background? Twice. References? 3. Commission links? None. And you checked her." "Livia," he interrupts softly, and there's a note in his voice that isn't irritation. It's something gentler that he pretends is impatience. "I checked everything," he says. A beat. Then, quieter, "I can't undo what they did to you." His thumb strokes my knuckles again, like he's grounding himself too, but I can make sure it doesn't happen again. The words are simple. They land like a blade in my chest anyway. I look away first because looking at him too long makes me feel too much, and feeling too much is a vulnerability I'm still learning to hold without flinching. "Is it still a lie?" I ask, voice too casual. The question hangs in the air between us like smoke. Nico's gaze doesn't waver. "Do you want it to be?" There it is again, the offer. The choice. Not a demand dressed up as politeness. A real door. My throat tightens. I think of the ledger, names and signatures. I think of my mother controlling my pills. I think of my father authorizing a decline plan. A child, an heir. It used to feel like the final proof that my body didn't belong to me. Now it feels like a weapon I could choose to forge, or refuse. I swallow. "I want time," I say. Nico nods once like he expected it. "You have it," he says. No argument. No pressure. No quiet punishment. I hate that part of me still waits for one. He stands and the towel shifts. He catches it absently. He reaches for his shirt draped over a chair. Then he stops. His gaze flicks to my phone on the nightstand. It buzzes once, a notification. Not a call, a secure message. From Marco. Nico picks it up and reads, face going colder. My stomach tightens. What? Nico's jaw flexes. The commission is splitting. I laugh once, humorless. Shocking. He looks at me, eyes dark. The chairman resigned. 3 reps are under arrest. 2 disappeared. My skin prickles. And Massimo? Nico's gaze doesn't soften. It never will when he says that name. Alive. The word hits like a threat. He's being held, Nico adds. Neutral facility. Commission is calling it containment until they decide jurisdiction. Containment. That word again. My stomach turns. Nico, I whisper. He looks at me, and something hot and dangerous flickers behind his eyes. We're not letting them contain him, he says softly. I don't ask what that means. I already know. But today, instead of fear, I feel something else rise in me. Something colder, sharper, clean. He can't be allowed to bargain his way out of this. Not after what he signed. Not after what he engineered. Good, I say. Nico's gaze searches my face, as if checking whether I'm saying it out of vengeance or trauma. He finds something he approves of. He nods once. Then he does something strange, something that still catches me off guard because it's so normal it feels unreal in our world. He leans down and kisses my forehead. Not a claim, a quiet promise. I'll handle it, he murmurs. I catch his wrist before he straightens. He pauses, eyes flicking to my hand. I swallow. No. One word. Not refusal of him. Refusal of the old pattern where men handle things while I sit still like a piece of valuable furniture. Nico's brow tightens slightly. Livia, I'm not being kept out of it, I say, voice steady. Not anymore. He holds my gaze for a long beat. Then he nods. Okay, he says. Not angry, not resentful, respectful. The word is a knife in my chest because I realize how rare it is, how no one in my life ever gave it to me freely. It was always performance-based. Get dressed, Nico says then, tone shifting back into business. We'll go together. I release his wrist and swing my legs off the bed. My feet hit the floor. No tremor, no dizziness, no nausea. I take a breath, and my body doesn't betray me. It feels mine. In the wardrobe, my clothes are arranged by my choice now, not his. Dark trousers, a fitted coat, boots with low heels, a gun holster tucked into a drawer I keep unlocked because I decide what safety looks like. I catch my reflection as I dress. My eyes look different. They look like someone who survived a war and found out survival can harden into power. When I step back into the bedroom, Nico is already fully dressed, fastening his watch, checking his gun, scanning his phone. He looks up at me, and something in his gaze softens. Not sweetly, not safely. Pride. Dangerous pride. You look, he starts, like myself? I finish, arching a brow, his mouth curves faintly, like someone who's going to cause problems. I smile. Good. We move through the house together. Hallways lined with cameras, guards nodding, radios murmuring. Nico's men part for us like water around a blade. Outside, rain has turned the mountain roads slick and shining. The convoy waits with engines idling. As we head toward the main door, Marco steps in front of us, face tight. Capo, he says, then hesitates and glances at me. I meet his gaze. Say it. Marco swallows. Ferraro's camp is making noise. He's claiming coercion again. He's claiming the ledger was doctored. Nico's jaw tightens. I laugh, cold. Of course he is, Marco continues. He also claims the pregnancy was fabricated to manipulate the commission. My hand instinctively goes to my stomach, not protectively, possessively, as if the lie belongs to me now and I decide when it dies. Nico's gaze flicks to my hand and then to my face. Let him talk, I say quietly. Marco blinks. Signora. I step closer, voice steady. He wants a narrative. He wants a story where he's the wronged groom and I'm the poor kidnapped bride. My throat tightens. He wants to make me a victim again because victims are easier to own. Marco nods slowly. Nico watches me like he's seeing a version of me he didn't fully expect, the one that doesn't just survive, but strategizes. What do you want to do? Nico asks, voice low. He's asking, not telling. The question is a dagger in my chest because it is everything I've been denied. I inhale. Release the unedited footage from Ferraro's safe house, I say. The security cam where he calls me the key. The part where he says he'll keep me alive long enough to use me. The part where he offers me a marriage license while I'm bound. Marco's eyes widen. We have that? Nico's mouth curves. We do. Then leak it, I say. Not to the commission. To their wives, to the donors. To every person who pretends morality matters. Nico's gaze sharpens with approval. Marco nods once, already moving. Nico steps closer to me, hand hovering near my waist like he's about to anchor me. He stops himself. Instead, he offers his hand. I take it. We walk out into the rain. The cold hits my face, clean and sharp. The convoy doors open. Before we get in, Nico turns slightly, shielding me from the wind. His gaze drops to my mouth, then back to my eyes. "You're sure you want to be in the room when we deal with Massimo?" he says quietly. I think of my mother's signature, my father's, Massimo's. I think of the ledger's cold language calling me subject. I think of the way Nico shot the chandelier chain instead of Ferraro's head because I chose mercy that was also humiliation. And I realize something. Mercy isn't softness. Sometimes mercy is choosing not to become them. But justice? Justice is making sure they can't do it again. "I'm sure," I say. Nico studies my face a moment longer. Then he nods. "Okay," he murmurs. "Then stay close." I lift an eyebrow. I always do. His mouth twitches, almost amused. "Not like this," he says, echoing the words from the night he made me share his bed for surveillance. Then he adds, voice low, honest, "Like a partner." The word hits like a bruise and a kiss at once. We get into the car. The convoy moves. Down the mountain, through rain, into the valley where the commission is still scrambling to stitch itself back together. We arrive at a neutral facility that looks like nothing. A stone building with minimal signage guarded by men who pretend they're not watching you. Inside, the air is cold and clean and full of lies. A commission interim representative meets us at the door, face tight. "Don Moretti," he says. "Mrs. Moretti." I flinch internally at the title. Not because it's false now, because it's mine to define. "We're here for Belandi," Nico says. The representative's mouth tightens. "He's commission custody." Nico's eyes go darker. "He's my father's murderer." The representative hesitates. I step forward. He looks at me, and something about his gaze shifts, like he remembers the ledger, the chaos, the way my voice carried in the commission hall. He remembers I'm not just a woman in a Don's shadow. "What do you want?" he asks me, more carefully. I smile without warmth. "I want him to sign a confession," I say. "And then I want him to live long enough to see every empire he built collapse." The representative swallows. Nico's gaze flicks to me, something fierce flashing there. He looks pleased, and maybe a little in awe. We're led down a corridor into an interview room with reinforced glass. Massimo sits at a metal table, hands cuffed, suit rumpled, hair slightly disheveled. He still looks like a man who believes he can talk his way out of death. He lifts his eyes when we enter and smiles, soft, paternal, disappointed. "My dear," he says to me, "you look tired." Something in me goes still. Not fear, not rage. Stillness like a blade being drawn. Nico moves first, stepping into the room, posture relaxed, violence coiled under it. Massimo's smile turns toward him. "Nico, you're making this difficult." Nico pulls out a chair and sits across from him, calm as a judge. "It was always going to be difficult," Nico says. "You built it that way." Massimo's eyes flick to me again. "Livia, you should sit." Don't," I say. My voice is quiet. It still cuts. Massimo's smile tightens at the edges. I remain standing, arms folded, gaze steady. "I read your signatures," I say, "on the infant operation, on my prescriptions, on the decline plan, on Salvatore Moretti's clearance." Massimo exhales, almost pitying. "You misunderstand the necessity." "I don't misunderstand," I interrupt. "I finally understand." His eyes sharpen. "Then you know you cannot destroy the commission without chaos." Nico laughs once, cold. "You already did. You just called it stability." Massimo leans back slightly, eyes calculating. "You need me, both of you. Without me, the factions will splinter. Blood will. Blood is already on your hands," I say. Massimo's gaze lingers on me, and for a second I see it, the flicker of irritation beneath the paternal mask. A man who isn't used to a woman refusing to be managed. "You're emotional," he says, voice gentle. "It's understandable, given your condition." Nico's chair scrapes the floor as he shifts forward. The sound is quiet. The threat is not. "Say condition again," Nico says softly, "and I'll remove your tongue." Massimo's eyes flicker. He adjusts, recovering quickly. "Very well, let's be practical. What do you want?" Nico doesn't answer. He looks at me. It's my turn. I step closer to the table and set a pen down in front of Massimo. Then I slide a document toward him, a confession statement. Names, dates, operations, his signature at the bottom. Massimo's gaze drops to it and his smile returns, amused. "You think I'll sign this?" I tilt my head. "I know you will," he chuckles. "And why would I do that, my dear? Because you're used to having leverage and you think you can barter. Because you think you always get to control the ending. Because you haven't realized the world shifted when I picked up a gun and spoke in the commission hall. I smile, slow and cold. Because I'm offering you a deal, I say. Massimo's eyes gleam. Ah! Nico's gaze sharpens, but he doesn't interrupt. I continue, voice steady. You sign, you confess, and Nico doesn't kill you today. Massimo's smile widens, only lean in slightly, eyes locked on his. Today you get to live. His gaze flickers, calculating. And tomorrow, he asks. I shrug. Tomorrow is up to the people you betrayed. Massimo's smile falters a fraction. He understands the cruelty now. Not death. Consequences. Nico, Massimo says, turning to him, you'd allow her to. Nico's voice is flat. She decides. Massimo looks between us and something shifts in his posture, tension creeping in. He tries a different angle. Livia, you're making an enemy of your own blood. I smile. You made an enemy of my life. Massimo's jaw tightens. Without the commission, you will be hunted. I tilt my head. We already are. Massimo's eyes flick to Nico. And your captains. Nico's gaze goes colder. They're learning. Massimo studies us both. He sees it finally, the alignment, not romance, not softness, a united front that can't be split with threats or paternal pity. Massimo's smile fades into something more honest. You think you've won, he says quietly. I lean closer. No. I tap the confession statement. I think I've begun, I say. He stares at the pen for a long moment, then slowly he reaches for it. Nico's body stills, not tense, watchful. Massimo signs. The flourish is elegant, disgusting. It looks like the signature of a man who still believes he's controlling the terms of his own downfall. I take the document careful and slide it into a folder. Then I meet Massimo's gaze. You don't get to write my fate again, I say, voice low. Not in a ledger, not in a chart, not in a whisper behind my father's chair. Massimo's eyes narrow. You'll regret this? I smile. Maybe. Then I add softer, but I'll regret it as myself. We leave the room. The door shuts. Massimo's voice doesn't follow, because he knows the truth now. He's not bargaining with men anymore. He's bargaining with the woman he tried to medicate into silence. Outside, the rain has stopped. The air feels cleaner. The convoy waits. As we walk toward the car, Nico's hand finds my back again, warm and steady. This time, I lean into it without thinking. Not surrender. Habit. Alignment. In the back seat, he turns toward me, eyes dark, quiet. You didn't ask me to kill him, Nico says. I swallow. I wanted to. His gaze holds mine. I know. And I didn't, I say, voice rough. Because killing him would feel like letting him choose the ending. Nico's mouth curves faintly. Smart, he murmurs. Then after a beat, quieter, ruthless. I huff a laugh. I learned from the best. His gaze warms a fraction, dangerous and pleased. The car starts moving. The facility shrinks behind us. The world ahead is still unstable. The commission is fractured. Ferraro is wounded and humiliated, but not dead. My father is furious and cornered. My mother hasn't spoken to me since the ledger went public, her silence louder than any threat. And the pregnancy lie still hangs in the air like smoke. A shield, a weapon, a question. When we reach the safe house again, our newest one, because Nico changes locations like breathing, we step inside and the warmth hits us. Fireplace lit, dinner waiting untouched, security monitors humming, a life built inside violence. Nico's men disperse, giving us space without being told. Nico follows me into the bedroom. He closes the door. This time, it locks, because I asked. He turns to me, and for a moment the dawn mask slips, not fully, not into softness, into something rawer. How are you? He asks. Not are you safe, not did you perform correctly. How are you? The question is unfamiliar enough to sting. I swallow hard. Angry. Nico nods as if that's a reasonable state of being. Good. I blink. Good? He steps closer. Anger keeps you alive. My throat tightens. I move closer too, slow, deliberate. I reach up and tug his tie loose, not because I'm performing seduction, but because I'm reclaiming contact as something I can initiate without it turning into currency. Nico stills, breath catching slightly. He doesn't touch me first. He waits. I slide my palm to his chest, feeling the steady thud of his heart beneath fabric. Do you ever get tired, I whisper, of being a fortress? Nico's jaw tightens, and for a moment he looks human. Yes, he admits. My throat tightens. Then stop. He laughs once, quiet and humorless. I can't. Why, I whisper. Nico's eyes lock on mine. Because if I stop, he says, voice low, they take you. My chest aches. I shake my head. No. Nico's brow furrows slightly. I slide my hand up to his jaw, forcing him to look at me fully. If you stop, I say, voice steady, I stand. A long beat. Something shifts in his eyes. Fierce, proud, dangerously relieved. You already are, he murmurs. I step closer until there's no space left between us. His hands hover near my waist, waiting. Consent. Always. I tilt my mouth to his and kiss him. Not frantic, not adrenaline-driven. Chosen. Nico's hands settle at my waist, firm and steady, and he returns the kiss like a man starving who refuses to bite too hard. When we break apart, my forehead rests against his. His breathing is rougher now. Mine too. This still doesn't make me yours, I whisper, the old fear still needing to be named. Nico's thumb strokes my hip once, slow. No. A beat. Then, quieter, like a confession. It makes me yours to protect, he murmurs. My throat tightens. I pull back just enough to meet his eyes. The pregnancy, I say softly. Nico's gaze flicks to my stomach, then back to my eyes. Still your decision. I inhale slowly. I think of the way Ferraro looked when I disarmed him, humiliation as justice. I think of Massimo signing his confession, consequences as punishment. I think of my mother's signature, love as control. I think of my father's contingency plan, legacy as cruelty. Then I look at Nico. At the man who began as revenge and is now learning how to kneel without losing power. I let my hand drift to my stomach again. This time, it isn't defensive, it's thoughtful. I want to know, I whisper. Nico stills. Know what? If it's still a lie, I say. The words hang between us. Nico's gaze is steady. Then we'll know. No celebration, no possessive grin, just acceptance. My throat tightens because that's what makes it feel safe. He isn't trying to make it happen. He isn't demanding it. He isn't treating it like a victory. He's treating it like my choice. We do it quietly. No clinic, no commission doctor, no white coat. A midwife arrives later, vetted and watched by women I chose to staff our security detail. Women Nico didn't hire until I demanded it. In the bathroom, the test sits on the counter like a tiny judgment. I stare at it while the midwife washes her hands, calm and professional. My pulse hammers. Nico waits outside the door. He doesn't intrude, he doesn't hover, he's there if I call. That's the new rule. I take the test in silence. Then I wait. The minutes stretch like an interrogation. My mind spins. If it's positive, the world will shift again. If it's negative, the shield becomes only a lie and we'll have to decide what to do with it. Either way, I decide. Not them, not the commission, not my mother, not Ferraro, not even Nico. The test sits on the counter. One line appears. Then slowly, a second. My breath catches so hard it hurts. The midwife looks at me and waits for my reaction. I don't cry. I don't smile. I simply stare at the two lines and feel something inside me go very still. Not fear, not joy. A strange, sobering awe. Life. Real life. Not a contract, not a clause, not a political weapon, though the world will try to make it one. Mine. I turn and open the bathroom door. Nico is there immediately, like he's been holding himself by sheer will. His eyes scan my face first, not the test. Me. Tell me, he says quietly. I lift the test. His gaze drops. 2 lines. For a heartbeat. He doesn't breathe. Then his eyes lift back to mine, dark and stunned. Is it? His voice roughens. Is it what you want? That question nearly breaks me. I swallow hard, throat tight. I don't know yet. Nico nods once. No anger, no disappointment, no triumph, just steady. We'll decide, he says. I blink, shocked. We? He steps closer, careful, hands still at his sides. If you let me, he murmurs. My chest tightens. I lift my chin. On my terms. Nico's mouth curves faintly. Always. He reaches out slowly, and when he touches my cheek with the back of his knuckles, the contact is so gentle it feels like he's afraid the moment will shatter. You're safe, he whispers. The words are a lie and a promise, because safe is not something we can guarantee. But we can build. We can fight for it. We can carve it out of a world that thinks women are transferable assets. I cover his hand with mine, holding it there. For the first time, I let myself feel the fragile truth underneath all our violence. We didn't win peace. We won each other. And in our world, that might be the most dangerous victory of all. Nico's forehead rests against mine. His voice drops into something like a vow, quiet, ruthless, sincere. They'll come, he says. Your father, Ferraro, the remnants of the commission. Men who think bloodlines are theirs to manage. I close my eyes briefly. When I open them, my gaze is steady. Let them, I whisper. Nico's eyes darken with pride. I pull back and meet my own reflection in the mirror across the room. A woman in black silk, 2-line test in hand, eyes sharp as a knife. The girl in lace at the service entrance feels like a lifetime ago. That girl ran because she thought the only way to survive was to escape. This woman understands survival can also look like standing still and daring the world to try. I turn to Nico. We're not building an empire like theirs, I say, voice low. No ledgers, no charts, no ownership. Nico's gaze is steady. No one owns you. I step closer until there's no space left. And no one, I add, pressing the words into the air like a brand, gets to write our child's fate either. Nico's jaw tightens. Agreed. Outside, the security monitors hum, radios murmur, the world shifts and plots and sharpens knives. Inside, in the quiet space between violence and vows, I choose something that is mine. I take Nico's hand and place it, carefully, deliberately, over my stomach. His breath catches. His palm is warm. His fingers tremble once. The great Don Moretti, who never trembles, trembles because I let him. And when he looks at me, his eyes are dark and wrecked and reverent in a way that scares me more than any gun. Livia, he whispers, voice breaking on my name like it means something holy. I hold his gaze. No one writes my fate, I remind him. His thumb strokes my skin once, featherlight. No, he agrees. Then he leans in, mouth brushing my temple, and murmurs the promise that feels like the true ending of everything we survived. Then we'll write it together. And in the dark mafia world that tried to turn me into a key, I finally understand the power I have always been denied, not the power to be chosen, the power to choose, and to burn anyone who tries to take it from me. If you made it to the end, thank you for spending your time with this story and me tonight. If Nico and Livia had your heart racing, let me know in the comments what scene wrecked you most, and whether you think their love was doomed from the start or inevitable the moment he took her from that altar. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications if you want more dark mafia romance, dangerous men, ruined weddings, obsession, betrayal, and love stories that burn from the inside out. Sleep carefully tonight. In this world, the most dangerous vows are never the ones spoken out loud.